मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट है उसमें अगर रिलायबल डेटाबेस हो, कौन लोग हमारे वेंडर हो सकते हैं जो कि टाइम में डिलीवरी करेंगे, क्वालिटी ठीक होगी, ये रिलायबिलिटी किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा एक अगर नेशनल डेटाबेस हो, कंटिन्यूसली अपडेटेड हो, प्रॉपरली वेरीफाइड हो, तो ये किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए या किसी भी इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए ये बहुत ही यूज़फुल चीज़ है और इसको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। CIDC एक ऐसी बॉडी है जो कि राष्ट्रीय प्लानिंग कमीशन के द्वारा सेटअप करी गई थी। इसके तत्वाधान में अगर कोई इनिशिएटिव इस तरह का लिया जाता है और अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स, वेंडर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर्स सभी मिलकर एक साथ बात कर सकें, देख सकें कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट कैसे प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट हो, तो इस तरह के फोरम में मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी को कोई दिक्कत होनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। देखिए, इसमें ज़रूरी ये है कि सारी गवर्नमेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करा जाए, उसके अलावा कोई मुझे रास्ता नहीं दिखता है। क्योंकि अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी दिखती है, अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी समझ में आती है, तो नेचुरली एक ऐसा ये डेटाबेस बनेगा और इसका यूटिलाइजेशन होगा जो कि देश के लिए एक
and to the world of digital transformation. Construct Next is AEC Industries 4.0. I'm Sunil Prabhakar, CEO at Bay Building Architecture and Engineering, based out of my Bangalore office. We're into the business of architecture, construction, interior fit out, and transformation consulting. Let's look at what is Construct Next, which is all about creation of intelligent building systems. We present here a strategy, design, and implementation for measurable digital transformation in AEC, what we do through our business vertical of transformation consulting. Bryden Wood, one of UK's famous architects, created an inventive factory in a box, which was an assembly kit for a pharmaceutical factory, a complex one, by creating a step-by-step assembly process. The firm reduced the size of the labor at the site by about 75% and the time consumed for the construction by about 50%. So what we're trying to say is every company today has to think like a technology company and then look at the different verticals it seeks to disrupt. So what is an intelligent building system and how can we apply that to a practical real case? This is what Next Lab at Bay explores in this particular presentation. An intelligent building system, by definition, is one that helps the construction companies save resources and increase productivity and improve the project profitability, quality, and reduce the project duration and cost, reduce the complexity of the project management, and enhance the overall site safety for promoting sustainable development. Next Lab at Bay looks at IBS or Intelligent Building System from a multi-pronged perspective. The first one is to create a strategic view based on a forecast digital-driven value chain transformation or disruption. The second is an operational view as to how to decompose the strategic view into a pattern that can be applied across verticals. A technology view in which case we assess the different technologies that are available and how the frameworks of technology and networking makes it possible for us to convert the operational view through the technology into an intelligent building system, and a transformation measurement view that lays the basis for an objective basis for measuring the transformation quotient. So let's see the different views. First, we take a look at the strategic view. Let's take a look at the value chain of a conventional or an evolved value chain pattern in our industry. From the raw materials to renovation to demolition, back to raw materials, across manufacturing, design, engineering, construction, and operations, there are several stakeholders currently, new stakeholders coming into the mix through different types of innovation. So this is how an evolved value chain currently, as most of us know it, exists. Now, each link in this value chain that you've seen is set to undergo drastic reformation based on the digital disruptions. Let's take a look at the raw materials, the basic building blocks. which from a conventional cement, sand, aggregate, reinforcement, bricks, blocks, etc., goes through industrialization to become prefabricated RCC components like columns, beams, etc., prefabricated homes, bath pods, pre-engineered building systems, factory in a box, which you've already seen, and thereafter, through industrialization, Industry 4 or digitalization, it becomes converted to smart construction objects and intelligent building systems and reformed materials or innovative materials like 3D printing solutions. So this is how the raw materials link in the value chain has transformed or will be transforming due to the digital disruption. And with almost all the verticals getting consumed by Industry 4.0 or the digital revolution, it is sooner or later we'll have where we are headed. The value chain transformation in our industry would look something like this, where you can see the areas highlighted in red are the different technologies that are going to disrupt the different links in the value chain. And therefore, we are in the near future headed to some 4.0 location like this, where we have prefabrication, modular construction that will be rampant, advanced building materials, 3D printing, additive manufacturing, autonomous construction, augmented and virtual reality, big data, predictive analysis, wireless monitoring, cloud and real-time collaboration, 3D scanning and photogrammetry, and building information modeling. So these are some of the technologies which will drive the use cases for the digital transformation of Industry 4.0 in our industry. So everything that you saw in the previous slide is a thing as defined in the Internet of Things. Let's take a look at the operational view based on a forecasted suite of use cases. IBS is a product of an end-to-end digital transformation initiative across a company's or an industry's standard operating process. A company often asks the question, what needs to be or can be digitally transformed? For example, a suite of activities in a typical post-contract repository would look like this across construction documentation or setup or procurement, construction management, inspection testing and protocol reviews, reports, etc. have got several activities or tasks associated in a post-contract ecosystem. Now, the IPS's operating view examines a suite of activities which we've shown before and identifies an aligned suite of technology and other solutions to aid the transformation of each activity or operation and establish a collective automated operational protocol for it. That is the operating view. As in a simple example, let's take a look at the combination of a suite of building information modeling and IoT, which creates a digital twin on a building information modeling platform. Next Live is a multi-sided platform, and we work with the aggregated digital expertise in the quest of a converged whole. Virtual Win is one of our associates in the realm of building information modeling. And let's take a look at how BIM is transforming the industry. It's not a disruption anymore because it's already existing, but with IoT, which is a serious disruption, BIM combines to create a digital twin and makes it possible for us to plan and schedule using the platform, create a baseline versus actual scenario in real-time monitoring of the project. Um, um, it creates a cost estimation analysis, asset management schedule with its 5D capabilities. The sixth dimension of the BIM makes it possible for us to create energy analytics to aid sustainable energy consumption. And 7D, which is probably one of the most important aspects of BIM in terms of being able to contribute to the operational and facility management well-being of the structure after the construction is over by having a complete set of data straight away retrieved from the construction site as and when it happens through IoT technology, through sensors, transmitting the data back to the BIM platform in the studio and creating a virtual or a digital twin in the process. So it also helps us in achieving the function of clash coordination between the services, which is a very, very important part in ensuring easy project management and construction supervision. Further, we also do research with specific trends that are that are occurring all over the world and specifically to our country, and identify practical use cases across the technology spectrum. In IBS, it's required that we engage in a suite of digital technologies. Based on those technology, we collect data which we acquire, store, visualize, and analyze to create a rationale for engineering outputs of products, which is the ultimate intent or the objective of using the digital technology for the betterment of our industry. So let's take a look at this combination of technologies that are available and the different use cases with which it integrates over a network to create rampant changes or disruptions. The rate of change is far removed from what used to happen in the past. It's not linear anymore, it's exponential. So a mix or a complex web of use cases and technologies are shown here, which means that the investors are looking to make investments in the technologies such as ERPs and other serious digital disruptors, particularly predictive analytics and big data, IoT, and drones. And particularly, and as far as India is concerned, given its special nature of the challenges, the software investments are currently hinging around ERPs and project management and scheduling softwares. However, the time is not very far when we combine all the other technologies also to create platforms which will uh, which will be a converged whole platform using a combination of technologies to deliver optimum quality outputs or deliverables to the industry. Let's take a look at the technology view, how this technology is employed in different frameworks. There are three different frameworks that we are creating, which I'll talk to you in a bit. Firstly, we develop a conceptual framework of the intelligent building system. Then we analyze the operating mechanism of the IBS. Then we look at the implementation part of the IBS. In all of this, we take a technology view and not the strategic or the operational view of the platform itself. So, first looking at the stakeholders, we have the owners, the regulators, designers, constructors and contractors, engineers, component manufacturers, and logistics carriers, each with a specific set of responsibilities and each within a particular zone of experiencing the changes due to the transformation. So what digital technologies are to be employed? To understand this better, we have to divide the prefabricated building, which is the use case that we are taking. We have to divide that in three different levels: a unit level, assembly level, and the integration level, which is a component level or the construction system level and the construction site level, respectively. In the prefabricated component level, we identify, locate, and track prefabricated components through the connectivity of the IoT to realize visualization and traceability of the component information. In the system level, or the construction system level, again in the factory environment, we plan and optimize the construction process through real-time collection and integration and interaction of the construction production process. And at the site level, where the components and the construction systems are assembled, we realize intelligent management, control, and optimization of the construction process for smart construction. At the level of the components, we use IoT, RFID, and GPS to achieve our objectives. At the construction system level, you use a combination of IoT and a BIM platform to interchange and transact the data and information. And at a construction site level, we use the technologies of internet, 3D scanning, BIM, virtual reality, augmented reality, and IoT, AR, VR, etc. And to propose a BIM-based field management model that can intelligently manage information related to HR, resource allocation, QA, QC, site supervision, health and safety, etc., etc. So we've seen these are the different technologies like IoT, GPS, RFID, BIM platform, internet, 3D scanning, etc. These are at the core of a prefab digitalization. We will look at the three frameworks that we talked about. For looking at the framework in detail, as data is king in almost all things digital, we have to create different sources or blocks of data, which will then over a network flow information across to and from, and be responsible for creating the interpretation and thereafter creating of the product that we're after. So there are four primary blocks when it comes to a prefabricated building. You have a block PIC, which is a project level information block, IBDB, which is the IoT BIM-based database block. Then we have an AMTS, which is the authority regulatory block. And we have an ISP, which is a system for the construction of digital engineering products, which is a combination of all the, which takes cognizance of all the data and information, analyzes, acquires, interprets, visualizes, and creates the products that we are after. So to sum up, the big data acquisition is the function of these four blocks: PIC, IBDB, AMTS, and ISP. a project level information center, IoT-based, BIM-based database, authority monitoring and traceability system, and information system for products. This also integrates further with several systems and subsystems of the manufacturers, the designers, the contractors, logistics operators, etc., etc. So each of these contractors, if you want to call them that, would have their own system, subsystems, like the project quality traceability system of a manufacturer, or a construction site resource element management system of a contractor, or a component production planning scheduling system in the prefabricating factory, or a component transportation and a dispatch system CTDS of a logistics operator, or an integrated design system IDS of a design consultant. So with all these different blocks of data, combining with the blocks of data of the manufacturers and their subsystems, we create a conceptual view where we highlight the main objectives of the authorities, the contractors, and the owners, which are supervision and control, lean construction, maximizing benefits, quality traceability, etc., how they combine with the subsystems of the manufacturers, etc., interact, transact information between those systems and subsystems, and through the network of RFIDs and Wi-Fi's and Bluetooth and what have you, interacts with the construction site to deliver a solution across resources, components, equipment, systems, men, and things. So this is a conceptual framework which leads us to an IBS technology view operating framework. In this particular slide, you can see three different distinct frameworks. One is a design framework that is highlighted in a dotted red lines, and the other is the component production or the manufacturing framework, and then you also can see the on-site construction framework. So what happens is, in the through design and design process, where you create a design model, analyze it, and once it clears the clash detection, data that is construction oriented is transferred onto the on-site construction. Data that is manufacturing oriented is sent across to the manufacturing facility, and this data is then checked, analyzed for quality in terms of clash clearance and design conflicts, etc. It's only upon the clearance of, because the data keeps interacting with each other at the construction site, at the manufacturing facility, and at the component level, at the system level, etc. When it comes to the construction site, then any errors or any mismatch between what has been created and what needs to be implemented at the site is recorded, and if there is a design conflict, it's sent back to the design, back in the loop to create a new design model, and then the final refined component, construction system, and the construction site is thereafter created and finished. So this is the technology view, the operating framework of the technology view. And how do we implement this concept and the operating framework? It is done through a simple 10-step process where we build the smart construction objects. As we've seen earlier, the construction objects that are created from the prefabricated components, we build them first, establish a data acquisition system. We've seen that, collect data from SCOs through the data acquisition system, establish a network integration system, connect these SCOs through the integration system, establish an information integration system. The data information is created from the data, transmit the collected data to the information integration system, and establish a data and integration and analysis system, analyze through visual integration system, and establish a multi-layered application integration system, which results in creation of your application of the product through the ISP. So that's what now we've seen the technology view, we've taken the operating view earlier, and we have taken a look at the strategic overall wide canvas view, which brings us to the transformation measurement view for IBS. Now, we have used information and researches from various big five consultancies like BCG, McKinsey Global, and we're inspired by the balanced scorecard approach to strategy implementation by Kaplan and Norton. And although we are at a work in progress for creating the digital transformation value chain transformation scorecard, what BCG has set out as a paradigm requirement for creating this digital transformation is an integrated strategy with a clear transformation goal, leadership committed to the goals, deploying high caliber talent, agile governance system, effective monitoring by lining out milestones, and a business-led modular technology. This is one of the approaches of BCG. Similarly, we look at other consultants, big five consultants as well. And we can see how we go about creating a value chain transformation scorecard, which is the implementation measurement of the IBS strategy for a prefabricated building. The same can be done across different types of buildings. So what are the different 10 platforms? We look at a prefab modular construction platform, advanced materials platform, design digitalization platform, BIM platform, autonomous construction platform, big data platform, wireless monitoring platform, cloud and real-time collaboration platform, 3D scanning, and a blockchain platform. At Next Lab, where we are a multi-sided, we are an MSP, a multi-sided platform where we bring all the digital talents together. We have established for the value chain transformation clear KPIs and objectives across the different value functions in a company or a vertical, and then identify the different measures, which are the lag measures or the outcome measures, and the performance drivers which are necessary to create the digital transformation in a company across these different platforms, and those can be measured for the efficacy of the implementation. So a few of the scorecard templates we can show here. We have not gone into the details of the outcome measures and the performance measures and the actual status, etc., because these are all specific to the nuances of the way the company operates in. So if you see in the prefab or modular construction platform, you have clearly mentioned objectives which lead to the KPIs, which is a product optimization, quality control. So all these measures that are created here will be a function of these objectives and the use cases that we had mentioned earlier about, by defining the different use cases across the different departments in the company. In a post-contract environment, you've got the construction management part, or the setting up part, or the mobilization part, etc. So defining the key objectives, and I've given a description of some of these objectives also, defining the measures here and what needs to be the outcome measure, and to achieve that outcome measure, what needs to be a performance driver to ensure that we get product optimization by creating these systems, and most importantly, using these technologies, IoT, RFID, GPS, BIM, IoT, RFID, GPS, etc., etc. So the different technologies that are necessary to be employed for us to implement these systems, by which we can make a paradigm change in the way that the companies and their different departments operate. So here is a scorecard, kind of a template of a scorecard for a prefab and modular construction platform. We've shown you digital design digitalization platform here. This is different from a BIM platform because BIM is a complete different area in itself. So this is some of the scorecards or some of the KPIs for the design digitalization and autonomous construction platform. Again, the technologies that are in play here also illustrated in this big data predictive analysis platform, etc., etc. So the digital transformation we are doing currently we're doing a project in South India, which is a 2 lakh square feet project for a German principal, and they manufacture generators for windmills. And the digital transformation approach, using this different views, that is the operating view, the strategic view, the operating view, the technology view, and this particular digital transformation measurement view is being implemented. It's a work in progress, and this is being done using a 10 sub IBS framework and a 10 platform IBS strategy. So since the time is short, if there's any query that you want to inquire about, you can contact me on these email IDs and mobile number. And for the opportunity, thank you again. Thank you for your attention. And from all of us here at Next Lab, thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Professor N. Raghavan, Professor of Practice from IIT Madras and a Director of ILCE, the Institute for Lean Construction Excellence in India. Most of you would have heard about lean construction. It's a new construction management paradigm being practiced all over the world and gaining ground rapidly in India itself. Lean construction has got several advantages over conventional project management practices, such as having more efficiency, more systematic to practice, being more friendly to the actual practitioners, and giving a lot of other benefits, including giving a better, including generating a better morale in the project sites. ILC is a premier institution formed in this country by several construction majors such as Larsen& Toubro, Shapoorji Pallonji, Avcons, URC Constructions, Godrej Constructions, Tata Realty Housing, and with IIT Madras as the knowledge partner. ILC has been at the forefront of spearheading the implementation of lean construction in this country. You can see more about ILC in www.ilc.in. You will learn more about lean construction by watching two videos in the CIDC ICW portal. One is called Lean Construction Celebration, a 3.5 hours long video. The other is called Lean for the Top Management, a video lasting for about an hour and a half. Both the videos cover the lean basics. The first one has exposition of the various lean tools by some actual practitioners and also talks by the leading senior people of these construction companies. The second video has a very interesting panel discussion by these senior people on the lean journeys. So you can watch both the videos, learn a lot about lean construction management, and start practicing it in your own projects and in your organization. Thank you. All the best. For any help, you can reach us through www.ilc.in. Good day. Bye. A very good evening. I am Professor N. Raghavan, Professor of Practice from IIT Madras and a member of the board of ILCE, that is the Institute for Lean Construction Excellence, which is spearheading the implementation of Lean in this country. A warm welcome to all of you to this event on Lean Construction for the top management. We had a 4-hour long program in the morning on detailed applications of Lean Construction. You or others from your organization can watch the video recording of the event in CIDC's India Construction Week website anytime over the next few weeks. We now have a very interesting program lined up for you over the next hour and a half. Starting from a brief talk on Lean basics, you will watch a panel discussion by some top people from reputed construction organizations such as Larsen & Toubro, Shapurji Palanji, Afcons Infrastructure, Godrej Construction, URC Construction, and IIT Madras, who are the knowledge partners in ILCE. So they will talk about the benefits they obtained from practicing Lean concepts and on how others can go about implementing Lean construction in their own projects or organizations. Later, there will be a brief talk on what are the future possibilities for Lean in the Indian construction industry and a talk from the Secretary General of ILCE on the way forward for ILCE in India. To start the ball rolling, we now request Mr. Anup Mathew, Chairman of the Board of Directors of ILCE and Business Head, Godrej Construction, to address us. Mr. Anup Mathew, please.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to every one of you to the India Construction Week 2020, which is organized by CIDC. My name is Anup Mathew and I am from the Institute of Lean Construction Excellence. We would like to thank CIDC and in particular Dr. Swaroop for partnering with ILCE for this event and for this session. We are hopeful that this session today will be useful to many of you who are from the construction industry, and our endeavor today will be to share with you some of the good practices that many of our construction industry stalwarts have learned from in recent times on their various projects. ILCE was formed in the year 2008. It is a not-for-profit company under Section 12AA of the Income Tax Act, and our intent and purpose is to share the benefits of lean construction implementation on projects and in construction activities. And we are of the opinion that these sessions that you attend today will be meaningful and will be beneficial for you in the projects that you execute in the days to come. We thank you for taking the time out today.
Thank you, Mr. Anup Mathew. That talk gave us a good idea of ILCE, the institution that is spearheading the spread of lean construction in this country. Now we'll have a brief presentation on the basics of lean construction from myself, Professor Raghavan from IIT Madras, and as I said, IIT Madras are the knowledge partners of ILCE. Good morning, everyone. I will now talk to you something about the basics of lean construction management. This concept actually is a new efficient project management paradigm, which is gaining ground rapidly all over the world and also in India. After the last World War, Toyota Motors, they perfected their Toyota production system, which was based on people, empowering people, making them collaborate together, working innovatively and so on. And from that, the concepts of lean manufacturing came out. And then from that, around 1990, the lean construction management evolved. And today, it's become quite popular all over the world and also in our own country. ILC is a body in India, the Institute for Lean Construction Excellence, founded in 2008 by several construction majors. And we are trying to propagate lean in this country today. We have had several seminars, workshops, training programs, and domestic and international conferences in 2015, 17, 19, and so on. The IGLC conference we had in 2018, the international conference, was quite successful. And last year, we also had a lean in public sector conference. The good thing was, in all these conferences, we had several posters and papers which were presented by industry practitioners as well as academic people. And they were discussed, debated, shared, and so on. All these shows quite a widespread of lean construction in this country. And today there are several project sites practicing lean and reporting good gains. Now, how exactly does lean work? So with lean, we place an emphasis on value for client. That's a very important thing. And with that, we are able to reduce the investments involved, the efforts required, the time taken, space required, and so on. One of the main concepts of lean is to eliminate waste in every way. And there is a process of continuous improvement. We don't like to do what we did yesterday. We want to do something better and collaborative working involving all the people. These are some of the cornerstones of lean construction. Why do we need lean? Why do we have to change? If you look at the current systems of construction, there is actually a lack of coordination in every place. Construction is highly fragmented. There are many agencies, many friends, many things going on at the same time. So with all this, there are bound to be some coordination glitches. And in construction, it happens all the more so. So with that, there is a lack of control. And consequently, there are many delays. We plan something, but we are not able to meet the commitments, meet the schedules, and so on. And there is a high sense of unpredictability. So with all this uncertainty, we are not able to keep to our time or budget. The Central Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, for example, they report year after year that something more than 50% of projects in the public realm, they have time and cost overruns. And some of them horrendously so. And that's happening because construction mainly has a big coordination problem. And with all these delays, there are large wastes, not only wastage of material, but waste of time of staff, labor, equipment, and so on. And all these give rise to high stress levels to the people at site. So there is a lot of dissatisfaction in the industry, but lean construction is able to address all these problems quite effectively. But to start with, there are some fundamental lean concepts which we need to understand properly. Lean is all about value creation. Value means what exactly the customer wants and is willing to pay for it. And while creating value, we want to get the project to start and move smoothly towards the end, towards the customer in a tight sequence. We worry more about the process flow rather than the conventional activity-based planning. The flow is very important. And in the process, anything not creating value is waste. And we want to avoid, lean wants to avoid all kinds of waste, materials wastage, then the non-value adding steps of labor, staff, equipment, and so on. There's a beautiful concept of pull as against the conventional push in lean. Conventionally, what do we do? Every activity keeps on churning out quantum of work to the succeeding activity.
irrespective of whether the succeeding activity can handle that quantum of work or not. For example, the formwork and rebar gangs can keep on churning out their work, and concreting may not be able to catch up. So we get a pile up of work in progress, working capital loss, and so on. Not a very good situation. But in lean, every activity pulls work quantum from the previous activity only to the extent which it can handle. So there is no pile up of work, no work in progress, and no high working capital. Then there is an emphasis on continuous improvement. We want to keep creating value using pull systems and eliminating waste and innovation, improvements continuously. That's the motto of lean. And while doing it, we want to involve all the people in the site. Conventionally, we work in watertight compartments, single buckets or silos, and people are, told only on a need to know basis and so on. But in lean, the people are the real prime movers and given the due respect. Why do manufacturing? Why does manufacturing work quite well? Because it's a production system. There's a predictability, a certainty, and things keep happening repetitively as planned. So construction, we want to get to that stage. We want to get the projects as production systems, and the project should be a collective enterprise of all the people in the project. They all have to be involved, and we want to get excellent or impeccable coordination. So these three concepts are the cornerstones of lean production: good coordination, good production system, and being as a collective enterprise. Now, how exactly does lean work? When you say lean construction, is essentially a concept and a culture. It's a way of doing things. Of course, we also have many lean tools. If you look at the bottom, you will see collaborative planning system, waste elimination, and so on. But with all this, they all have to converge towards developing a lean culture. So lean is a way of doing things. And when you look at the lean production delivery, we want to look at the projects as a production system and get them to be predictable with good certainty. And we want to focus on the flow with a pull system instead of push system. And the emphasis all the time is on continuous improvement and collaborative working. Whereas conventionally, we look at the targets and variances, and we're always reactive, like that. Whereas in lean, we look at, we have an overall look at the what is happening at the near future. We are multidimensional, and we want to keep improving our efficiency, improving day by day, and so on. So lean has got many positive features as compared to conventional work. In the process, we employ many tools. I will talk about some of the samples, and later on you will see some more samples in the next session. A very important tool is called the last planner system or collaborative planning system. This is normally a cornerstone of lean practice in most sites around the world. What we do here, we start with a milestone schedule or a master schedule, and then we carve out various phases as we come near the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and so on. And then again, we at any given time, we have a look ahead window, a rolling window of something like 6 to 10 weeks or 12 weeks, depending on the project. And we keep on reviewing every week for the current week as well as the weeks which are yet to come. And we identify what can be the constraints for executing whatever we are planning in the coming weeks. And then for each of these constraints, we also identify the remedy or the solution, and then we keep on monitoring it. So when you come to the 10th week, for example, we would have reviewed the constraints so many times before, and hence on the 10th week, we have a constraint-free basket of work items, which we can execute in that particular week without any problem. And then that we monitor every day, whether it's done or not. And there's a metric called PPC, plan person complete, which is number of activities done divided by number of activities planned. A very simple metric. And then we also identify what are the reasons why we are not able to achieve what we plan. And then we dive deep into the root causes, and we do what is called a root cause analysis. So all the time there is a feedback coming. So every week we take into account what are the previous practice, what are the feedback we have got. So there is a very good control all the time. And then we monitor this PPC over a period of time. The target, of course, is to go towards 100%. But if you are not able to reach the 100%, whatever delta is there, we find out the reasons why the gap is there and then analyze the reasons. So we keep on looking at what is the maximum impact problem, the second most impact problem like that. We go into the root cause, keep analyzing them, keep solving them. And all these we do in a collaborative manner, involving all the departments, all the frontline people at the site. So we have a concept called a big room. When all the people are coming to one single space and then they exchange ideas, and I give something to somebody else, somebody gives something to me. So we share what is the work to be done by me and what somebody else needs from me. And then we plan the work, it goes on very well. So overall, this CPS or last planner, there are many advantages. We have a constant tracking using the PPC tool, which is a broad tool. And then the predictability or certainty improves because we are reviewing the constraints and resolving them a priori or beforehand. And then we keep looking at the root cause analysis. And in the process, the frontline people, they also get to plan in a better manner. And everybody is working together in a collaborative manner. The entire site, you get a sense of mutual support and trust, and the morale at the site that keeps improving. So with the better predictability, we can even plan for just-in-time supply chain management, cutting down the working capital and the overall cost. So in the overall sense, you have savings in time and cost over a period of time. A great tool, CPS. Another important concept is big room. What we saw just some time back, all the people coming together, all are empowered to give data and take decisions. So there is a responsibility and accountability. The advantage is all the issues get closed very speedily because all data is available and all the people required are also available in the same space. It's normally used for the look ahead planning of collaborative planning system and also for doing the lean design formulations. For a complex project, there are a number of different stakeholders and they all have interdependent requirements of data and supplying data. So you get them all into the same space, and ask them to interact and come to a decision quickly, then the matter gets done much more efficiently. Of course, today, instead of a physical big room, we may have a virtual big room. Another example, there are many examples of big room concept happening in our own projects. It's a very successful tool. Do try it out. The main cornerstone of lean is actually eliminating waste and creating value. Over the many years of lean practices all over the world, people have identified 7 typical kinds of waste. For example, the inefficient transportation of materials, using the wrong methods, and moving the product from place to place unnecessarily, waiting time, waiting for fronts, for decisions, for drawings, materials, tools, and so on, overproducing more than what is required, and then the large inventories because you have so much of uncertainties, and then with the quality control problems, defects, and rework. So apart from the simple material wastage, there are so many other wastage, including waiting of labor and equipment for decisions and so on. We have done research, a study in number of sites. In all the sites, to start with, the waste is typically anywhere between 30 to 40%. And that we can control and reduce over a period of time. So waste elimination is a very important concept of lean. Another important concept is productivity improvement, which again, reduces the time and reduces the cost. A good tool is called work sampling. All the activities in the site can be categorized into 3 components. One is value adding, which goes towards the client directly, which is billable and creating value for the client. Non-value adding, NVA, which is totally not required. For example, waiting for friends or drawings or decisions and so on. Non-value adding but necessary, NVAN. For example, form work. It may not be a pay item, not creating direct value for the client, but it's required for the concreting. So something which is required but not directly non-value adding. So what we do, we sample the working of labor crews or equipment crews repeatedly over a period of time, and then we measure how many times we get VA, how many times NVA, and so on. And every time we get NVA, we also note down the reasons why people are not productive. And then over a period of time, we analyze the reasons and reduce the NVA and NVAN. So we increase the VA, eliminate the NVA, and then reduce the NVAN. That's the intention. So we need to deep dive and find out the reasons why we are not able to have value adding all the time. And then, we can even take snapshots or pictures or have video cameras, but we can use a number of tools to take samples, analyze the reasons, and improve your productivity. Sorry. Another very important tool is called value stream mapping to eliminate the unwanted activities. So what we do typically, we map out the current state of affairs, how things are happening right now in a particular value stream. For example, in one activity, we draw a map, and then we also draw a map of the future desired state. So we use a number of typical symbols to draw the current map and the future map. And then we see what are the problems in between. What are the activities which are actually non-value adding? And then we see how we can eliminate them. Typically, it may be removing unnecessary transportation or going for standardization, prefabrication. There are reducing batch size. There are a number of methods by which we can reduce the time taken from going from start to end, time to not only the time, but also the efforts and the cost. So value stream mapping is a very important tool to improve the value adding activities in the site. Another very interesting tool is called 5S. It is used in projects to, it's a visual management tool. Basically, it's the basic concept is a place for everything and everything in its place. So you sort out the unwanted things, set things in order, make them shine to see for well with good visibility, standardize and sustain. So when you do this repeatedly in a particular site, the haphazard way of keeping things, the wastages, they all come down to a systematic upkeep, systematic housekeeping, and people are able to get good access, good working environment, and over a period of time, there is better site morale. Of course, a brand image improves consistently and considerably, and overall, you can get better productivity in a site which is practicing 5S. This we have seen by repeated audits in a number of sites. We are comparing the audit scores and the productivity at the same time, and then we see that 5S has got many advantages. Another very interesting tool today is BIM, Building Information Modeling. It has a number of dimensions. You can have 3D visualization. You can have walkthroughs to see how exactly the structure is coming up, removing clashes between various components, comparing different methodologies, or having 4D with time or 5D with time and cost. So there are a number of possibilities with BIM, and we need to be very careful to see what exactly we require from BIM. BIM is expensive in terms of hardware and software. So we need to be careful. How do we structure our BIM applications in a site? Do we want to have modular applications, or we want to go comprehensive all out, but never make a 2D drawing and convert that to a 3D drawing for BIM? It doesn't work. Today, of course, you have many advanced variants. You can invest in R&D today for the new normal of tomorrow. So BIM is a great example. Apart from these tools, we also have some other concepts in Lean. Lean design, is meant to, from the beginning, be designed to avoid wastage, to minimize reworking, expand the customer value, and then to get the best constructability. And then, like I told you earlier, we talked about design dependencies because there are a number of different stakeholders while preparing designs. So we need to map the interrelationship between these segments and possibly use a big room to finalize the designs very quickly. Today, we have a good concept called target value design. Many times we make a design and then start cutting and patching to reduce the cost or reduce the time. That's wasteful. So in target value design, from the beginning, we work towards a particular target cost and a target functionality. So the two are kept in the mind all the time, and the entire design, construction methods, materials, everything is tailored or evolved towards achieving the target value. It's a very good concept being practiced all over the world. And when you come to the project working, we had seen that the collaborative planning system minimizes uncertainties, and the predictability increases substantially. So we can do with less buffering, less stocking, less inventories and so on outside. And we can even plan for supply chain management to be just in time. So there are many lean tools which can all be mobilized and practiced to get a just in time environment for supply chain management, which consequently goes for less cost in the overall sense. And when you're able to build good relationship with the vendors and work with them collaboratively, you have an alliance manner. The supply chain becomes still stronger and works much, much better. And again, when you're making contracts, either with the client or with your subcontractors or vendors, if you are using the lean concept of mutual trust and respect, then you get a much better contract form. The contracts have to be equitable and properly balanced. When the contractor involves the consultants, subconsultants, and vendors in a single team and works towards producing a good workable design, a constructible design, and a good construction format and methods and all that, you get what is called the integrated project delivery, which is a very, very efficient method of delivering projects. And when the client also gets into this particular team for a mutual win-win approach, it's called alliance contracting. So this IPD or alliance contracting are being practiced in many countries around the world, and they've been quite successful. Of course, it requires a tremendous amount of mutual trust and respect. Otherwise, it doesn't succeed. All the practices of lean tool over a period of time, they all lead towards a lean culture. You can practice tools today and forget about them tomorrow. It may not be sustainable. But once you develop the lean culture in the organization or in the project side, then that becomes sustaining, and that is what will last in the longer time. If you focus on the people, you will definitely get the results. We need to have cross-functional, multidisciplinary kinds of teams working together in a collaborative manner. Then over a period of time, they develop the lean culture. What is lean culture? Respect for people, having mutual trust, being open, globalistic, collaborative, and innovative. The Toyota culture succeeded mainly because they inspired and empowered their people, and they had a culture of continuous improvement, and they got really great results. So the lean culture is what is sustaining, and we need to go all out to get the lean culture in the long run. Otherwise, the lean practice will not be a sustaining practice and will not really succeed in the long run. So how do we start and how do we implement lean in a project or in an organization? The most important thing actually is the top management commitment. A clear directive has to go from the top CEO to all the people that lean has to be implemented. Then the strategy for implementation. There is no single uniform strategy across the board. Every organization or every project may have its own peculiarities, its own characteristics. So we need to study the context in hand and then tailor the implementation accordingly. It can be modular for some parts of the project. It can be comprehensive across the entire board of the project, but it has to be tailored for a particular project. And then we need to have repeated training programs to instill the lean tools, knowledge, concepts, and culture in the people, and then develop the culture in the long run. Having a good expert coach is very good in the initial periods, and the change management has to be managed very, very carefully, because once you fail, then the thing is gone forever. People will never again trust the new paradigm. So we need to be very careful while introducing lean in the site. So people can consult ILC or consult IIT Madras. We are very glad to help in people to start lean practices in their site. Remember three things. Lean is not about working hard, but working smarter. And many people have a thinking that lean means, oh, additional work. It is not. It's only working differently. You are being more thorough, you're being more systematic, you're being more conscious, having a global, holistic approach, and so on. So lean is simply working differently. And lean can be a very good game changer, but it works only if we change. If you want to stick to the old concepts and methods, then it may not work and we'll start blaming lean. So please have a very carefully planned strategy towards implementing lean and switching over to lean. And if you do that, it'll be really great. Many surveys, the leading consultants like McKinsey or BCG or KPMG, they've analyzed the Indian construction industry, what are its ailments and so on, and they all recommend lean as the panacea, as the remedy, as the solution. It can be a great system, but will yield results only if you practice it properly. And each organization has to work out its own strategies. There can be different solutions for different projects. And in the long run, switching over to the lean way can be the best way. And may you all get fat with lean. Okay. All the best wishes. Anytime you have a problem, look at www.ilce.in. And you can always approach ILC for any help you want. Thank you. Good day.
That was a very quick introduction to lean construction management, the concepts and the tools. As I had get a much more detailed briefing on lean from the recording of today morning's session. That was called the Lean Construction Celebration. You can see the video in CIDC's ICW website. Now we have a panel discussion with the top honchos from the construction industry, whose organizations are all actually practicing lean construction. I now request Dr. Ashwin Mahalingam of IIT Madras, Department of Civil Engineering, Building Technology and Construction Division, to take over the conduct of the panel discussion and moderate the discussion. Dr. Ashwin Mahalingam.
So hello and welcome to this panel discussion on lean practices and the benefits from lean. I think we're all in agreement that the Indian construction industry could improve in terms of its overall performance, and that includes finishing projects on time, finishing projects on budget, finishing projects to acceptable standards of quality, and so on. Right? Now, we've been looking as an industry for solutions for quite some time. This is not a new problem. We've recognized it, and we've been making small improvements over the years in terms of improving the way we build and design things. One of the solutions that has come across our horizon is this notion of lean construction. Lean construction has been around for several decades. I think the first time I heard of lean construction was in 2002 or 2003. And I think even in India, lean construction has been around for over 10 years now. ILC itself is over 10 years old. So the question that we want to address in this panel is this lean construction just another fad? Is it just another buzzword that people throw around and everyone's proud of saying that they're using lean without really doing much? Or is it really the real deal? Right? Is lean construction or at least one of these solutions that the construction industry really needs to look to as it tries to improve its overall performance? So that essentially is the question that is in front of us. Now, if somebody had asked us this question 10 years ago, there was really no way that we could have answered it conclusively, because most of the industry hadn't heard of lean, much less implemented it. If we had asked this question 5 years ago, we would still have had difficulty finding an answer, because a few people had started implementing lean, but even those lean implementations were not really of any sizable scale to draw a conclusion. But today, I think we've matured enough along our lean journey for us to really tackle this question of, is lean just a buzzword, or is it really the real deal in helping us improve construction processes? In order to sort of answer this question, I'm going to use the tagline from a very famous movie that I'm sure all of you have either seen or heard of. And this is the movie Sholay, one of the most famous movies in the Indian cinematic universe. And some of you might recall that the tagline for Sholay was the greatest cast ever assembled. Right? That was the tagline for Sholay. So we have the greatest cast ever assembled with regards to construction here for this panel discussion. We have 6 very, very eminent personalities who are leaders in the construction industry. And I will just quickly mention who they are. We have Mr. Anup Matthew, Senior Vice President and Business Head of Godrej Construction. We have Mr. Giridhar Rajagopalan, who's the Executive Director Technical for AFCON. We have Mr. R. Shankar Narayan, who's a Senior Executive at the Buildings and Factories Unit at Larsen & Toubro, India's largest construction company. We have Mr. Devarajan, who's the Managing Director of URC Construction. We have Professor Koshi Varghese, Professor at IIT Madras, and Professor N. Raghavan, who is currently a Professor of Practice at IIT Madras, but has also spent several years at in industry, in the construction industry in leadership position. So we have put together what I consider the greatest cast ever assembled, the Cholet panel, to help us answer this question of, how effective is lean construction? What are its benefits, right? Is it a fad? Is it the real deal? Okay. So the way we'll go about this panel is I have a few rounds of questions. I will ask each of these questions, and I will ask each of these panelists to reflect on these questions. And after these questions, if we have a little bit of time, we can get into a little bit more of a, impromptu discussion on some of the points that come up. Okay. So my first question to the panelists, so this is round one, that most of you now have either implemented lean, for those of you who are practitioners, or have overseen the implementation of lean with regards to Professor Koshi and Professor NRG. So from your perspective, are there actually specific benefits that you have seen or experienced from using lean, right? Can you share with us, if so, what those benefits were? Maybe we'll start off with Anup. Anup, could you tell us specific benefits that Godrej Construction has seen from implementing lean?
Yeah. Firstly, thanks, Ashwin, and thanks to all our fellow panelists. I think you said it rightly. 10 years back, I think this would have been more difficult to answer in terms of tangible benefits. 5 years back, we were still learning and experimenting, and maybe there was a certain amount of uncertainty. But I think at this point of time, speaking for our own organization in Godrej Construction, and from whatever I've heard from many of our fellow panelists, I think there is no doubt that lean construction has worked, and we have seen significant benefits on account of adopting it. So the primary benefit is actually a little intangible. We've seen that when we work on such projects where we implement lean construction, we found that the collaboration over the period of time has been far better. And many of our projects, the stakeholders, the people who are PS team members, including our own team, our suppliers, our designers, architects, all of them have come to this conclusion that it has worked in terms of being a more collaborative environment to work in. But has it been, was that feeling all along there? The answer is no. We had a lot of resistance initially, a lot of pushback, and in a way I could sense that there was discomfort. This was not the way people were used to working, and unless you have top management support, I don't think this would see the kind of benefits in the long run. That's one thing I clearly felt, and I've had several discussions with our own team members. This is not my view alone. This is a view which many of my team members have shared, and they're saying this more out of experience rather than a perspective which is my perspective alone. The second thing which we have seen is tangible benefits in terms of time reduction, and this is something again which can be measured. Fortunately for us, we had a project which had four about 28-story towers. They were largely identical, though they were not completely identical at the basement levels. And we found that our project duration for the first building when we started out was about 4.5 years. And the most recent building, we've been able to complete in almost 3 years. Now, to some extent, there is some benefit which would have come out of learnings of the previous towers, and any project you start normally has certain additional work to be done. But I wouldn't attribute it all to that. We've seen the benefits of that, percolating to the others. And of course, the last is that continuously we are able to improve. We have seen that every time we a project closure, we are able to extend it to the remaining projects, not necessarily the same project, but even beyond. These are the benefits I think we've experienced, and I'll be happy to take on any other questions related to this.
Yeah, thanks, Anup, for emphasizing both the tangible and intangible benefits, and actually giving us some quantitative data which sort of shows that lean has made an impact. Let me move on to Mr. Devarajan. Sir, from URC Construction's perspective, and you are a sort of a medium-sized contractor, medium to large-sized contractor, have you seen the benefits of using lean in your organization?
Yes, Mr. Ashwin, definitely. I feel I'm a fortunate company to be part of this group, because when you were selecting, or IIT and ILC were selecting companies, out of the 5 or 6 companies, all of them had been given 2 projects as a sample project, whereas we got only 1 project at that time. But still, it made us to think that why not we also? So we vigorously and very committedly, we started implementing lean in our project, that sample project Tex Valley, where we could experience a considerable improvement on the wastage of reinforcement scrap, as well as the cycle time of slabs. The wastage of scrap has come down from 5.98% to 0.29%. A significant saving was there. At that time, Mr. Jaishankar and Mr. Mohan Babu, who were part of this team, has very much enthused to adopt it in our company in a better way. So that way, this is a tangible benefit which we could visualize. And the next bigger project, like the Tata Realities Ramanujam IT City, where it was a complex 2 million square foot to be completed in 22 months, definitely the lean practice with the help of people like Kalyan has helped us a lot in achieving the target. We were always compared with the Leighton, the Australian company, because they were the phase 1 contractor. But with this lean, we were able to very strongly match the standards, even at times outbeat the expectation. The cycle time has reduced from days to 17 days. So these are all purely the practice of lean has helped us to do it. Similarly, as Mr. Anup said, for me, the intangible benefit is in the last 10 years, we have grown from 100 crore to 1,000 crore. We have a dream to become a $2 billion company in the year 2031, which will be the 75th year of our organization and the 100th year of our founder. So for which we are taking this lean practice across the organization as one important platform with the ERP in place, so that all the data and all informations, because we all worry too much about the wastage of natural resource. So much of discussion is happening across the world. But beyond that, more than that, the human resource is something valuable than that. It is, as per my conviction, human resource is very, very important, which is being wasted like anything in our industry, be it the timing of our construction professionals or anybody. So this lean practice, I believe, is going to help us in shaping our industry in the way forward in the coming 10 years, where companies like us can definitely fulfill our aspirations. And at the same time, how do we retain our workforce or our team of people? There has to be a measurement by which we can evaluate their performance. So our HR team found, in the current situation, we are implementing it in 11 projects. See, there is a metric which is being evolved, like, do you practice lean? Are you practicing BSM or the other tool? So why not you practice? So it kindles them. See, many times diploma holders or the graduates, those who have not post-graduated, do not have any this kind of learning opportunity in our industry where this helps. This is my thought, Mr. Aswin.
Thank you very much, sir. I mean, a lot of interesting points, but one thing that caught my attention when you gave us that anecdote about yourselves and Leighton is that it looks like lean might also be able to make us globally competitive. And that I think is something interesting that we can come back to. I'd like to now move on to Mr. Giridhar. Sir, you build in some ways very different structures from what typically Mr. Devarajan and Anup and others build, because you build infrastructure and some of your infrastructure is in some of the most challenging physical conditions out in the middle of nowhere and all of that. So in that sort of context, as an infrastructure company, infrastructure construction company, do you find that there are benefits from lean as well?
Good afternoon, Professor Ashwin, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. Let me first take the intangible part of the benefits of lean. While there has been definitely a saving on time and cost, there is also an attitudinal and behavioral change. When I say that, there is a lot more of openness, there is a lot more of sharing, there is a lot more of collaboration in the projects in which we have implemented lean. This, I think, is very much required, especially in the context of our type of projects, where most of the times there is at least one or two new type of activities and the learning curve which needs to be shortened in order to meet the expectations of the customer in terms of timely delivery. So lean definitely has helped us. What I would do is I will try to share with you about 5 projects, the different tools we had used and the quantitative benefits that we have got out of it. The reason why I would like to share the quantitative benefits is, when we first wanted to implement lean, the question that people ask is, what is in it for us? As you rightly said, is it just a word, and or does it really have depth in it? So we had started monitoring and trying to bring out, while the quantitative part with a considerable amount of effort, I thought it worthwhile to share it here in this forum. The first one was a jetty project which we had been doing a lot of berth, where each bend is around 6 meters. They were piled berths and the superstructure is to be built offshore on this. The cycle time initially when we started was 10 days, and we started looking at one tool, that is the waste reduction techniques, and this by itself has helped us reduce the cycle time from 10 days to 6 days. This gave us an overall benefit of 150 days on the project, which if you translate into the cost in terms of your what we call it as our fixed cost, makes a big impact to the project. The next is that this 150 days also is a customer's delight, because he gets the project much ahead of what he had actually expected it. The second project was, we were associated with constructing India's tallest rectangular pier in Jammu Udhampur Barmula rail link project. Here we did slip forming, and there we used multiple tools. We had the need to have proper housekeeping because the logistics of continuous working needed to be controlled. We needed to review our project from a root cause. If any issues are coming up on a continual basis, it's not like you just do it and wait, because it's happening every time. And the value stream mapping, because it's a repetitive process. Application of these 3 tools brought the cycle time, substantially down. We were achieving 1.45 meter per day, and we reached speeds of around 2.55 meter per day. So that was a very substantial improvement for us on this project. The third project, we used this technique of choosing by advantage. Normally, when we do tunnels, we need to have some sort of a primary support as we open the tunnel. So what is done in the industry when we open up is, to give us a primary protection, a steel wire mesh is put on the exposed face and you put shotcrete. But the excavation is normally quite uneven. And to blend the steel mesh is a gigantic task. It takes a lot of time and manpower. We then looked at a costlier option in terms of direct cost, that was the steel fibers. We blended steel fibers into the concrete and used steel fiber reinforced concrete as a shotcrete media. While the direct cost was more, the time that we saved gave us a huge reduction, because on each pull of 1.8 meter, there was a 3 hours reduction in the cycle time, which actually again gave us 150 days of total saving on the project. So when you look at that cost benefit to the incremental cost on steel fiber, that was the benefit of choosing by advantage. In the next project, we were building this Calcutta Metro, the tunnel below the Hooghly River. We needed to pull out the TBM at the shaft which was created by another contractor. And the earlier we do, the better it would be for the contractor to continue to do his work. The original plan we had estimated and which was approved and agreed upon by all the parties, that means the client, the other contractor and us, was 86 days. Extensive use of last planner, pulling in the last workman into this planning process enabled us to reduce this 86 days to a 50 days. Again, it was well appreciated because the clients were happy, the contractor was happy, we were happy, and that was also one of the benefits of it. The last one was, we were building this project at JNPT, the longest berth so far constructed in India. It's more than 1 kilometer long. A number of repetitive use of piling rig, gantry piling has to be adopted. We were struggling because of the logistics. We were spending about nearly 425 hours for our cycle time per bend, and extensive use of quick changeover technology, value stream mapping, and continuous monitoring brought down this to our original wish list planned man hours of 195 hours. Though we didn't touch 195, we touched 198, but I think that was the benefit of using these tools. So on an overall summary, I would say Lean has been very beneficial to us. We have been able to propagate it well within our organization, and I think it is definitely, we are looking to have more and more such stories sharing, because success stories breeds more people to join the team. So we have made it a point that every 3 months, when we all meet with project managers, each of the projects have to come out and show what they have actually done in Lean for that particular quarter. And that actually encourages the other project managers to showcase their, at least if not in that quarter, at least in the next quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we will get back a little bit to that last point that you made in a further question. But I think what was really interesting to see is that you have implemented Lean on a wide variety of projects, and it seems to work irrespective of the kind of project. So it isn't as if Lean works well for buildings but doesn't quite work well for bridges. It sort of seems to work well everywhere. So I think that is very interesting to hear. We move on to Mr. Shankar Narayanan. Shankar Narayanan, you are with L&T, and L&T is our largest construction company, and has also has a number of innovations that they've actually brought into projects. They've innovated in terms of digitization. I know you're looking at things like AI, etc. So even despite being so innovative, do you see benefits from using Lean as well as a tool in your toolkit?
Thank you, Ashwin. Thank you, other fellow panelists. It's really, I'm very glad to be part of this discussion. Yes, I do agree that L&T has many successful projects, and we have created international benchmarks in many of these projects as well. But when we look back at the success stories of these projects, predominantly it has been a good project manager and the person-dependent factor which has outweighed in success creation. So we have got thinking, if this success culture has to be institutionalized, what is the method? And we have found a solution in Lean, in fact. So what happens is, right from Lean deals with many of the current issues and very relevant issues of all the construction projects related to like productivity improvement, the lack of communication, and how you conduct meetings, you name it. Every aspect of the construction and the difficulties that are encountered are addressed in Lean. So when you take into account, say, for example, a weekly meeting in a particular construction site. So if you ask a project manager in any project site, he will say that we do conduct weekly meeting anyway, and we know how to do it and stuff like that. But how effective those weekly meetings are, whether they are actually done in the most efficient way, there are a lot of improvement. Here's where the Lean can make a big difference, in our opinion. And we realize that, and some of the Lean tools like big room meeting and value stream mapping and diagnostic survey, variance analysis, constraint analysis, all these things have kind of yielded a very strong structure to the weekly meetings that is getting conducted in project sites. Say, for example, what happens is in project sites, when the weekly meeting, right from the agenda creation to who all should be called for the meeting, the participants of the meeting, as well as how the particular issue is to be dealt with, and how do you compare the percentage progress complete, like compare it with the last week's performance, why there was a shortfall, and why there is what is the reasons for this variance, and can we do something about it? Now, is there a study for deeper study? Can we do a root cause analysis? Then do a root cause analysis to address the particular variance and then do some corrective action. So these are some kind of a very strong tools that are available in Lean construction, which we have been able to pick up and integrate into our weekly meeting processes, and which has really resulted in a lot of very good results in some of the projects. To tell you, for example, when one of the multi-story building project in Mumbai, we had this difficulty of, we had planned originally, we wanted to do it in 8-day cycle, each slab. So, and but repeatedly, first 3 cycles, only 15 days we were able to do. And it was a kind of really, it was telling upon the progress of the project. And what we did was, then we used the Lean tools and tried to do a diagnostic study of the entire cycle operation itself. Then we picked out there are some critical bottlenecks which required immediate attention. This happened only because there was a structured way of reviewing what has happened in the weekly performance and why there was shortfall, and that shortfall was were due to what. So we realized that the tower crane was one of the biggest hindrance. Then we started doing a diagnostic study on the tower crane. A tower crane itself was earlier handling 30 handlings per day. The 30 handlings, then we looked at it, how to improve the 30 handlings and do a more number of handlings. Then we did bundling, and then what all the tower cranes was actually doing, and the shift gap between one operator to another operator. All these things got picked up, and there was a hot seat transfer. Like one operator will be waiting, as immediately his shift gets completed, another operator will start. And we bundled the thing together. And as a result, what happened is 30 handlings improved to 50 handlings per day. Then this immediately showed up that the bottleneck related to tower crane performance got eliminated. Then there was another thing, like we noted that the supply of the reinforcement, which had a threading element, because the coupler based thing in the columns, that was one of the bottleneck. Then we realized that the rate at which the production was happening, if we can invest a little bit more and increase the rate of production, and that will result in removing the bottleneck to a substantial effect. These kind of specific inputs happened only because we could use Lean tools. Then building information modeling had been one of the very powerful tool that we have been using. Basically what happens is most of the issues are happening because of communication gap in or information sharing. Now, BIM is a very powerful tool for improving information sharing, common data environment, and having one version of truth where every vendors, every stock stakeholders of the particular projects, they all participate together, and we have been able to create one version and virtual image, virtual model creation, and trying to proactively identify where the difficulties can possibly come out. These things are really solved very effectively through BIM modeling. And this BIM, in fact, we did this cricket stadium, Motera Stadium in Mumbai, in Ahmedabad, where there was on 35-meter long Y columns. That was one of the critical activity, 35-meter long Y column, which was 280 tons in weight. Now that had to be shifted, casted in precast yard and shifted and to be erected for the critical. That was the critical part. So we could actually model the whole casting process and the shifting process and simulate it in the BIM model, and we were able to pick out what all the possible difficulties that we are likely to face, and we address those things, and as a result we were able to smoothly erect almost 40 of them in a very systematic manner. So these kind of powerful tools like BIM and other lean tools for work methods, diagnostic survey and root cause analysis, they have definitely yielded a lot of benefit to the organization. And what we see is there will be initial resistance, definitely, but when the tools are practiced, the value itself will make it sell. So there will be people automatically adopting to these tools, and it will just catch on. So all that is required is an initial push from the top management, which we have been doing. Recently, we rolled out lean construction things for 20 projects, and there's a very enthusiastic participation. All the lean 20 projects, lean champions are appointed, and they are continuously giving us updates as to how they are seeing benefit and how they are sharing weekly reports and how they are using this PPC, how is improving. All these things are happening, and definitely lean is a game changer, and I think every firm in the construction industry should latch on to it. There's no reason why there should be a doubt that the lean is value adding or not.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, based on the anecdotes that you've given, that certainly is a very compelling argument. I'd also like now to move on to the two academics on our panel, Professor Raghavan and Professor Koshi. Maybe start with Professor Raghavan, and then Professor Koshi, you can give your thoughts as well. But you have seen lean implementation across a variety of companies, not just the companies that are represented on this panel discussion, but other companies as well. So from your rather more holistic perspective, have you seen specific benefits that companies derive from using lean? Professor Raghavan.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin, and good afternoon to all my fellow panelists. It's indeed a pleasure to be here and listen to so many success stories about Listen. Very heartening. The proof of the pudding is in eating, So I thought that we need to get the people to come and say what exactly benefits they have got. We need to document all that, because many times, when you talk to people about using lean, they say, has it been done before? Has it been done in India? Has it been done for this particular project? Has it been done by a company like ours? There are so many questions like that. So the best idea we had actually was to start these conferences. So we had actually so many conferences so far. ILCC 2015, 2017, 2019, the International Conference, IGLC, and a Lean and Public Sector Conference. In all these conferences, we have been able to get a number of papers and posters from various actual practitioners. And they all came to the conference venue, presented their paper, argued in favor of it, answered questions, and defended whatever they have done. And we had, so many posters, and the people who had done the posters were so enthusiastic and so proud of what they had done. No, you could see it in their faces. Yes, I had done this thing and achieved something great, and they were able to defend it with the other people. In IGLC, the international conference, where our Indian practitioners could interact with the international community and defend what they had done and learn something from the others. I think that's where I could really sense that yes, we had achieved something. And then we had 2 training programs, each of which we had about 9 different project sites of various companies involved. And there again, when we go to the sites, and see people implementing the lean, teach them the thing, and then see how they pick up and start using it on their own, and then start taking ownership of what they have done, what they have achieved. That gives you a tremendous sense of satisfaction. And many projects we could see that people having targets and achieving them. So there are two, like you said, tangible and intangible. The tangible benefits, whether they were all documented in the papers and posters, and with the PPC and other things, we could even see that. The intangible, like Mr. Giridhar had mentioned earlier, people, when they start achieving things with a more facile manner, and then when they are coming to the big room and start interacting with the other, people in that in the project site. Because normally, the people in project sites, they have in the number of verticals, water right compartment kind of thing. They don't interact much with each other and all that. But with the lean concept, they start opening out, they start depending on others, others start depending on them. So the way people start feeling that they are involved, that they are important, that concept, is very good to see. I've seen in Godrej sites many times, the people are getting more and more involved and getting a sense of satisfaction, achievement, belonging. So there are a number of intangible benefits which come out of lean. So we talk about lean culture, the culture of continuous improvement, belonging, openness, trust, and all that. All that doesn't happen, on day one. Once Mr. Giridhar had mentioned, the projects, have a cycle. You start, building up, then there is a steady path portion, then you start, demobilizing. So the time available for, steady practice of any tool or any practice is quite limited. And unless a project is a long duration project, you really don't get to see the dynamics of, what is happening and how it is unfolding. I think that is what is really making it interesting. We used to go to these project sites once in 3 months or something, or once in a couple of months. So when you make a second visit, a third visit, and you see the way the people have, learned something, applied it, and want to show off, a simple tool like 5S, I could see at least in 3 or 4 different projects. The way it was done, so many posters, people started making posters in regional languages, and giving prizes to the best practitioners, not only staff but labor. In APCON site, I saw, the labor coming out with value stream mapping examples of how things can be improved. So the total involvement of the entire site, as a collective enterprise towards the achievement of the project goals, I think that is the pinnacle of lean. When the whole site is attuned, towards achieving the project goals, when we are able to get everybody involved like that, I think we have done our job.
Thank you.
So I think definitely lean is a very satisfying thing, and we need to do that.
Yeah. So thank you, sir. And I really like the point that you made about these conferences and the number of papers that we've had. And all of these papers, quantify various benefits of lean. So I think just the fact that there are possibly now 100 plus academic papers available in India that quantify lean speaks to whether there are benefits or not. But Professor Koshi, I'd like to have you have the last word of this question, again, based on your experience helping companies implement lean. Have you seen benefits? Koshi, you're muted.
Yeah, thanks, Ashwin. I would like to take the question from a slightly broader perspective. I would probably start with, we have been teaching lean in our program at IIT for probably the last close to 20 years now. Ever since the international community in construction started, benefiting from lean, we as an academic institution said, look, we also have to bring this in. And, so when we started teaching lean, obviously it was just theory. And there was no takers. Our graduates who would go to industry would say, look, we understand there is a theoretical importance to this, but the industry does not seem to even understand what we are talking about. And that was reality, and that was meant to be, because that's what academia does. It talks things about, little ahead of industry. But rewind a little further back, when we started talking project management in the 90s, the industry was doing seat of the pants management, meaning it was experience that mattered to the industry and not so much the framework of project management or not so much anything else. And when we broaden project management paradigms, I think we have slowly seen how project management has kind of infused into industry practices through structured, things like project management body of knowledge, training programs, the leaders of the industry asking for project management, it coming into contractual requirements, and it has slowly made its way into the industry. And I think today, for what it's worth, if you ask someone, can you do a project without a Microsoft project or Primavera, they'll say no. Whether they're doing it right or not is different, but it has become an integral part of the way construction is done today. Now we have transitioned from what we say seat of the pants, or actually just experience-based management. I think several of the directors here we have discussed. I think Mr. Devarajan specifically has mentioned how early years you just needed good people and a good committed team, and you could deliver projects. But today we know that that's not required, and formal project management practices are required. Now we transitioned. We are saying, look, now a project should not be run only as a project, but as a process. How do I bring in a lean paradigm into a project management situation? And this is one of the challenges that industry has faced, because the Toyota production system has been made for a process, whereas we have always been dealing with projects, and we are now thinking as project. We have made the paradigm shift from no seat of the pants management to project management, and now we have to make a paradigm shift again from project management to managing a process, lean project delivery. So this is a challenge again. So when we set the clock back to 2010, and I think this was the challenge that the industry had to face. And if you ask me now, 10 years later, I have seen the industry really taking up the challenge beautifully. There have been learnings, there have been hurdles, there have been, in ILC meetings, we have discussed in the early years, what are we actually getting out of it? And the answer has been almost nothing. But the team has persisted, and today when we talk about what are we getting out of it, the flowers are starting to bloom. It's not in full bloom yet, but we are starting to feel the benefits. We are still around saying, look, there are people benefits, there are tangible benefits, there are intangible benefits, and I think we are starting to reap the rewards of this paradigm change. And it'll continue. It will be slow, but I think it will be steady, and there's going to be an improvement. And now for the graduates who are now in the industry today, I remember the guys I taught might be 15 years back. I think RSN, some of your guys from L&T have come back and said, look, today we are actually starting to implement lean. We are starting to use these tools. We are starting to, the concepts that were taught are beginning to, the company is beginning to actually ask for this, and these knowledge is becoming valuable. So that is actually gratifying to any educational institute, and that the industry is able to to adopt, use, and benefit from the knowledge. And I think the most important thing that comes from implementation is that it is cyclic. The knowledge is initial knowledge is just iteration one. It is through implementation that we keep refining the knowledge. And I think if we can get into that cycle of implementing, learning, and as Professor Raghavan said, take these learnings to conferences, discuss it, standardize it, bring it back into implementation mode. I think if we can start in that cycle, I think this will really gain momentum, and we will go a long way. Yeah. Okay, I have a lot more to say, Ashwin, but I'll let you raise them in future questions.
Yeah, thanks, Koshi. I think one of the key points that you've raised relates to why lean is so successful, and that's because it is not a tool, but it's more of a system. And I think that's where sort of the differentiator really comes in. So I think there are several, interesting.
So Ashwin, if I can say that is what makes it both the benefit and the challenge. Adoption is
we're going to get to the
because
challenge
it's a system.
in just a second.
But so, once you get into the system, the rewards are exponential.
Yeah. So I think there were two big takeaways from that round. Of course, lots of interesting information, but the two big takeaways are: you can be a small organization, a medium organization, a large organization. You can be building, buildings. You can be building bridges or factories or dams. You can be building in the relatively known confines of urban areas or in the wilderness in rural areas. Doesn't really matter. Lean has benefits everywhere and for everyone. I think that came through. Second, the panelists just didn't wave their hands around and say, oh, yes, Lean is beneficial. My projects seem to have done better. They were actually able to quantify benefits of Lean, give you actual data in terms of numbers, in terms of reduction in cycle time, reduction in waste, right? To almost prove that Lean has a positive impact on construction projects. So I think we've gone a long way towards answering our main question of, is Lean a fad or is it the real deal? It certainly seems to look like the real deal, right? So let's move on to round two questions. And round two is what I call the secret sauce. Okay, so let me sort of explain what that is. The construction industry is notorious for its reluctance to change and its resistance towards adopting innovation. In fact, there is a popular joke that if you take a picture of people sitting in a trailer, you will not be able to tell whether that picture was taken in 2020 or in 1960, except if you look at maybe the hairstyle and the clothes and try to look at what fashion they are using, right? So a lot of people say the construction industry has been relatively static, okay? So let us not kid ourselves that this transition to Lean is very easy, right? Let us not kid ourselves that it will be automatic. It is not a question of attending a conference or reading a manual, right? It involves organizational and cultural change. And all of your organizations have implemented that organization and cultural change. I'm sure there were challenges that you experienced, but what I'd like to do is again go through for each of you, what were the key organizational cultural changes that you brought about in your organization in order to embrace Lean? What were some of the challenges that you faced, particularly right at the beginning when you were doing so, right? And sort of have you reflect on the process of implementing Lean in your company. So let's start again. Anup, can we have your thoughts on this issue?
Yeah, thanks again, Ashwin. It's an interesting thought, and as Professor Koshi also alluded to, when you begin this journey, it seems like, come, let's put this together and it should start showing results almost immediately. If you're into that thinking, you think a quick solution will come through and all the problems will fall into place. This is a magic formula. I think it's something which we should all be reconciled to, that it will take a lot of effort at all levels, at the top management level, middle management level, operational level, with partners, with all sorts of stakeholders who are involved in the project. This is not going to happen just by wishing it, or even by twiddling and doing a little bit small things here and there. You are going to fail, and you are going to have challenges even as you implement it. And the biggest challenges which we have seen are with people. Implementing this, cascading this belief that this is something good for you. And like you said, projects are notorious for, not changing, and this is very often the case. And we don't attribute it to people as much as the whole industry itself. The standards don't change easily. There are many things about the industry where the tools, techniques, equipments have not changed in years together. And so there's a deep-rooted resistance to change. And so it is not very unusual to see that people resist this change which is being induced. So when we began, our first instance was to try this out when Mr. Sampath suggested, let's try it out on one project, and we were struggling on that project with people collaborating, and we were coming to the end of the project, and everybody was getting into each other's areas of work. And then eventually everybody would blame, because the other person is in that space, I can't deliver my project. And the first attempt at this was not very good. It just told us very briefly about some of the tools, and the correlating benefits were not very obvious. However, we pursued and we did one more project a little more systematically. And I think that's where we saw the benefits, tangible benefits. And our biggest benefit was when we found in IIT Madras and subsequently also IIT Mumbai, the ability to mentor and guide and coach the project teams on the benefits of adopting the tool and then learning from the mistakes in not having done it very well. Now, traditionally, workshops are, you go for a day or two, or, you attend a conference, maybe a workshop after that, and you come back enlightened. 2 days later, you've forgotten about it, you're back into the groove of doing your regular stuff. But what was done with IIT Madras through ILC was a 8 month to 9 month long duration, where everything in terms of the lean tool implementation was being mentored, guided through various conversations, phone calls, and visits to the sites. This certainly made a lot of benefit. And I think really the benefits for the project teams really came when these interactions went more granular, and they could learn where they made the mistake, what succeeded. And this case project-based guided support which we got with IIT Madras was really very beneficial. And I think it was a turning point in terms of the belief amongst people also that yes, it can make a difference. So whether it was big room meetings, using the last planner, using any of the other tools which we have talked about in the past, all of those, the granular understanding of how to implement it and the benefits of that was practically seen. So I think this is we began with one project in a small way, in a part of the project, and then it went on to a full project. And we continue to now adopt this in all our projects. This is something which we have progressed to. It is now a mandate that all projects above a certain limit in terms of size and scale have to adopt lean practices. So that's one positive step. But I think we are also mandating it not for the project teams alone, but also for our design team, our procurement teams, our teams which are in the HR teams, training and development. All of those aspects are slowly getting dovetailed into lean. And it's not about just the project team who's front-ending. In fact, the benefits in design are far more than what we can see in project execution stage. And that's something which we certainly believe in. And we also have a business called construction materials in ready-mix concrete. We are not saying that this is to be limited to the project team. We are extending lean even to the construction materials team in a small way, and we hope to take it further from there.
Yeah, thanks, Anup. And I particularly like how you started by sort of rationalizing this and telling us that while you may have a few quick wins here or there, I mean, this is not an overnight journey. You've got to actually invest time and effort. Start slow, maybe take a project and then ramp up. I think that's very valuable advice. Moving on, Mr. Devarajan, what was the journey like at URC? What were some of the challenges that you encountered in the beginning? How did you build the culture that you have today with regards to
it is like the Indian cricket team of World Cup before. Yeah, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it is something like the Indian World Cup cricket team before Kapil Dev's that 173 runs, and after the 173 runs, Indians started believing that yes, we are a winning team. Similarly, this Tex Valley and Drill project has made us to believe yes, our team can achieve it. See, there is a lot of difference between the larger companies with people of different category. And we always believe and say that we are ordinary people trying to perform extraordinary things. So with that in mind, we initiated and inspired all our team members through Jai Shankar and Mr. Mohan Babu. They have taken a very serious step, like after the World War, like how Toyota has started practicing this. COVID has come as a handy opportunity. They have started conducting webinars. The first webinar was attended by 32 people, and the last one was attended by 230 plus people within our company. And apart from that, they have all been advised and encouraged to attend 2 outside webinars, one by Mr. Glenn Bellard and other by our IIT team. So that has also given them a lot of insight. And we make them feel comfortable. The Veligo simulation was practiced in 5 projects. House of Cards was practiced in one site of Siemens power transmission project. And this aeroplane game was practiced in Aishwarya, a site. Our team has made apart from lean coaches, lean champions, and lean facilitators, mentors, and one more thing to involve the labor, lean horses. They have named them as lean horses. And a lot of, facilitation has been done. We made a strategy like if it is a new project, compulsorily it should adopt lean practice. If it's an ongoing project, a lean launch was conducted to promote the lean culture, lean promise boards, and such things. And if it is a closing project, the collaborative planning method was encouraged. So every project, immaterial of its status, we encouraged them to practice lean. And at my level, when there was review, I meticulously and committedly attended all the reviews. The reviews used to go for 3 and 4 hours, each one enthusiastically presenting their case. So I've made a point to raise some doubts, questions, and encourage them and appreciating them. So this, I believe, see, somewhere we have to make the management and the organization is really committed and we are serious about this lean cultural change. See, I always believe, suppose you want to give up smoking, you cannot give it up one by one. You have to completely give it up, or you cannot give it up. So similarly, when we want to go for a transformation platform process like this, 100%, yes, come what may, the time may be more. An organization may take 1.5 years, like the ERP implementation. If you take a construction ERP implementation takes, in some companies, it takes 1+ year. In some companies, it is 4 months or 5 months, according to their size and the kind of projects. So we started believing that way. We had the experience of implementing ERP in our organization, which took many years. But like Mr. Matthew said, we also started encouraging all the departments. It's not only the engineering department, design department. Now we are doing design and build, stores, procurement, everywhere we started implementing. So it's a transformation which I could visualize and see for my happiness across the organization. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. I think that there's lots to learn, but I particularly like that philosophy of just take the plunge. Don't sort of just put your toes in the water and test. If you've decided, to implement lean, you really have to sort of go the whole hog. And I think there are a number of specific points that I want to come to at the end of this round. But let me move on to Mr. Giridhar. Sir, Afcon's very large, geographically distributed organization. Your challenges are much larger in terms of building an organizational culture. How did you do it?
Let me tell you that the challenges that we face was not in implementing lean. I'll give you a little background to that. When we started work in the early 80s, there was a lot of restriction on foreign exchange. And so some of the challenging jobs that we took even in those days, like you look at the mid 80s, we built the Thane Creek Railway Bridge, where we had to handle Mammoth 810, first time in India, monolithic cast box girder. We had to tailor make our own equipment. We had to manufacture our equipment. So to that extent, for us, making our own equipments was a way of life. We had a good team that time of people who were innovative. We had a good support from one of our directors, a German by birth, but more an Indian, who was on our board, who led these innovations. And so it was a little bit ingrained in our culture to accept change. So I would not say change was a challenge to us. We all knew that we have to persevere, but it wasn't out of our reach. But at the same time, having said that, it was a very conscious decision from the top management and the board that this lean initiative would be top driven. So it was identified from day one that this person would drive this initiative in the organization. The beginnings were small because we used to implement in one project, and as that project completes, the team would get disbanded. Those 5 or 6 guys who have learned the techniques would all get thrown into different arenas. They would meet up with a different challenge, and sometimes they would get blown away by the new group and so play low and not raise what they have learned. That was a big challenge for us. So we then started looking at how can we build upon this team. So one thing we said was, we will not take one project, we will take multiple projects. So thanks to the initiative that ILCE took, and the first set of projects we had, which was I think 2 numbers, we had about 10 to 12 people, being continuously trained over a period of 9 months in implementation of Lean. So these 9 guys and their success stories, we have every quarter we have a review of all our projects with all the project managers called to our Bombay office over a 2-day period. It's more a sharing of knowledge and information rather than a project review, where what they have done innovatively, what challenges they have faced, what sort of issues they have resolved are exchanged, and some ideas, thoughts are debated. That forum was a very strong platform for us to share these small success stories in the beginning. That invoked curiosity amongst a larger breed in the team. To punch, it was a door opener, it was like a wedge, but we needed to punch the wedge in and open the door. So in order to punch and make the door open, I'll just take you through some of the initiatives that we have taken, which would be very useful. One, we expanded the lean champion from 1 to 3. So we have now 3 lean champions who are given reasonable number of projects whom they have to run it through. Second was quality assurance and quality concrete, we felt can be the backbone of this lean, because we are talking about doing it right the first time, which means minimizing waste in terms of material, minimizing waste in terms of time. So if material is cost, time is time, both put together, we then started looking at QA/QC. We renamed that cell into a Q excellence cell instead of calling it as a QA/QC cell, to give them a little more flavor into it. And we have started training them extensively. On the backdrop, parallelly, we worked on our own e-learning module for training people, because if we want to send it to the last guy on the project site, it is very difficult for a project manager to release that guy. So at every project site, we have created a hub station where the project engineers can go sit there, open the desktop, spend time, do whatever work. And so these e-learning modules are allocated to them, a time span is given to them, and they are monitored to see that they complete it. Second was that we started doing some webinars internally, and also sending people out whenever we have these conferences. Large groups from our teams used to come there. As a policy now, we have said we will implement at least 3 minimum tools in a project, which is 5S, last planner, and value stream mapping. For us, value stream mapping makes a lot of sense because most of our activities are repetitive in nature. If you take tunneling, we do every 1 meter, we have to redo all the work we do, or we do precasting, we have to do the same process again and again, or we do piling, we are doing the same process again and again. So there was found to be a lot of enthusiasm to do value stream mapping. So these 3 minimum things we have put it mandatory across projects. We also have a very strong knowledge management system within our organization. And we have used this knowledge management for doing lessons before, lessons during, and lessons after. This is a continual process which we are using. And on the back of this knowledge team, we are able to disseminate this knowledge which we capture on Lean to other sites quickly. We have also developed a rating system imbibed into our overall quality excellence scorecard, giving some weightage to Lean implementation. It is in its nascent stage, but we believe that over a period of time, with inputs from IIT Madras also, they have given us some inputs. We are trying to refine it to suit our needs, because it's like a cloth. You will have to tailor make it to suit your own internal needs. So we will stitch it the way we want to, made to measure. Then we have also tried to do a lot of digitization. This will help us because capturing data collation, we have launched, I think, 2-3 apps based out of mobiles to capture some of these datas, like, so that the PPC can be monitored streamlessly. No doubt, we have taken external help in the form of NPulse from Kalyan Vaidyanathan, who has been a part of our journey on this digitization process. And in the whole, I would say we are still at the doorstep. I would not say we have, crossed the threshold. We are still at the doorstep. There is still a long way to go, but that is the fun of a journey. And we can say we have started the journey.
Thank you, sir. I think thank you for the very detailed set of interventions that you've made, which I'm sure a lot of people listening to this can really learn from. Let me now turn it over to Mr. Shankar Narayan, for your thoughts on how you built a lean culture at L&T. Just also sort of wanted to point out that while this discussion has been excellent, we are running out of time a little bit. So would like to request the panelists to be a bit more crisp so that we can finish in time. But Shankar Narayan, over to you.
Yeah, so I will quickly touch upon the challenges that we faced and how we are trying to address it. In fact, when we go over to implementing Lean in one of the project, when we approach, the immediate reaction is this we are anyway doing. So why are you asking us to do? Okay, there's a duplication of effort. This is a kind of reaction that will happen. Then we have to explain that you are doing it right, all right, but it is in an ad hoc way it is doing. What you need to do is in a more structured way. So for this, what we had done was we had kind of looked at the existing systems and processes and reports that they are already doing, and how to integrate some of these lean metrics and lean tools related works into the report itself. So there's a minimum amount of duplication. So we had this project quality plan. In the project quality plan, and various method statements and SOPs are available. And how do we integrate in the project quality plan itself, so that this becomes a kind of a mandated thing when it's a quality, there is a quality audit. So there is more compliance because of that. So we have roped in the quality department. So we have already made a beginning, and it's showing up very good results. So this is something, is a journey, of course, as Mr. Giridhar said. It's going to be a long journey, but we are seeing definite green shoots, and a lot of benefits have already been derived, and it's going to be a very exciting journey.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think I completely agree based on what all of you have said. Again, Professor Raghavan and Professor Koshi, maybe starting with you, Professor Raghavan, any quick thoughts on what you've seen with regards to how companies have brought about organizational changes?
See, it was a big challenge actually to structure the training programs which we had for the various companies. The first program we had, that time was Lean was quite new, and then the companies were, the top people were keen, but at the working level, how to make sure the people do it. So we structured the organization in such a way. Two things were absolutely necessary. One is the top management commitment. Second thing is the project manager at the site. He's the doorkeeper, and unless he says do it, the people will not do it. So that was a challenge. Then we said top management will bring in by having a mentor who will be available to the site people for consulting from time to time. And then we developed the concept of lean champions. So 2 lean champions who learned the lean from IIT, and then they were the knowledge keepers, and then they would propagate to the various other people at the site, and the project manager and the mentor. That was the chain kind of thing we tried to establish. Then we had the time cycle wise, every month we said we'll have a contact with them, with the site, by having either a direct site visit or having a Skype review. And every 2 months we brought them back to IIT for not indoctrination, but getting them more theory and solving their problems and whatever it is and all that. And then we also had developed a system of the formats for reporting that had to be kept site up, looked at and commented and so on. So unless we have a close engagement of the trainer and the trainee in the beginning time, it doesn't work out properly. Even this much I thought was not close enough to ensure that the lean practice was really continuous. Maybe next time we need to do something better, but there is a need for continuous hand-holding, guidance, monitoring. Unless that is done, the people tend to go back to the earlier practices. Like somebody said, people think of lean sometimes as an additional work. So we were trying to tell them that it's not additional work. So IIT, we have developed an Excel sheet for doing the last plan called Coal Plus, which will simplify the work in making it more automated. And so the journey continues. Let's see how it goes.
Thank you, sir. Koshi, could you unmute yourself and quick thoughts from you?
Yeah, just a couple of quick thoughts. So we go back to this model of what we call people, process, technology. I think in sustaining lean, I think we have to address all three dimensions. And I see definitely the technology dimension is now going to, we see so much technology coming in, so much of IT, so much of enabling technologies, but technology is not everything. And as I think all the directors have said, we are changing processes. For example, Professor Raghavan said how we are putting processes in place, how we are putting templates for processes. And this would also be a very big factor in how we go about things. If you are doing value stream mapping, now there's a process for doing value stream mapping, as the way Mr. Giridhar said. So we are also addressing processes as we go. We have to systematically address whichever process we have to do, take, which are relevant to us. Then people becomes the most important. How we are going to handle the people, how we are going to empower them. Is it through training? Like Professor Raghavan said, the training makes a huge difference. I think the continuous training, hand-holding from the people dimension is going to be key. Even technology adoption requires training. I think adopting BIM has been a challenge for the industry, but I think we are again slowly getting to a phase where, through continuous exposure, BIM is being adopted. I think Lean follows the same issue. Just on a last point to note, when we had these training programs, we would have about 8 teams, 8 projects. There would always be 2 or 3 projects which very successfully implemented the learnings from the training. There would always be 2 or 3 projects which couldn't do anything, and there would be again a couple of projects which were in between. So this was always motivating for us to say there is this perfect equation, there is this equation which works, even in the Indian construction sense. If people would say, no, this doesn't work in India. And these would become the stories which we would take over and say, look, in these cases, we have noticed there's always been an enthusiastic project team attending the course. There's been a mentor who, when they go back to the project, was willing to implement. And there has been a little, no kind of, large uncertainties or disruptions in the project due to government or politics or anything like that. And I think many of our projects do, so we can target several projects which fall under this genre where Lean can be implemented. So I think some of this knowledge will be, we'll have to systematize it and start documenting it and disseminating it. But I think we see a lot of green lights ahead for us to go.
Thanks, Koshi. The reason I called this round the secret sauce was I wanted people to sort of lift up the hood and tell us what secrets they were implementing inside their organization in order to implement Lean successfully. And I think it's a testimony to the fact that all of these organizations have imbibed the Lean philosophy, that they were very happy to very frankly share the kinds of insights and strategies that they've put together. Few sort of, I think, came out repeatedly. I think leadership was critical. This whole continuous improvement and learning was critical. Presence of Lean champions who could take things forward at the middle to lower levels of the organization were critical. But clearly, quite a few strategies that I think people can leverage off. Now we're almost at the end of our time, and so I have one last quick question to all of you, and I'd like each of you to just take 10 seconds and respond to this. And we have a lot of people listening to this panel discussion, many of whom may not yet have embarked on their Lean journey or may have just started off on their Lean journey. So for those kinds of organizations that are looking to take up Lean, what would be your one thing that you would, one piece of advice or one thing that you would ask them to implement or look out for as they go through their journey? And maybe we'll do it in reverse order this time. So Koshi, your one piece of advice to a company that's looking to implement Lean in terms of where they should start.
I think focus on people.
Focus on people. Excellent. Thank you. Professor Raghavan, you're muted, sir.
You're muted,
No,
Professor.
you're muted.
Still muted.
Yeah. So I will say, have faith in lean, persist, and you will see the results. Don't give up. Please continue. A lot of people have done it before, and you are not the last. You're not the first. Continue and have faith.
Absolutely. Have faith. Ms. Shankar Narayan.
I would say that people, again, is the most important. It has to be top down, people focused, and that's no question of having doubt that it will not yield, because it is a very, very down to earth and very useful tool, and have belief in it. That's what I say.
Thank you, sir. I think essentially, again, belief and and people are important. Mr. Giridhar.
People, I would put it a little more clear. Lean should become ingrained in their DNAs, thereby it becoming a way of life.
Right. Okay. Again, the lean culture, I think, is the key to success. Thank you, sir. Mr. Devarajan.
Lean will define your future.
Okay. So that is what we have to have faith in. Wonderful. And the last word to you, Anu.
So I also would subscribe to much of what other fellow panelists have said. Have faith in the system. It works, but be patient and don't give up. It is not something which is going to happen overnight. But if you persist with it and work on the people, work on all aspects, you'll see the benefits significant.
Wonderful. There's a broad consensus among our panelists that you need to have faith in lean, give it some time, but invest in people. And if you put these two together, then you're going to see the kinds of quantitative benefits that all of our panelists shared with us. So this kind of discussion could keep going. In fact, I had a few other rounds of questions, but we do not have time to ask them. So unfortunately, we have to cut this panel short and close. I think we set out an hour and a quarter ago trying to answer the question of, is lean a fad or is it the real deal? I think we've gone far beyond answering that question. I think we've established that lean is the real deal. It can have tangible benefits on projects as well as intangible benefits. But we also gone one step further in terms of looking at how you implement lean, the specific tactics and strategies that organizations have used to implement lean. Now, in the case of the organizations that are represented on this panel, both the companies as well as the academic institute, when they started off, they were groping in the dark a little bit, right? At IIT, when we were trying to teach lean, we had to learn, we had to try to adapt it to the Indian context. When these practitioners were trying to implement lean, there was no playbook. We had people from abroad coming in, providing us some examples. We had to contextualize them. It was sort of just a sort of a blank canvas that people were experimenting on. Today, the situation is very different. You have a conference that you can go to learn more about lean. You have courses and books and papers that you can read to familiarize yourself with lean. There are projects that you can visit at L&T, at Shapurji, at AFCONS, at URC, at Godrej, and at other places to learn about lean. So the lean journey, I would say now, is a lot easier than it possibly was 10 years ago when we started having these conversations. And the benefits from lean are clear. So in my mind, there's really no excuse for people to continue to sit on the fence. I think there's quite a bit of knowledge that's available. And my sort of fervent plea to all of you is to maybe think about what was discussed in this panel discussion, take advantage of the various resources that the ILCs, the IITs, the other organizations provide, and embark on a lean journey of your own. As the old Chinese saying goes, a journey of 1,000 steps begins with the first one, and hopefully today was the first step in many of your journeys. So I would like to thank the panelists once again for taking time off and sort of engaging in this very free and frank discussion, which I think is certainly been hugely beneficial to all of you who've listened. So thank you very much. And thank you to the audience for being patient listeners. Brings us to the end of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the panelists.
Thank you all. Here we are after watching that interesting panel discussion and listening to the senior people from the construction industry talking about their own lean experiences. So now we have a good idea of what is lean construction, what are the benefits we can get from lean practices, and on how we actually can start implementing lean in our own projects or organizations. Now, to know something about the future possibilities of lean in the Indian construction industry, we have a short discussion between Dr. Koshi Varghese and myself, both from IIT Madras.
Good morning, Dr. Koshi Varghese. The program on lean construction is going quite well. So now I think we can discuss something about the future for lean in India. A lot of research is going on all over the world, and we see so many developments taking place in lean construction. There are so many conferences, webinars, and so many articles, lean blogs, and so on, talking about so many advancements taking place in US, in Europe, Australia, and even in Qatar. So what do you think is happening? What do you think is the possibilities in India itself?
Well, India has a lot of possibilities. I think what we have to realize is that in a country that is as large as us and with so many diverse practices, the strategy we have to use is different. And in addition to a lot of private construction efforts, there's also a lot of government construction. So we'll have to kind of strategize it for each. For example, for government projects or public sector projects, we had this organization called LIPS, which is, global, and we have driven some of the public sector thinking through organizations like LIPS. We definitely have academic organizations collaborating with industry. We have conferences that are focused from academic industry interaction and how are concepts translated to practice. These have been definitely brought in through the ILCC conferences. And you take one step further back, we have had coursework, whether it's IIT Madras, which has been teaching lean for the last 15 to 20 years, or the newer programs which have, with IIT Bombay and the other IITs have also adopted lean into the curriculum. NICMAR has adopted lean in a big way into the curriculum. So we get a lot of students who are getting exposed to the lean language. So once this exposure starts, then the next step is for the students to do projects, to be able to do research in lean, and then bring the ideas to these conferences, bring the ideas to industry, and then slowly there will be a groundswell through which lean movement takes place. This then has to be followed up with the policy makers also enabling lean through policy, which organizations and conferences such as LIPS enables policymakers to be able to do this. So I think this is the combination that we have to do. At the same time, we need international experts who are also then sharing the international experiences, and we take and adapt these experiences also for our industry. So we need a multi-pronged strategy, and I think I've touched on some of the prongs, but we need to be able to take this forward in that way.
I think there is a good mutual excitation going on between the academia and the industry. So the academia, they give a lot of new concepts to industry. They practice them and come back with some more improvements. And this sort of thing is going on. And we had the LIPS Lean and Public Sector Conference, which again, was quite good. So we need to engage the third agency, that's the public sector in what we are doing. And the global community, we had the international IGLC conference last year, 2 years back, with a great success, and people liked what was happening in India. So I think the academia in India, industry, the global community, and the public sector in India. So we all need to network together to take us to the next level.
Here we are again. Hope you all found the discussion to be of interest, to know the exciting things which may happen in future with lean construction in this country. We had a 4-hour long session in the morning on lean basics and advanced, as well as an exposition of the various tools by the very practitioners of lean. And we also had talks from the senior people on their own lean practices. You can see the videos of all these discussions in CIDC's ICW India Construction Week website. Hopefully, this video should be available over the next 3 months. So you can depute your organization's people also to have a look at these videos to get some good idea of what is lean construction and how you can practice lean in your own sites. Now, to know what is being planned in future in ILCE and on how you all can interact with ILCE, after us to get a word of thanks, let's listen to the Secretary General of ILCE, Mr. Kaizad Karanjawala. Mr. Kaizad Karanjawala, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Kaizad Karanjawala. I am the Secretary General for ILC. ILC is a non-profit company established in the year 2008. ILC is the premier institute in India for lean construction. The chartered members of ILC include Shapurji Palanji Construction Company, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Afcons Infrastructure, Godrej Construction, URC Construction, Tata Realty, Arcop Architects, and IIT Madras. The directors of ILC are revisiting the purpose, vision, and strategy for creation of a well-defined lean roadmap with an aim to propagate best practices of lean construction to its stakeholders. Towards the same, ILC has appointed a leading web design agency to revamp and redesign the ILC website. ILC also plans to appoint a dedicated senior resource to drive the ILC objectives across the construction industry. ILC has hosted workshops, webinars to propagate lean construction practices. In the past, ILC had hosted IGLC 2018, an international conference in Chennai, and had also hosted ILCC along with Nikmar Institute in Pune in the year 2019. ILC will be hosting the upcoming ILCC conference in Ahmedabad in the year 2021. ILC has tied up with IIT Madras and it has introduced NPTEL Lean Certification Program for engineers. ILC proposes to develop the Lean Maturity Model to enable construction companies to measure and monitor the progress made by them on their lean journey. It would also endeavor to be enablers for lean construction implementation for projects across India. ILC also disseminates learnings from global leaders in lean to the Indian construction industry. ILC would like to now increase participation of the industry through a structured ILC membership drive. ILC offers membership in the following categories: chartered membership, corporate membership, institutional membership, individual membership, and student membership. We are keen to enlarge the community of lean construction enthusiasts. Please see our website for further details. You will also find technical material on lean construction on our ILC website, and you can also subscribe to our newsletter. We look forward to your feedback and suggestions. Please do get in touch with us. Our email IDs are available on our website. Thank you very much. A very good day to everyone. I would like to thank the torchbearers of this event, Dr. Priya Ranjan Swarup, Director General CIDC, for giving ILC the opportunity to effectively use this wonderful platform to propagate lean concepts and principles to such a diverse audience of practicing construction professionals. I would also like to thank Dr. Niranjan Swarup, Jyoti and Mamta for giving their valuable time to guide us in doing all pre-preparatory works required for hosting this event. This event would not be possible without the guidance, participation and expertise of our enthusiastic ILC directors, Professor Raghavan and Devrajan Chinnaswamy. I would also thank ILC Chairman Anup Matthew, our directors Subodh Dixit, Devrajan Chinnaswamy, Koshi Varghese, Giridhar Rajgopalan, Sagar Gandhi, Shankar Narayanan, Hurleen Oberoi, Debashish Gua, and Professor Raghavan for sharing their thoughts on lean and the relevance of lean implementation in Indian construction industry. Also, a big thank you to our band of volunteers from ILC chartered members, companies, for their coordination and tireless effort to make this event successful. Finally, I would also like to thank the viewing audience for your time, and I sincerely hope that this event has been a learning and enriching experience and will be helpful in your professional life in one way or the other. Thank you very much.
What does the future look like for India? It's not just about bigger buildings and better roads. It's about fulfilling the needs and aspirations of 1.25 billion people. Greater investments in infrastructure create growth opportunities for everyone across the country, from the cities to its deepest corners. The cement industry plays a pivotal role in fulfilling India's growing multi-sector infrastructure demands. That's why at JK Cement, we have crafted our strategies with vision and executed them on a scale that defies imagination. From our mines to our factories, resources and operations are streamlined with the help of cutting-edge technology to address India's rapidly growing cement needs. We are preparing for tomorrow by thinking ahead, identifying needs and building a future-ready business.
We believe that market share follows thought leadership. Therefore, we have always placed significant premium on thought leadership and challenging convention.
Backed by the strength of the JK organization, we have grown from a single cement factory in Rajasthan 4 decades ago to over 8 high-tech plants producing grey cement, white cement and multiple specialized building products. We are amongst India's largest cement manufacturers with a capacity of 10.5 million tons of grey cement and 1.2 million tons of white cement, employing over 2,800 people across 46 offices. Our portfolio also includes diverse specialized building materials, including wall putty and value-added products such as Primax, Super Grip and waterproofing compounds.
We've consistently expanded our capacities, market presence and product profile. Our focus is on creating value for all our stakeholders.
With high-impact marketing and advertising, JK Cement's brands enjoy strong recall in the minds of consumers and retailers alike. Our brand's visibility and goodwill is a key driver of our business. Our grey cement has strong penetration in the large Indian market, primarily in the north and south of the country. Our white cement business is a strong differentiator, being not only a national brand with a pan-India footprint, but also an international presence. We export white cement to several countries in Asia, South America, Australia and Africa. To cater to the global demand, we have also set up a white cement plant in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates.
The Fujairah plant gives us a strong competitive advantage by opening out new and attractive markets internationally and putting us in a global leadership position.
We have implemented some of the most sophisticated technologies and control systems to ensure our cement is of the highest standards. But our true strength comes from our people. We find, nurture and retain the best talent, and they give us the courage to push frontiers. We are equally focused on working with communities around us to help create a meaningful difference in their lives.
As a cement manufacturer, we have a direct role in nation building. Nation building cannot happen without proper education.
From building facilities that offer top quality modern education to enabling access to vocational training, we are driving skill-based employment and helping empower women. We have also partnered with government bodies and NGOs to provide healthcare to both children and adults. Our business is constantly guided by responsible growth, which means creating a safe and sustainable foundation for a better tomorrow. We have relentlessly enhanced the use of alternate fuels in our manufacturing process. Being a part of an industry that consumes large quantities of water and energy, we have taken several measures towards water recirculation, increasing water efficiency and rainwater harvesting. We are amongst the first companies in India to have captive power generation facilities running on both thermal and waste heat recovery technology. We are consistently investing in capacities and higher efficiencies to become a major contributor to the Make in India campaign.
With over 10 million tons of capacity in grey cement and nearly 50% market share in white cement and wall putty, we are on a strong wicket. We will deliver superior value to our shareholders and keep expanding.
We are confident of growing our grey cement capacity by 30% and our value-added products by 50% in the near term. JK Cement is at the vanguard of India's cement industry, and we are helping build a robust foundation for a newer, safer and stronger India. What does the future look like for India? It's not just about bigger buildings and better roads. It's about fulfilling the needs and aspirations of 1.25 billion people. Greater investments in infrastructure create growth opportunities for everyone across the country, from the cities to its deepest corners. The cement industry plays a pivotal role in fulfilling India's growing multi-sector infrastructure demands. That's why at JK Cement, we have crafted our strategies with vision and executed them on a scale that defies imagination. From our mines to our factories, resources and operations are streamlined with the help of cutting-edge technology to address India's rapidly growing cement needs. We are preparing for tomorrow by thinking ahead, identifying needs and building a future-ready business.
We believe that market share follows thought leadership. Therefore, we have always placed significant premium on thought leadership and challenging convention.
Backed by the strength of the JK organization, we have grown from a single cement factory in Rajasthan 4 decades ago to over 8 high-tech plants producing grey cement, white cement and multiple specialized building products. We are amongst India's largest cement manufacturers with a capacity of 10.5 million tons of grey cement and 1.2 million tons of white cement, employing over 2,800 people across 46 offices. Our portfolio also includes diverse specialized building materials, including wall putty and value-added products such as Primax, Super Grip and waterproofing compounds.
We've consistently expanded our capacities, market presence and product profile. Our focus is on creating value for all our stakeholders.
With high-impact marketing and advertising, JK Cement's brands enjoy strong recall in the minds of consumers and retailers alike. Our brand's visibility and goodwill is a key driver of our business. Our grey cement has strong penetration in the large Indian market, primarily in the north and south of the country. Our white cement business is a strong differentiator, being not only a national brand with a pan-India footprint, but also an international presence. We export white cement to several countries in Asia, South America, Australia and Africa. To cater to the global demand, we have also set up a white cement plant in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates.
The Fujairah plant gives us a strong competitive advantage by opening out new and attractive markets internationally and putting us in a global leadership position.
We have implemented some of the most sophisticated technologies and control systems to ensure our cement is of the highest standards. But our true strength comes from our people. We find, nurture and retain the best talent, and they give us the courage to push frontiers. We are equally focused on working with communities around us to help create a meaningful difference in their lives.
As a cement manufacturer, we have a direct role in nation building. Nation building cannot happen without proper education.
From building facilities that offer top quality modern education to enabling access to vocational training, we are driving skill-based employment and helping empower women. We have also partnered with government bodies and NGOs to provide healthcare to both children and adults. Our business is constantly guided by responsible growth, which means creating a safe and sustainable foundation for a better tomorrow. We have relentlessly enhanced the use of alternate fuels in our manufacturing process. Being a part of an industry that consumes large quantities of water and energy, we have taken several measures towards water recirculation, increasing water efficiency and rainwater harvesting. We are amongst the first companies in India to have captive power generation facilities running on both thermal and waste heat recovery technology. We are consistently investing in capacities and higher efficiencies to become a major contributor to the Make in India campaign.
With over 10 million tons of capacity in grey cement and nearly 50% market share in white cement and wall putty, we are on a strong wicket. We will deliver superior value to our shareholders and keep expanding.
We are confident of growing our grey cement capacity by 30% and our value-added products by 50% in the near term. JK Cement is at the vanguard of India's cement industry, and we are helping build a robust foundation for a newer, safer and stronger India. What does the future look like for India? It's not just about bigger buildings and better roads. It's about fulfilling the needs and aspirations of 1.25 billion people. Greater investments in infrastructure create growth opportunities for everyone across the country, from the cities to its deepest corners. The cement industry plays a pivotal role in fulfilling India's growing multi-sector infrastructure demands. That's why at JK Cement, we have crafted our strategies with vision and executed them on a scale that defies imagination. From our mines to our factories, resources and operations are streamlined with the help of cutting-edge technology to address India's rapidly growing cement needs. We are preparing for tomorrow by thinking ahead, identifying needs and building a future-ready business.
We believe that market share follows thought leadership. Therefore, we have always placed significant premium on thought leadership and challenging convention.
Backed by the strength of the JK organization, we have grown from a single cement factory in Rajasthan 4 decades ago to over 8 high-tech plants producing grey cement, white cement and multiple specialized building products. We are amongst India's largest cement manufacturers with a capacity of 10.5 million tons of grey cement and 1.2 million tons of white cement, employing over 2,800 people across 46 offices. Our portfolio also includes diverse specialized building materials, including wall putty and value-added products such as Primax, Super Grip and waterproofing compounds.
We've consistently expanded our capacities, market presence, and product profile. Our focus is on creating value for all our stakeholders.
With high-impact marketing and advertising, JK Cement's brands enjoy strong recall in the minds of consumers and retailers alike. Our brand's visibility and goodwill is a key driver of our business. Our grey cement has strong penetration in the large Indian market, primarily in the north and south of the country. Our white cement business is a strong differentiator, being not only a national brand with a pan-India footprint, but also an international presence. We export white cement to several countries in Asia, South America, Australia and Africa. To cater to the global demand, we have also set up a white cement plant in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates.
The Fujairah plant gives us a strong competitive advantage by opening out new and attractive markets internationally and putting us in a global leadership position.
We have implemented some of the most sophisticated technologies and control systems to ensure our cement is of the highest standards. But our true strength comes from our people. We find, nurture and retain the best talent, and they give us the courage to push frontiers. We are equally focused on working with communities around us to help create a meaningful difference in their lives.
As a cement manufacturer, we have a direct role in nation building. Nation building cannot happen without proper education.
From building facilities that offer top quality modern education to enabling access to vocational training, we are driving skill-based employment and helping empower women. We have also partnered with government bodies and NGOs to provide healthcare to both children and adults. Our business is constantly guided by responsible growth, which means creating a safe and sustainable foundation for a better tomorrow. We have relentlessly enhanced the use of alternate fuels in our manufacturing process. Being a part of an industry that consumes large quantities of water and energy, we have taken several measures towards water recirculation, increasing water efficiency and rainwater harvesting. We are amongst the first companies in India to have captive power generation facilities running on both thermal and waste heat recovery technology. We are consistently investing in capacities and higher efficiencies to become a major contributor to the Make in India campaign.
With over 10 million tons of capacity in grey cement and nearly 50% market share in white cement and wall putty, we are on a strong wicket. We will deliver superior value to our shareholders and keep expanding.
We are confident of growing our grey cement capacity by 30% and our value-added products by 50% in the near term. JK Cement is at the vanguard of India's cement industry, and we are helping build a robust foundation for a newer, safer and stronger India.
CIDC जो जैसे लेबर स्किल में हैं, they do certification also for the workers, so we have the engagement with them and we call them, they are there at the site, contractor site, they certify our workers because as per the contract we have criteria of 20% of the workers should be skilled workers, so they give training also, the certification also, that we have a lot of engagement with workers also and contractors also, and then we take the help of CIDC.
Basically we are currently doing lot of government hospital projects. तो जैसे ही हॉस्पिटल प्रोजेक्ट्स के हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं तो उसमें सापुर जी, आलू वालिया ऐसे बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के साथ हम रेगुलर में डील कर रहे हैं. हमने सापुर जी के साथ 18 हॉस्पिटल्स किए, आलू वाली के साथ हम लोग रेगुलर कर रहे हैं. तो वहाँ से सब पता चला कि देयर इज़ अ सेंट्रल डेटाबेस वेयर लॉट ऑफ वेंडर्स आर रजिस्टर्ड. तब हमने जब पता किया तब हमको ये पूरा चीज़ पता चला. तो वी थॉट कि टू गिव द कंपनी एंड द प्रोडक्ट विच रिक्वायर्स एन एक्सपोजर, so this is the best platform to give that exposure. हमारा एक्सपेक्टेशन ये है कि टू एस्टेब्लिश कनेक्ट, जैसे आज भी मैंने L&T से काफ़ी बात अच्छा किया. ऐसे कई कंस्ट्रक्शन वाले मिले हैं यहाँ पे फोरम में नेटवर्किंग के दौरान. तो उनसे बात करना, हमारी जैसे वेबसाइट वगैरह पे जैसे हम CIDC लिखते हैं और हम कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में CIDC को सब जानते हैं. तो अगर मैं किसी भी EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के पास जाता हूँ हमारे हॉस्पिटल प्रोडक्ट्स को लेके और उनको बताता हूँ कि हम CIDC में रजिस्टर्ड वेंडर हैं, डेफिनेटली आई विल गेट द एज आउट ऑफ एवरीवन. नहीं, डायरेक्ट एक्सेस तो नहीं देगा, बट इट विल इनेबल, जैसे आज का प्लेटफॉर्म था, इट्स अ इनेबलर टू हैव अ नेटवर्किंग इतने वास्ट एरियाज में जहाँ की कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री से लोग हैं और गवर्नमेंट पीपल हैं. एवरीबडी वाज इन द अंडर वन रूफ इंटरैक्टिंग फ्रीली. तो इससे अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिल सकता है.
I think the very good message takeaway from CIDC's meeting today was, the conference today, is the implementation side has been really very much lagging. We are taught a lot of theories and practices in books, but there are very few translated in practice. So there should be a very, very good alignment in what is taught and what they have to face in the field. In collaboration with CIDC, although we have joined hands very, very recently, we are bringing very latest technology for some trenchless repair in one of our mega power plants. That power plant is costing us more than 7,000 crores, and that is a 600 megawatt power plant having around 18 kilometers of underground work. That very critical application of some leaky penstock we are doing, and we have brought technology from America with the help of CIDC. So by joining hand and exploring new avenues, wonders can be done.
CIDC के जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उसमें है कि प्रोजेक्ट्स को किस तरह से कम टाइम में कम से कम कॉस्ट में अच्छी क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए। उसके लिए एक पूरी वैल्यू चेन होती है, लेकिन एक कमी महसूस हुई कि जो बिडिंग प्रोसेस में इतना टाइम लग जाता है लोगों को, पहले प्री सिलेक्शन करो, उनका प्री क्वालिफिकेशन करो, फिर फाइनल बिडिंग कराओ। तो उसमें ये देखा कि अगर हम एक डेटाबेस ऐसा बना दें जिससे पहले से ही लोगों को टेस्ट करके उनकी सर्टिफिकेशन करके एक ऐसा डेटाबेस बन दें कि जिन्होंने बिडिंग करना है वो उस शॉर्ट लिस्ट से बिडिंग करा लें। दूसरा, एक नेटवर्किंग बन जाता है वेंडर्स का और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज का। तो उसी एफर्ट्स में हम चल रहे हैं और 10 साल में हम इस स्टेज पर आ गए हैं कि अब लोग इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं और उनको यूज़फुलनेस इसकी दिखाई भी दे रही है। इसलिए आज भी आपने देखा इतने लोग कितना इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि ये डेटाबेस उनके लिए काफ़ी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव और टाइम सेविंग होगा। बिल्कुल किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि एक पहले से ही आप देखिए, पहले DGSND का भी एक सिस्टम होता था, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में ASRTU का भी अपना सिस्टम है, वो डेटाबेस ही तो हैं और उसी से एजेंसी यूज़ करती हैं। आपने देखा ना, DGSND बल्कि एक स्टेप आगे था, वो तो रेट भी डिसाइड कर देते थे और आप सीधा ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देते थे। तो ये तो एक फैसिलिटेशन है और इसमें तो स्ट्रीमलाइनिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम है, तो ये तो यूज़फुल होगा ही।
Award is extremely important for us. Hilti as a company believes in providing health and safety to the workforce in this country. We make products that also make people more productive and getting the job done on time in a faster way and a safer way. So the fact that we were recognized by this council just shows us that there's a belief to progress this country, make construction safer, faster and more productive. And so we're extremely excited and blessed and look forward to partnering more with CIDC further.
Immense pleasure getting this award from CIDC. It's been a status of recognition for a company such as Creative Solutions, since we are a startup, and this kind of recognition will make us move few steps or more steps further. CIDC is giving us a platform where we are able to interact with the members of the same community, where new research ideas, new technical advancements can be shared and implemented in the projects what we are currently working at.
दो 2007 से ये प्रक्रिया शुरू हुई। 2013 में पहले ये एक्सक्लूसिवली इट वाज फॉर ONGC। फिर हमने JNNURM के लिए कुछ काम किया, उनके लिए प्रोक्योरमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट बनाए, इस पे हमने डेटाबेस पे काम किया। 2013 में हमारे यहाँ CIDC में ये सोच बनी कि क्यों ना हम इस प्रक्रिया को देशव्यापी बनाएं। Why don't we take it to the public domain and let all stakeholders access this database and no exclusivity to it. एक संतुष्टि की भावना जरूर आती है जब 250 लोग आपके साथ एक सभागार में आते हैं, अपने विचारों का आदान प्रदान करते हैं और इस डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स करते हैं, जिसमें न केवल प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स, बट the entire spectrum of vendors and the construction industry is involved. शुरुआत हमने की, लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवां बनते गए। आपने देखा कि मंच पे सारे प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, जो कि अधिकतर सरकारी कंपनियां होती हैं, वही बैठी हुई थी, वही आसीन थी और उन्होंने डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स किया। उन्होंने कहा कि कहीं ना कहीं इसमें हमें निहित गुण दिख रहे हैं, हम इसको अपना रहे हैं। उसी तरह से जैसे मैंने कहा कि 3 तबकों में हमने आज लोगों को बुलाया था, प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स और वेंडर्स। तो तीनों में ये सामंजस्य स्थापित हो कि हम अच्छा काम करते हैं और देश निर्माण में सहयोग दे सकते हैं। दिस डेटाबेस इज अ वाइडर प्लेटफॉर्म टू डिसेमिनेट दैट इंफॉर्मेशन। 5 साल बाद हम ये सोच सकते हैं कि हम देश के लिए, देश निर्माण के लिए हम एक रिलायबल, रोबस्ट और विश्वसनीय सेट ऑफ वेंडर्स क्रिएट कर सकें, जो भारत निर्माण की प्रक्रिया को आगे ले जा सकें।
And as a second generation, it is my responsibility to take this business to an even greater heights. And we are a 30-year-old company and we have been known for the quality. And that is our biggest aim, to maintain the quality and to work for across the India, all the segment of society and everyone. So we are currently working in 23 states of India and we wish to work everywhere, and our focus now in coming years would be to work for the society more.
मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट है उसमें अगर रिलायबल डेटाबेस हो, कौन लोग हमारे वेंडर हो सकते हैं जो कि टाइम में डिलीवरी करेंगे, क्वालिटी ठीक होगी, ये रिलायबिलिटी किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा एक अगर नेशनल डेटाबेस हो, कंटिन्यूसली अपडेटेड हो, प्रॉपरली वेरीफाइड हो, तो ये किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए या किसी भी इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए ये बहुत ही यूज़फुल चीज़ है और इसको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। CIDC एक ऐसी बॉडी है जो कि राष्ट्रीय प्लानिंग कमीशन के द्वारा सेटअप करी गई थी। इसके तत्वाधान में अगर कोई इनिशिएटिव इस तरह का लिया जाता है और अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स, वेंडर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर सभी मिलकर एक साथ बात कर सकें, देख सकें कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट कैसे प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट हो, तो इस तरह के फोरम में मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी को कोई दिक्कत होनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। देखिए, इसमें ज़रूरी ये है कि सारी गवर्नमेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करा जाए, उसके अलावा कोई मुझे रास्ता नहीं दिखता है। क्योंकि अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी दिखती है, अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी समझ में आती है, तो नेचुरली एक ऐसा ये डेटाबेस बनेगा और इसका यूटिलाइजेशन होगा जो कि देश के लिए एक बहुत ही हेल्पफुल चीज़ साबित होगा। तो CIDC के लिए मुझे लगता है कि यही तरीका है कि एक्टिवली एंगेज विद एवरी गवर्नमेंट, कन्विंस देम कि ये अच्छा आइडिया है।
Yeah, why not? Because vendors are vendors. and they can participate everywhere. Only thing is that in a different systems, different departments, they will have to go as per their procedures. There is a special thing as far as we are concerned. We are working in a defense setup. So here the credibility of the vendor, not only from their performance view, but their background checks and other things are equally important, so that it is just to keep national secrets within. What utility I made out of it, I will just explain that once in 3 years, through paper advertisement, we do enlistment of the contractors in our setup. This time, just few months back, we gave advertisement, and after we gave advertisement, I made sure that advertisement is passed on to CIDC, to Dr. Swaroop, so that he can pass on our advertisement for information to all your registered vendors. So, and they can participate in our registration process. That is how I used your database. Today's event is excellent and it's very informative. We look forward to such information, and these are the occasions we come across a lot of technical information. We get to know various industries, and and above all, we come to know about our partners in other government departments. Like for one example, today's event, I just came to know that the gentleman was from Odisha Construction Corporation. We never heard about that. So this provided us an opportunity to know about other departments. In government sector, large number of construction departments are there, and people are not aware about them.
ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। अभी तक हम लोग गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से जाके मिलते थे, बातें होती थी, लेकिन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने बड़े डिग्नेटरीज मिलना और हमारी बात को सुनना। सेकंड फीडबैक बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने ये बताया, और मैंने भी कोशिश ये करी थी कि मैं ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट के बारे में ना बात करूँ, सारे वो प्रोडक्ट की बात करूँ जो यूनिक हैं और एक टाइलिंग सॉल्यूशन देते हैं। CIDC अपने आप में एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। आज हम अपना नाम उनसे एसोसिएट कर सकते हैं। उसके थ्रू जो लोग भी आएंगे, भले कम लोग आएंगे लेकिन बहुत क्वालिटी लोग आएंगे, और उनका इम्पैक्ट सोसाइटी में बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। और कई चीज़ें हम जॉनसन में सोसाइटी के लिए भी करते हैं, और ज़रूरी नहीं कि इम्पैक्ट सेल पे आए। इट इज़ समटाइम इन्फॉर्मेशन, समटाइम रिमाइंडर, समटाइम परस्यू। सो इवन इफ आई डोंट गेट अ इमीडिएट इम्पैक्ट ऑफ टुमारो, but definitely on a longer run, we still would like to continue with CIDC.
तो हम प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं जितने भी, उसके अंदर सबसे बड़ी समस्या होती है टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन की। और ऐसा देखा गया है कि मतलब चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो चाहे पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, उसके अंदर टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन जो होते हैं वो 250, 300, 400% तक पहुंचते हैं। इस चीज़ को अवॉइड करने के लिए ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि जो वेंडर्स हैं हमारे, क्या वो वाकई गुणवत्ता के हिसाब से सामान दे रहे हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, क्या वो समय पे सामान दे सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए ज़रूरी ये है कि किसी न किसी को जा करके फिजिकली उसकी गुणवत्ता को जांचना ज़रूरी है। कम से कम अब हम इस स्थिति में पहुंच गए हैं कि जो हमारे देश के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट बनाने वाले लोग हैं, उनमें ये जानकारी पहुंच चुकी है कि भाई हमको इस तरीके के लोगों को साथ लेना है, और इस बात का भरोसा उनको अब हो चुका है कि अगर वो CIDC डाटाबेस से लोगों को पिकअप करते हैं तो शायद वो लोग जो हैं ज़्यादा अच्छा काम कर पाएंगे। हमारे देश के कुछ ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जैसे कि जो हमारे उत्तर पूर्वीय राज्य हैं जहां पर कि पहुंचना संभव नहीं है, तो होता यह है कि बहुत से ऐसे वेंडर पहुंच जाते हैं जो कि वाकई में योग्य नहीं होते हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाला जो एरिया हमारा है उसमें हमने ये देखा है कि बहुत से लोग जो हैं पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं, या जो पहुंच जाते हैं उन्हीं को ही माना जाता है। तो इस बार जो सम्मेलन किया उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 प्रमुख राज्य जो हैं उनको हमने न्योता दिया कि वो लोग आएं और वो लोग देखें कि अपने राज्य में जो टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन हो रहे हैं उनको कैसे दूर किया जाए। देखिए, गारंटी किसी चीज की नहीं है, कोई गारंटी किसी बात की दे नहीं सकता आजकल। ये एक बहुत ही, जैसे बोलते हैं, गतिशील किस्म का समय चल रहा है, लेकिन इससे एक फायदा हो जाता है कि आपको कम से कम कुछ जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है, और वो जो जानकारी प्राप्त होती है वो अगर किसी क्रेडिबल एजेंसी के द्वारा प्राप्त हो, जैसे CIDC है, तो और भरोसा हो जाता है। इसीलिए बहुत सी PSUs ने अब ये तय कर लिया है कि उनके यहाँ जो जो कंट्रैक्टर्स आएंगे या वेंडर्स आएंगे वो CIDC में जाकर के ज़रूर इन्वेस्टिगेट कराएं, अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराएं और अपनी चीज़ों को एक तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करा लें ताकि उनको एक सही रिपोर्ट मिल सके।
This kind of initiative will really help us to mark our presence in the market, to mark the presence to the right kind of people who are the actual tender floating authorities. It will create awareness. It will definitely, with discussions and with explorations and with such kind of knowledge sharing presentations, we can definitely evolve the ideology and the mindset, and we can open up the avenues of the general mass. If things come through the government, it will be actually localized and reach more mass. It will reach the quantum.
NBCC इज ए प्रीमियर कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी और ऑलमोस्ट हमारा रोज एक टेंडर होता है। ये बहुत डिफिकल्ट है कि डाटाबेस वेंडर्स का, प्रॉपर वेंडर्स का डाटाबेस कहाँ से इकट्ठा किया जाए। तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव में काफ़ी हेल्पफुल होता है जो CIDC का डाटाबेस है, बहुत हेल्पफुल है। और दूसरी बात कि CIDC ऐसा भी नहीं है कि किसी का भी डाटा डाल देती है अपने डाटाबेस में। They verify the credentials of the party, they discuss with their management, and after due diligence only they include the name of the vendors. So that way it is of the great help for the construction company like NBCC or any other construction company. Definitely हम लोग तो इस्तेमाल करते हैं, प्लस जो हमारे कंसल्टेंट है बेसिकली हमारे टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट वो बनाते हैं, एंड वेंडर्स का नाम पर सारे जितने कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल है वेंडर्स का नाम वो स्पेसिफाई करते हैं। देन वी चेक इट, एक्चुअली वी इंक्लूड मोर नेम्स और वट एवर वी वांट, मॉडिफिकेशन हम करते हैं। तो हम अपने कंसल्टेंट को भी बताते हैं कि भाई आप यू कैन रिफर टू CIDC डाटाबेस।
This type of events need to be conducted every often, and one of the best events I have attended in the last few months of last few years. One is it has brought industry and its required agencies, contractors face to face, And the second one is contemporary technologies, which the current industry, current practices which is required. This is available here. So what we thought is not available in India is available right here. So this is one good thing which CIDC has done to bring both the user and the seller together. We do have our own list of vendors, but then who will not like that vendor pool to be increased? Who does not want a larger vendor base? And especially when CIDC is partnering with the government of India for larger projects, maybe improvements in Ladakh and many jobs in Delhi, larger big ticket projects when they are being done, their reach is very high. So we want to tap into that pool of listed contractors, experienced contractors. So we wanted to be benefited by that. Industry requires these type of dialogues every now and then. One is we should not be bracketed into our age-old technology, age-old mindsets. If contemporary technology is there, and this is one interface which allows us to open our minds to new technology available here. This is the best way to use these technologies, and CIDC is helping us in this.
Side also they maintaining very good safety, and the labor camp also we are maintaining hygienic conditions, and properly we keep some schools for their children's educations, and other than this we are conducting every month medical camps and other things, and we are giving a lot of exercise to their wives, like laborers, they bringing their family also. There we are giving small kind of help for their families. So many things we are doing. There is a reason we got this award. Yeah, definitely, because we got already 3 awards for safety and this one quality also, and this is the 3rd award. And it is motivating lot now, because currently we are doing 18 projects, and next year we are going to conduct many projects for the award these things.
I am really thankful for CIDC for creating this kind of award, because the people get more and more encouraged, with this award. So right from the worker to senior level professors and then engineers and all that. It's a very good. Lot of credit goes to CIDC for developing this award. India's housing shortage is a very big problem. The Prime Minister wants to construct about 2 crore houses by 1922. So it is not possible unless we adopt new technology. So this is my message to all in this industry, as well as organization and government department and new engineers, to try more and more technology so that the houses can be done very fast.
CIDC as such has been partnering with the ONGC in various operational as well as CSR initiatives, and the kind of support which has been rendered by the team, the lead team of CIDC, is commendable. ONGC always takes lots of pride in the fact that we want to work in the remote areas on major projects which are in the area of CSR or on our operational front, and CIDC has been like a partner in progress. I would again like to thank CIDC, because this is something, the engineers, when they give a commendation or a recommendation, that has much more meaning. I have seen the way engineers function. They go by numbers and quality. So here, getting this recognition in this forum is a matter of pride for me, and on behalf of the ONGC, I thank for the recognition conferred. CIDC says that they would like to confer an award on me. It is something I should take pride in, I should be happy about, and that's why this particular award has a great deal of meaning for me, and I have some emotional attachment with the civil engineering fraternity, because my father was a civil engineer and I dedicate this particular award to him, and of course to the civil engineers who are there in the ONGC family.
शुरुआती तौर पे जितनी भी एप्लीकेशन आती हैं वेंडर डेटाबेस में रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए, सेक्रेटरीट उसकी फर्स्ट इवैल्यूएशन करता है। उसमें कुछ कागजात मांगे जाते हैं, उनके अपने सरकारी कागजात, रजिस्ट्रेशंस, बैलेंस शीट्स, तो उसको जांच परख करके कि हाँ ये कागज़ आया है, ये कंपनी इस लायक है कि हम उसको रजिस्टर कर सकें ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट, वो सेक्रेटरीट इवैल्यूएट कर लेता है। तो पहला लेवल क्रॉस करने के बाद जब सेकंड लेवल पे इंटरव्यू के लिए हम जाते हैं, उनकी फैक्ट्री विजिट करते हैं, मुलाकात करते हैं, तो उस प्रोसेस के अंदर हमें प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाई जाती है। कंपनी अपने बारे में बताएगा, हम कैसे कैसे बड़े हुए, हमने क्या काम किया, आज क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। उस प्रोसेस के दौरान, प्रेजेंटेशन के दौरान जो भी हमें लगता है कि कहीं कोई केंद्र बिंदु नज़र आया कि उसने हमें बता तो दिया कि हाँ ऐसा काम करते हैं, पर करते हैं नहीं करते हैं, इसके ऊपर मुख्य तौर पर चर्चा की जाती है उनसे। मानदंड के अंदर दो प्रमुख बिंदु आते हैं, एक उसकी आर्थिक क्षमता और दूसरा उसका काम करने की अपनी मेन परिकाष्ठा या अपनी क्षमता कि हाँ हम कितना कर सकते हैं। रिसोर्सेस या अपने पास क्रिएट करना वो कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं होती, पर रिसोर्सेस को मैनेज करना और जिस लेवल का हम काम करने जा रहे हैं उसका दृष्टिकोण एकदम स्पष्ट रूप में दिमाग में होना, ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन होता है हमारे लिए, प्रश्न होता है जो हम ढूंढते हैं उनकी वार्तालाप में। जिससे भी मिलेंगे नीचे से लेकर ऊपर तक, सबके अंदर हम क्वेश्चन यही करते हैं कि क्या ये आदमी या ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इस लायक है कि वेंडर डेटाबेस में आ सकती है।
CIDC and the Construction Development Board of Bhutan signed an MOU to enhance our collaboration in various fields of construction development, and similarly, as part of this MOU, the Construction Development Board is interested in creating a database that CIDC has already created, and we want to see how the proceedings take place so that we can emulate that similar concept in Bhutan as well. With collaboration with CIDC, it is possible for us to share knowledge and information, as well as the list of vendors that CIDC has with regard to the Indian construction industry, and by creating our own vendor enlistment program, we will be able to share this to CIDC, so there will be mutual sharing of information with regard to vendors and as well as construction firms, and even projects that are looking to invest in this avenue.
Thanks to CIDC to awarding the Vishwakarma Award in the pre-engineering category. This process is very happy for a lengthy process, even though we set up our limitation and other things. It is actually Nikita, this is the second award we are receiving. Last year also we have received the award. This is the second award for receiving for this especially for the glass house building.
CIDC जो जैसे लेबर स्किल में हैं, they do certification also for the workers, so we have the engagement with them and we call them, they are there at the site, contractor site, they certify our workers because as per the contract we have criteria of 20% of the workers should be skilled workers, so they give training also, the certification also, that we have a lot of engagement with workers also and contractors also, and then we take the help of CIDC.
बेसिकली वी आर करेंटली डूइंग लॉट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल प्रोजेक्ट्स. तो जैसे ही हॉस्पिटल प्रोजेक्ट्स के हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं तो उसमें सापुर जी, आलू वालिया ऐसे बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के साथ हम रेगुलर में डील कर रहे हैं. हमने सापुर जी के साथ 18 हॉस्पिटल्स किए, आलू वाली के साथ हम लोग रेगुलर कर रहे हैं. तो वहाँ से तो पता चला कि देयर इज़ अ सेंट्रल डेटाबेस वेयर लॉट ऑफ वेंडर्स आर रजिस्टर्ड. तब हमने जब पता किया तब हमको ये पूरा चीज़ पता चला. तो वी थॉट कि टू गिव द कंपनी एंड द प्रोडक्ट विच रिक्वायर्स एन एक्सपोजर, so this is the best platform to give that exposure. हमारा एक्सपेक्टेशन ये है कि टू एस्टेब्लिश कनेक्ट, जैसे आज भी मैंने L&T से काफ़ी बात अच्छा किया, ऐसे कई कंस्ट्रक्शन वाले मिले हैं यहाँ पे फोरम में नेटवर्किंग के दौरान. तो उनसे बात करना, हमारी जैसे वेबसाइट वगैरह पे जैसे हम CIDC लिखते हैं और हम कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में CIDC को सब जानते हैं. तो अगर मैं किसी भी EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के पास जाता हूँ हमारे हॉस्पिटल प्रोडक्ट्स को लेके और उनको बताता हूँ कि हम CIDC रजिस्टर्ड वेंडर हैं, डेफिनेटली आई विल गेट द एज आउट ऑफ एवरीवन. नहीं, डायरेक्ट एक्सेस तो नहीं देगा, बट इट विल इनेबल, जैसे आज का प्लेटफॉर्म था, इट्स अ इनेबलर टू हैव अ नेटवर्किंग इतने वास्ट एरियाज में जहाँ की कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री से लोग हैं और गवर्नमेंट पीपल हैं. एवरीबडी वाज इन द अंडर वन रूफ इंटरैक्टिंग फ्रीली. तो इससे अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिल सकता है.
I think the very good message takeaway from CIDC's meeting today was, the conference today, is the implementation side has been really very much lagging. We are taught a lot of theories and practices in books, but there are very few translated in practice. So there should be a very, very good alignment in what is taught and what they have to face in the field. In collaboration with CIDC, although we have joined hands very, very recently, we are bringing very latest technology for some trenchless repair in one of our mega power plants. That power plant is costing us more than 7,000 crores, and that is a 600 megawatt power plant having around 18 kilometer of underground work. That very critical application of some leaky penstock we are doing, and we have brought technology from America with the help of CIDC. So by joining hand and exploring new avenues, wonders can be done.
CIDC के जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उसमें है कि प्रोजेक्ट्स को किस तरह से कम टाइम में कम से कम कॉस्ट में अच्छी क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए। उसके लिए एक पूरी वैल्यू चेन होती है, लेकिन एक कमी महसूस हुई कि जो बिडिंग प्रोसेस में इतना टाइम लग जाता है लोगों को, पहले प्री सिलेक्शन करो, उनका प्री क्वालिफिकेशन करो, फिर फाइनल बिडिंग कराओ। तो उसमें ये देखा कि अगर हम एक डेटाबेस ऐसा बना दें जिससे पहले से ही लोगों को टेस्ट करके उनकी सर्टिफिकेशन करके एक ऐसा डेटाबेस बन दें कि जिन्होंने बिडिंग करना है वो उस शॉर्ट लिस्ट से बिडिंग करा लें। दूसरा, एक नेटवर्किंग बन जाता है वेंडर्स का और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज का। तो उसी एफर्ट्स में हम चल रहे हैं और 10 साल में हम इस स्टेज पर आ गए हैं कि अब लोग इसका इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं और उनको यूज़फुलनेस इसकी दिखाई भी दे रही है। इसलिए आज भी आपने देखा इतने लोग कितना इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि ये डेटाबेस उनके लिए काफ़ी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव और टाइम सेविंग होगा। बिल्कुल किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि एक पहले से ही आप देखिए, पहले DGSND का भी एक सिस्टम होता था, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में ASRTU का भी अपना सिस्टम है, वो डेटाबेस ही तो हैं और उसी से एजेंसी यूज़ करती हैं। आपने देखा ना, DGSND बल्कि एक स्टेप आगे था, वो तो रेट भी डिसाइड कर देते थे और आप सीधा ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देते थे। तो ये तो एक फैसिलिटेशन है और इसमें तो स्ट्रीमलाइनिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम है, तो ये तो यूज़फुल होगा ही।
Award is extremely important for us. Hilti as a company believes in providing health and safety to the workforce in this country. We make products that also make people more productive and getting the job done on time in a faster way and a safer way. So the fact that we were recognized by this council just shows us that there's a belief to progress this country, make construction safer, faster and more productive, and so we're extremely excited and blessed and look forward to partnering more with CIDC further.
Immense pleasure getting this award from CIDC. It's been a status of recognition for a company such as Creative Solutions, since we are a startup, and this kind of recognition will make us move few steps or more steps further. CIDC is giving us a platform where we are able to interact with the members of the same community, where new research ideas, new technical advancements can be shared and implemented in the projects what we are currently working at.
से ये प्रक्रिया शुरू हुई। 2013 में पहले ये एक्सक्लूसिवली इट वाज फॉर ONGC। फिर हमने JNNURM के लिए कुछ काम किया, उनके लिए प्रोक्योरमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट बनाए, इस पे हमने डेटाबेस पे काम किया। 2013 में हमारे यहाँ CIDC में ये सोच बनी कि क्यों ना हम इस प्रक्रिया को देशव्यापी बनाएं। Why don't we take it to the public domain and let all stakeholders access this database and no exclusivity to it. एक संतुष्टि की भावना जरूर आती है जब 250 लोग आपके साथ एक सभागार में आते हैं, अपने विचारों का आदान प्रदान करते हैं और इस डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स करते हैं, जिसमें न केवल प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स, बट द एंटायर स्पेक्ट्रम ऑफ वेंडर्स एंड द कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री इज इन्वॉल्व। शुरुआत हमने की, लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवां बन गया। आपने देखा कि मंच पे सारे प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, जो कि अधिकतर सरकारी कंपनियां होती हैं, वही बैठी हुई थी, वही आसीन थी और उन्होंने डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स किया। उन्होंने कहा कि कहीं ना कहीं इसमें हमें निहित गुण दिख रहे हैं, हम इसको अपना रहे हैं। उसी तरह से जैसे मैंने कहा कि 3 तबकों में हमने आज लोगों को बुलाया था, प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स और वेंडर्स। तो तीनों में ये सामंजस्य स्थापित हो कि हम अच्छा काम करते हैं और देश निर्माण में सहयोग दे सकते हैं। दिस डेटाबेस इज अ वाइडर प्लेटफॉर्म टू डिसेमिनेट दैट इंफॉर्मेशन। 5 साल बाद हम ये सोच सकते हैं कि हम देश के लिए, देश निर्माण के लिए हम एक रिलायबल, रोबस्ट और विश्वसनीय सेट ऑफ वेंडर्स क्रिएट कर सकें, जो भारत निर्माण की प्रक्रिया को आगे ले जा सकें।
And as a second generation, it is my responsibility to take this business to an even greater heights. And we are a 30-year-old company and we have been known for the quality. And that is our biggest aim, to maintain the quality and to work for across the India, all the segment of society and everyone. So we are currently working in 23 states of India and we wish to work everywhere, and our focus now in coming years would be to work for the society more.
मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट है उसमें अगर रिलायबल डेटाबेस हो, कौन लोग हमारे वेंडर हो सकते हैं जो कि टाइम में डिलीवरी करेंगे, क्वालिटी ठीक होगी, ये रिलायबिलिटी किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा एक अगर नेशनल डेटाबेस हो, कंटिन्यूसली अपडेटेड हो, प्रॉपरली वेरीफाइड हो, तो ये किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए या किसी भी इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए ये बहुत ही यूज़फुल चीज़ है और इसको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। CIDC एक ऐसी बॉडी है जो कि एस्टवाइल प्लानिंग कमीशन के द्वारा सेटअप करी गई थी। इसके तत्वाधान में अगर कोई इनिशिएटिव इस तरह का लिया जाता है और अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स, वेंडर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर सभी मिलकर एक साथ बात कर सकें, देख सकें कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट कैसे प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट हो, तो इस तरह के फोरम में मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी को कोई दिक्कत होनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। देखिए, इसमें ज़रूरी ये है कि सारी गवर्नमेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करा जाए, उसके अलावा कोई मुझे रास्ता नहीं दिखता है, क्योंकि अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी दिखती है, अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी समझ में आती है, तो नेचुरली एक ऐसा ये डेटाबेस बनेगा और इसका यूटिलाइजेशन होगा जो कि देश के लिए एक बहुत ही हेल्पफुल चीज़ साबित होगा। तो CIDC के लिए मुझे लगता है कि यही तरीका है कि एक्टिवली एंगेज विद एवरी गवर्नमेंट, कन्विंस देम कि ये अच्छा आइडिया है।
Yeah, why not? Because vendors are vendors and they can participate everywhere. Only thing is that in a different systems, different departments, they will have to go as per their procedures. There is a special thing as far as we are concerned. We are working in a defense setup. So here the credibility of the vendor, not only from their performance view, but their background checks and other things are equally important, so that it is just to keep national secrets within. What utility I made out of it, I will just explain that once in 3 years, through paper advertisement, we do enlistment of the contractors in our setup. This time, just few months back, we gave advertisement, and after we gave advertisement, I made sure that advertisement is passed on to CIDC, to Dr. Swaroop, so that he can pass on our advertisement for information to all your registered vendors. So, and they can participate in our registration process. That is how I used your database. Today's event is excellent and it's very informative. We look forward to such information, and these are the occasion we come across lot of technical information. We get to know various industries, and and above all, we come to know about our partners in other government departments. Like for one example, today's event, I just came to know that the gentleman was from Odisha Construction Corporation. We never heard about that. So this provided us an opportunity to know about other departments. In government sector, large number of construction departments are there, and people are not aware about them.
ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। अभी तक हम लोग गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से जाके मिलते थे, बातें होती थी, लेकिन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने बड़े डिग्नेटरीज मिलना और हमारी बात को सुनना। सेकंड फीडबैक बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने ये बताया, और मैंने भी कोशिश ये करी थी कि मैं ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट के बारे में ना बात करूँ, सारे वो प्रोडक्ट की बात करूँ जो यूनिक हैं और एक टाइलिंग सोल्यूशन देते हैं। CIDC अपने आप में एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। आज हम अपना नाम उनसे एसोसिएट कर सकते हैं। उसके थ्रू जो लोग भी आएंगे, भले कम लोग आएंगे लेकिन बहुत क्वालिटी लोग आएंगे और उनका इम्पैक्ट सोसाइटी में बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। और कई चीज़ें हम जॉनसन में सोसाइटी के लिए भी करते हैं, और ज़रूरी नहीं कि इम्पैक्ट सेल पे आए। इट इज़ समटाइम इन्फॉर्मेशन, समटाइम रिमाइंडर और समटाइम परस्यू। सो इवन इफ आई डोंट गेट अ इमीडिएट इम्पैक्ट ऑफ टुमारो, but definitely on a longer run, we still would like to continue with CIDC.
जो हम प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं जितने भी, उसके अंदर सबसे बड़ी समस्या होती है टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन की। और ऐसा देखा गया है कि मतलब चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो चाहे पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, उसके अंदर टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन्स जो होते हैं वो 250, 300, 400% तक पहुंचते हैं। इस चीज़ को अवॉइड करने के लिए ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि जो वेंडर्स हैं हमारे, क्या वो वाकई गुणवत्ता के हिसाब से सामान दे रहे हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, क्या वो समय पे सामान दे सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए ज़रूरी ये है कि किसी न किसी को जा करके फिजिकली उसकी गुणवत्ता को जांचना ज़रूरी है। कम से कम अब हम इस स्थिति में पहुंच गए हैं कि जो हमारे देश के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट बनाने वाले लोग हैं, उनमें ये जानकारी पहुंच चुकी है कि भाई हमको इस तरीके के लोगों को साथ लेना है। और इस बात का भरोसा उनको अब हो चुका है कि अगर वो CIDC डाटाबेस से लोगों को पिकअप करते हैं तो शायद वो लोग जो हैं ज़्यादा अच्छा काम कर पाएंगे। हमारे देश के कुछ ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं, जैसे कि जो हमारे उत्तर पूर्वीय राज्य हैं, जहां पर कि पहुंचना संभव नहीं है। तो होता यह है कि बहुत से ऐसे वेंडर पहुंच जाते हैं जो कि वाकई में योग्य नहीं होते हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाला जो एरिया हमारा है, उसमें हमने ये देखा है कि बहुत से लोग जो हैं पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं, या जो पहुंच जाते हैं उन्हीं को ही माना जाता है। तो इस बार जो सम्मेलन किया, उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 प्रमुख राज्य जो हैं उनको हमने न्योता दिया कि वो लोग आएं और वो लोग देखें कि अपने राज्य में जो टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन हो रहे हैं उनको कैसे दूर किया जाए। देखिए, गारंटी किसी चीज की नहीं है, कोई गारंटी किसी बात की दे नहीं सकता आजकल। ये एक बहुत ही, जैसे बोलते हैं, गतिशील किस्म का समय चल रहा है। लेकिन इससे एक फायदा हो जाता है कि आपको कम से कम कुछ जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है, और वो जो जानकारी प्राप्त होती है वो अगर किसी क्रेडिबल एजेंसी के द्वारा प्राप्त हो, जैसे CIDC है, तो और भरोसा हो जाता है। इसीलिए बहुत सी PSUs ने अब ये तय कर लिया है कि उनके यहाँ जो जो कंट्रैक्टर्स आएंगे, वेंडर्स आएंगे, वो CIDC में जाकर के ज़रूर इन्वेस्टिगेट कराएं, अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराएं और अपनी चीज़ों को एक तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करा लें, ताकि उनको एक सही रिपोर्ट मिल सके।
This kind of initiative will really help us to mark our presence in the market, to mark the presence to the right kind of people who are the actual tender floating authorities. It will create awareness. It will definitely, with discussions and with explorations and with such kind of knowledge sharing presentations, we can definitely evolve the ideology and the mindset, and we can open up the avenues of the general mass. If things come through the government, it will be actually localized and reach more mass. It will reach the quantum.
NBCC इज़ ए प्रीमियर कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी और ऑलमोस्ट हमारा रोज एक टेंडर होता है। ये बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है कि डाटाबेस वेंडर्स का, प्रॉपर वेंडर्स का डाटाबेस कहाँ से इकट्ठा किया जाए। तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव में काफ़ी हेल्पफुल होता है जो CIDC का डाटाबेस है, बहुत हेल्पफुल है। और दूसरी बात कि CIDC ऐसा भी नहीं है कि किसी का भी डाटा डाल देती है अपने डाटाबेस में। They verify the credentials of the party, they discuss with their management, and after due diligence only they include the name of the vendors. So that way it is of the great help for the construction company like NBCC or any other construction company. डेफिनेटली हम लोग तो इस्तेमाल करते हैं, प्लस जो हमारे कंसल्टेंट है बेसिकली हमारे टेंडर डॉक्यूमेंट वो बनाते हैं, एंड वेंडर्स का नाम पर सारे जितने कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल है वेंडर्स का नाम वो स्पेसिफाई करते हैं, देन वी चेक इट, एक्चुअली वी इंक्लूड मोर नेम्स और वट एवर वी वांट, मॉडिफिकेशन हम करते हैं। तो हम अपने कंसल्टेंट को भी बताते हैं कि भाई आप यू कैन रिफर टू CIDC डाटाबेस।
This type of events need to be conducted every often, and one of the best events I have attended in the last few months of last few years. One is it has brought industry and its required agencies, contractors face to face, and the second one is contemporary technologies which the current industry, current practices which is required. This is available here. So what we thought is not available in India is available right here. So this is one good thing which CIDC has done to bring both the user and the seller together. We do have our own list of vendors, but then who will not like that vendor pool to be increased? Who does not want a larger vendor base? And especially when CIDC is partnering with the government of India for larger projects, maybe improvements in Ladakh and many jobs in Delhi, larger big ticket projects when they are being done, their reach is very high. So we want to tap into that pool of listed contractors, experienced contractors. So we wanted to be benefited by that. Industry requires these type of dialogues every now and then. One is we should not be bracketed into our age-old technology, age-old mindsets. If contemporary technology is there, and this is one interface which allows us to open our minds to new technology available here. This is the best way to use these technologies, and CIDC is helping us in this.
Site also they maintaining very good safety, and the labor camp also we are maintaining hygienic conditions, and properly we keep some schools for their children's educations, and other than this we are conducting every month medical camps and other things, and we are giving a lot of exercise to their wives, like laborers, they bringing their family also. There we are giving small kind of help for their families. So many things we are doing. There is a reason we got this award. Yeah, definitely, because we got already 3 awards for safety and this one quality also, and this is the 3rd award. And it is motivating lot now, because currently we are doing 18 projects, and next year we are going to conduct many projects for the award these things.
I am really thankful for CIDC for creating this kind of award, because the people get more and more encouraged, with this award. So right from the worker to senior level professors and then engineers and all that. It's a very good. Lot of credit goes to CIDC for developing this award. India's housing shortage is a very big problem. The Prime Minister wants to construct about 2 crore houses by 1922. So it is not possible unless we adopt new technology. So this is my message to all in this industry, as well as organization and government department and new engineers, to try more and more technology so that the houses can be done very fast.
CIDC as such has been partnering with ONGC in various operational as well as CSR initiatives, and the kind of support which has been rendered by the team, the lead team of CIDC, is commendable. ONGC always takes lots of pride in the fact that we want to work in the remote areas on major projects which are in the area of CSR or on our operational front, and CIDC has been like a partner in progress. I would again like to thank CIDC, because this is something, the engineers, when they give a commendation or a recommendation, that has much more meaning. I have seen the way engineers function. They go by numbers and quality. So here, getting this recognition in this forum is a matter of pride for me, and on behalf of the ONGC, I thank for the recognition conferred. CIDC says that they would like to confer an award on me. It is something I should take pride in, I should be happy about, and that's why this particular award has a great deal of meaning for me, and I have some emotional attachment with the civil engineering fraternity, because my father was a civil engineer and I dedicate this particular award to him, and of course to the civil engineers who are there in the ONGC family.
शुरुआती तौर पे जितनी भी एप्लीकेशन आती हैं वेंडर डेटाबेस में रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए, सेक्रेटरीट उसकी फर्स्ट इवैल्यूएशन करता है। उसमें कुछ कागजात मांगे जाते हैं, उनके अपने सरकारी कागजात, रजिस्ट्रेशंस, बैलेंस शीट्स, तो उसको जांच परख करके कि हाँ ये कागज़ आया है, ये कंपनी इस लायक है कि हम उसको रजिस्टर कर सकें ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट, वो सेक्रेटरीट इवैल्यूएट कर लेता है। तो पहला लेवल क्रॉस करने के बाद जब सेकंड लेवल पे इंटरव्यू के लिए हम जाते हैं, उनकी फैक्ट्री विजिट करते हैं, मुलाकात करते हैं, तो उस प्रोसेस के अंदर हमें प्रेजेंटेशन दिखाई जाती है। कंपनी अपने बारे में बताएगा, हम कैसे कैसे बड़े हुए, हमने क्या काम किया, आज क्या कर रहे हैं, कैसे प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं। उस प्रोसेस के दौरान, प्रेजेंटेशन के दौरान जो भी हमें लगता है कि कहीं कोई केंद्र बिंदु नज़र आया, कि उसने हमें बता तो दिया कि हाँ हम ऐसा काम करते हैं, पर करते हैं नहीं करते हैं, इसके ऊपर मुख्य तौर पर चर्चा की जाती है उनसे। मानदंड के अंदर दो प्रमुख बिंदु आते हैं, एक उसकी आर्थिक क्षमता और दूसरा उसका काम करने की अपनी मेन परिकाष्ठा या अपनी क्षमता कि हाँ हम कितना कर सकते हैं। रिसोर्सेस या अपने पास क्रिएट करना वो कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं होती, पर रिसोर्सेस को मैनेज करना और जिस लेवल का हम काम करने जा रहे हैं उसका दृष्टिकोण एकदम स्पष्ट रूप में दिमाग में होना, ये एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन होता है हमारे लिए, प्रश्न होता है जो हम ढूंढते हैं उनकी वार्तालाप में। जिससे मिलेंगे नीचे से लेकर ऊपर तक, सबके अंदर हम क्वेश्चन यही करते हैं कि क्या ये आदमी या ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इस लायक है कि वेंडर डेटाबेस में आ सकती है।
CIDC and the Construction Development Board of Bhutan signed an MOU to enhance our collaboration in various fields of construction development, and similarly, as part of this MOU, the Construction Development Board is interested in creating a database that CIDC has already created, and we want to see how the proceedings take place so that we can emulate that similar concept in Bhutan as well. With collaboration with CIDC, it is possible for us to share knowledge and information, as well as the list of vendors that CIDC has with regard to the Indian construction industry. And by creating our own vendor enlistment program, we will be able to share this to CIDC. So there will be mutual sharing of information with regard to vendors, and as well as construction firms, and even projects that are looking to invest in this avenue.
Thanks to CIDC to awarding the Vishwakarma Award in the pre-engineering category. This process is very happy for a lengthy process, even though we set up our limitation and other things. It is actually this is Nikita. This is the second award we are receiving. Last year also we have received the award. This is the second award for receiving for this especially for the glass house building.
CIDC जो जैसे लेबर स्किल में हैं, they do certification also for the workers, so we have the engagement with them and we call them, they are there at the site, contractor site, they certify our workers, because as per the contract we have criteria of 20% of the workers should be skilled workers, so they give training also, the certification also, that we have a lot of engagement with workers also and contractors also, and then we take the help of CIDC.
बेसिकली वी आर करेंटली डूइंग लॉट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल प्रोजेक्ट्स. तो जैसे ही हॉस्पिटल प्रोजेक्ट्स के हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें सापुर जी, आलूवालिया, ऐसे बड़े कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के साथ हम रेगुलर में डील कर रहे हैं. हमने सापुर जी के साथ 18 हॉस्पिटल्स किए, आलूवालिया के साथ हम लोग रेगुलर कर रहे हैं. तो वहाँ से सब पता चला कि देयर इज़ अ सेंट्रल डेटाबेस वेयर लॉट ऑफ वेंडर्स आर रजिस्टर्ड. तब हमने जब पता किया तब हमको ये पूरा चीज़ पता चला. तो वी थॉट कि टू गिव द कंपनी एंड द प्रोडक्ट विच रिक्वायर्स एन एक्सपोजर, so this is a best platform to give that exposure. हमारा एक्सपेक्टेशन ये है कि टू एस्टेब्लिश कनेक्ट, जैसे आज भी मैंने L&T से काफ़ी बात अच्छा किया, ऐसे कई कंस्ट्रक्शन वाले मिले हैं यहाँ पे फोरम में नेटवर्किंग के दौरान. तो उनसे बात करना, हमारी जैसे वेबसाइट वगैरह पे जैसे हम CIDC लिखते हैं, और हम कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में CIDC को सब जानते हैं. तो अगर मैं किसी भी EPC कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स के पास जाता हूँ हमारे हॉस्पिटल प्रोडक्ट्स को लेके और उनको बताता हूँ कि हम CIDC रजिस्टर्ड वेंडर हैं, डेफिनेटली आई विल गेट द एज आउट ऑफ एवरीवन. नहीं, डायरेक्ट एक्सेस तो नहीं देगा, बट इट विल इनेबल, जैसे आज का प्लेटफॉर्म था, इट्स अ इनेबलर टू हैव अ नेटवर्किंग इतने वास्ट एरियाज में जहाँ की कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री से लोग हैं और गवर्नमेंट पीपल हैं. एवरीबडी वाज इन द अंडर वन रूफ इंटरैक्टिंग फ्रीली. तो इससे अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं मिल सकता है.
I think the very good message takeaway from CIDC's meeting today was, the conference today, is the implementation side has been really very much lagging. We are taught a lot of theories and practices in books, but there are very few translated in practice. So there should be a very, very good alignment in what is taught and what they have to face in the field. In collaboration with CIDC, although we have joined hands very, very recently, we are bringing very latest technology for some trenchless repair in one of our mega power plants. That power plant is costing us more than 7,000 crores, and that is a 600 megawatt power plant having around 18 kilometers of underground work. That very critical application of some leaky penstock we are doing, and we have brought technology from America with the help of CIDC. So by joining hand and exploring new avenues, wonders can be done.
CIDC के जो मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उसमें है कि प्रोजेक्ट्स को किस तरह से कम टाइम में कम से कम कॉस्ट में अच्छी क्वालिटी और सेफ्टी के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट किया जाए। उसके लिए एक पूरी वैल्यू चेन होती है, लेकिन एक कमी महसूस हुई कि जो बिडिंग प्रोसेस में इतना टाइम लग जाता है लोगों को, पहले प्री सिलेक्शन करो, उनका प्री क्वालिफिकेशन करो, फिर फाइनल बिडिंग कराओ। तो उसमें ये देखा कि अगर हम एक डेटाबेस ऐसा बना दें जिससे पहले से ही लोगों को टेस्ट करके उनकी सर्टिफिकेशन करके एक ऐसा डेटाबेस बन दें कि जिन्होंने बिडिंग करना है वो उस शॉर्ट लिस्ट से बिडिंग करा लें। दूसरा, एक नेटवर्किंग बन जाता है वेंडर्स का और प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज का। तो उसी एफर्ट्स में हम चल रहे हैं और 10 साल में हम इस स्टेज पर आ गए हैं कि अब लोग इसका इसका यूज़ कर रहे हैं और उनको यूज़फुलनेस इसकी दिखाई भी दे रही है। इसलिए आज भी आपने देखा इतने लोग कितना इंटरेस्ट ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि ये डेटाबेस उनके लिए काफ़ी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव और टाइम सेविंग होगा। बिल्कुल किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि एक पहले से ही आप देखिए, पहले DGSND का भी एक सिस्टम होता था, रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट में ASRTU का भी अपना सिस्टम है, वो डाटाबेस ही तो हैं और उसी से एजेंसी यूज़ करती हैं। आपने देखा ना, DGSND बल्कि एक स्टेप आगे था, वो तो रेट भी डिसाइड कर देते थे और आप सीधा ऑर्डर प्लेस कर देते थे। तो ये तो एक फैसिलिटेशन है और इसमें तो स्ट्रीमलाइनिंग और ट्रांसपेरेंट सिस्टम है, तो ये तो यूज़फुल होगा ही।
Award is extremely important for us. Hilti as a company believes in providing health and safety to the workforce in this country. We make products that also make people more productive and getting the job done on time in a faster way and a safer way. So the fact that we were recognized by this council just shows us that there's a belief to progress this country, make construction safer, faster and more productive, and so we're extremely excited and blessed and look forward to partnering more with CIDC further.
Immense pleasure getting this award from CIDC. It's been a status of recognition for a company such as Creative Solutions, since we are a startup, and this kind of recognition will make us move few steps or more steps further. CIDC is giving us a platform where we are able to interact with the members of the same community. where new research ideas, new technical advancements can be shared and implemented in the projects what we are currently working at.
दो 2007 से ये प्रक्रिया शुरू हुई। 2013 में पहले ये एक्सक्लूसिवली इट वाज फॉर ONGC। फिर हमने JNNURM के लिए कुछ काम किया, उनके लिए प्रोक्योरमेंट डॉक्यूमेंट बनाए, इस पे हमने डेटाबेस पे काम किया। 2013 में हमारे यहाँ CIDC में ये सोच बनी कि क्यों ना हम इस प्रक्रिया को देशव्यापी बनाएं। Why don't we take it to the public domain and let all stakeholders access this database and no exclusivity to it. एक संतुष्टि की भावना जरूर आती है जब 250 लोग आपके साथ एक सभागार में आते हैं, अपने विचारों का आदान प्रदान करते हैं और इस डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स करते हैं, जिसमें न केवल प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स, बट the entire spectrum of vendors and the construction industry is involved. शुरुआत हमने की, लोग जुड़ते गए और कारवां बन गया। आपने देखा कि मंच पे सारे प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, जो कि अधिकतर सरकारी कंपनियां होती हैं, वही बैठी हुई थी, वही आसीन थी और उन्होंने डेटाबेस को एंडोर्स किया। उन्होंने कहा कि कहीं ना कहीं इसमें हमें निहित गुण दिख रहे हैं, हम इसको अपना रहे हैं। उसी तरह से जैसे मैंने कहा कि 3 तबकों में हमने आज लोगों को बुलाया था, प्रोजेक्ट ओनर्स, प्रोजेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटर्स, डेवलपर्स और वेंडर्स। तो तीनों में ये सामंजस्य स्थापित हो कि हम अच्छा काम करते हैं और देश निर्माण में सहयोग दे सकते हैं। दिस डेटाबेस इज अ वाइडर प्लेटफॉर्म टू डिसेमिनेट दैट इंफॉर्मेशन। 5 साल बाद हम ये सोच सकते हैं कि हम देश के लिए, देश निर्माण के लिए हम एक रिलायबल, रोबस्ट और विश्वसनीय सेट ऑफ वेंडर्स क्रिएट कर सकें, जो भारत निर्माण की प्रक्रिया को आगे ले जा सकें।
And as a second generation, it is my responsibility to take this business to an even greater heights. And we are a 30-year-old company and we have been known for the quality. And that is our biggest aim, to maintain the quality and to work for across the India, all the segment of society and everyone. So we are currently working in 23 states of India and we wish to work everywhere, and our focus now in coming years would be to work for the society more.
मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट है उसमें अगर रिलायबल डेटाबेस हो, कौन लोग हमारे वेंडर हो सकते हैं जो कि टाइम में डिलीवरी करेंगे, क्वालिटी ठीक होगी, ये रिलायबिलिटी किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा एक अगर नेशनल डेटाबेस हो, कंटिन्यूसली अपडेटेड हो, प्रॉपरली वेरीफाइड हो, तो ये किसी भी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए या किसी भी इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंडस्ट्रीज़ के लिए ये बहुत ही यूज़फुल चीज़ है और इसको बढ़ावा देना चाहिए। CIDC एक ऐसी बॉडी है जो कि ट्रायल प्लानिंग कमीशन के द्वारा सेटअप करी गई थी। इसके तत्वाधान में अगर कोई इनिशिएटिव इस तरह का लिया जाता है और अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है कि गवर्नमेंट सर्वेंट्स, वेंडर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर सभी मिलकर एक साथ बात कर सकें, देख सकें कि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट कैसे प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट हो, तो इस तरह के फोरम में मुझे नहीं लगता है कि किसी को कोई दिक्कत होनी चाहिए गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से। देखिए, इसमें ज़रूरी ये है कि सारी गवर्नमेंट्स को इन्वॉल्व करा जाए, उसके अलावा कोई मुझे रास्ता नहीं दिखता है। क्योंकि अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी दिखती है, अगर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज एंड डिपार्टमेंट्स को इसकी यूटिलिटी समझ में आती है, तो नेचुरली एक ऐसा ये डेटाबेस बनेगा और इसका यूटिलाइजेशन होगा जो कि देश के लिए एक बहुत ही हेल्पफुल चीज़ साबित होगा। तो CIDC के लिए मुझे लगता है कि यही तरीका है कि एक्टिवली एंगेज विद एवरी गवर्नमेंट, कन्विंस देम कि ये अच्छा आइडिया है।
Yeah, why not? Because vendors are vendors and they can participate everywhere. Only thing is that in a different systems, different departments, they will have to go as per their procedures. There is a special thing as far as we are concerned. We are working in a defense setup. So here the credibility of the vendor, not only from their performance view, but their background checks and other things are equally important, so that it is just to keep national secrets within. What utility I made out of it, I will just explain that in once in 3 years, through paper advertisement, we do enlistment of the contractors in our setup. This time, just few months back, we gave advertisement, and after we gave advertisement, I made sure that advertisement is passed on to CIDC, to Dr. Swaroop, so that he can pass on our advertisement for information to all your registered vendors. So, and they can participate in our registration process. That is how I used your database. Today's event is excellent and it's very informative. We look forward to such information, and these are the occasions we come across lot of technical information. We get to know various industries, and and above all, we come to know about our partners in other government departments. Like for one example, today's event, I just came to know that the gentleman was from Odisha Construction Corporation. We never heard about that. So this provided us an opportunity to know about other departments. In government sector, large number of construction departments are there, and people are not aware about them.
ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी थी। अभी तक हम लोग गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट से जाके मिलते थे, बातें होती थी, लेकिन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने बड़े डिग्नेटरीज मिलना और हमारी बात को सुनना। सेकंड फीडबैक बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ज़्यादातर लोगों ने ये बताया, और मैंने भी कोशिश ये करी थी कि मैं ट्रेडिशनल प्रोडक्ट के बारे में ना बात करूँ, सारे वो प्रोडक्ट की बात करूँ जो यूनिक हैं और एक टाइलिंग सोल्यूशन देते हैं। CIDC अपने आप में एक बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है। आज हम अपना नाम उनसे एसोसिएट कर सकते हैं। उसके थ्रू जो लोग भी आएंगे, भले कम लोग आएंगे लेकिन बहुत क्वालिटी लोग आएंगे और उनका इम्पैक्ट सोसाइटी में बहुत ज़्यादा होगा। और कई चीज़ें हम जॉनसन में सोसाइटी के लिए भी करते हैं, और ज़रूरी नहीं कि इम्पैक्ट सेल पे आए। इट इज़ समटाइम इन्फॉर्मेशन, समटाइम रिमाइंडर, समटाइम परस्यू। So even if I don't get an immediate impact of tomorrow, but definitely on a longer run, we still would like to continue with CIDC.
तो हम प्रोजेक्ट एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं जितने भी, उसके अंदर सबसे बड़ी समस्या होती है टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन की। और ऐसा देखा गया है कि मतलब चाहे प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो चाहे पब्लिक सेक्टर हो, उसके अंदर टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन्स जो होते हैं वो 250, 300, 400% तक पहुंचते हैं। इस चीज़ को अवॉइड करने के लिए ये जानना ज़रूरी है कि जो वेंडर्स हैं हमारे, क्या वो वाकई गुणवत्ता के हिसाब से सामान दे रहे हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, क्या वो समय पे सामान दे सकते हैं। तो इसके लिए ज़रूरी ये है कि किसी न किसी को जा करके फिजिकली उसकी गुणवत्ता को जांचना ज़रूरी है। कम से कम अब हम इस स्थिति में पहुंच गए हैं कि जो हमारे देश के बड़े प्रोजेक्ट बनाने वाले लोग हैं, उनमें ये जानकारी पहुंच चुकी है कि भाई हमको इस तरीके के लोगों को साथ लेना है। और इस बात का भरोसा उनको अब हो चुका है कि अगर वो CIDC डाटाबेस से लोगों को पिकअप करते हैं तो शायद वो लोग जो हैं ज़्यादा अच्छा काम कर पाएंगे। हमारे देश के कुछ ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं, जैसे कि जो हमारे उत्तर पूर्वीय राज्य हैं, जहाँ पर कि पहुँचना संभव नहीं है। तो होता ये है कि बहुत से ऐसे वेंडर पहुंच जाते हैं जो कि वाकई में योग्य नहीं होते हैं। अगर आप देखेंगे टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन, तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाला जो एरिया हमारा है, उसमें हमने ये देखा है कि बहुत से लोग जो हैं पहुंच नहीं पाते हैं, या जो पहुंच जाते हैं उन्हीं को ही माना जाता है। तो इस बार जो सम्मेलन किया, उसमें नॉर्थ ईस्ट के 2 प्रमुख राज्य जो हैं उनको हमने न्योता दिया कि वो लोग आएँ और वो लोग देखें कि अपने राज्य में जो टाइम एंड कॉस्ट ओवररन हो रहे हैं उनको कैसे दूर किया जाए। देखिए, गारंटी किसी चीज की नहीं है, कोई गारंटी किसी बात की दे नहीं सकता आजकल। ये एक बहुत ही, जैसे बोलते हैं, गतिशील किस्म का समय चल रहा है। लेकिन इससे एक फायदा हो जाता है कि आपको कम से कम कुछ जानकारी प्राप्त हो जाती है, और वो जो जानकारी प्राप्त होती है वो अगर किसी क्रेडिबल एजेंसी के द्वारा प्राप्त हो, जैसे CIDC है, तो और भरोसा हो जाता है। इसीलिए बहुत सी PSUs ने अब ये तय कर लिया है कि उनके यहाँ जो जो कंट्रैक्टर्स आएंगे या वेंडर्स आएंगे, वो CIDC में जाकर के ज़रूर इन्वेस्टिगेट कराएं, अपने आप को रजिस्टर कराएं और अपनी चीज़ों को एक तरीके से इन्वेस्टिगेट करा लें, ताकि उनको एक सही रिपोर्ट मिल सके।
This kind of initiative will really help us to mark our presence in the market, to mark the presence to the right kind of people who are the actual tender floating authorities. It will create awareness. It will definitely, with discussions and with explorations and with such kind of knowledge sharing presentations, we can definitely evolve the ideology and the mindset, and we can open up the avenues of the general mass. If things come through the government, it will be actually localized and reach more mass. It will reach the quantum.
Good morning, everyone. The topic of my lecture is earthquake safety of precast buildings. So I am going to discuss the following items. First, background of earthquake problems vis-a-vis precast constructions and earthquake problems in the country, behavior of precast buildings, design standards and way forward. So India has witnessed significant earthquakes in last 2 centuries, and in last 3 decades we have had many moderate earthquakes. So especially Uttarkashi, Latur, Jabalpur, Chamoli, etc. And if we look at these earthquakes, it has caused immense loss to property as well as life. So when we look at vulnerability, so collapse and damage to buildings in the country is unreasonably high compared to any other country with similar level of ground shaking. So in this regard, there is an urgent need to understand housing risk as well as minimize future losses of life and property. So let's look at earthquake risk in the country. So risk is composed of these 3 factors, that is hazard, exposure and vulnerability. So hazard means level of ground shaking which an area will experience, and exposure is number of buildings exposed to such an hazard, and vulnerability is the capacity of the building to sustain that earthquake shaking. Now, if we look at hazard, so according to IS 1893, so India is divided into 4 zones, that is zone 2, zone 3, zone 4 and zone 5. So zone 3, 4 and 5 put together is that area is in moderate to severe earthquake events, moderate to severe earthquake prone area. So around 56% of Indian land is prone to that area. And unfortunately, our 80% of population is spread in that 56% of land. So it means 4 out of 5 people are under earthquake threat. So if you look at this map that is earthquake threat factor map. So this is hazard plus exposure, both are overlapped on each other, and we have this. So in this map, we can see each red patch. So red patch, so each patch is one district, and these red patches are the areas of focus. So we need to consider these areas on priority basis for reducing the earthquake losses in the event of future earthquake. Now let's look at the housing stock. So in India, still largely houses, individual houses are self-built, and we call these buildings as non-engineered structures. And earthquake performance of these buildings is known to be very serious. That is, it is not acceptable. So these buildings will usually collapse. So there is a grand challenge for housing. So technically complex and also need state-of-the-art technologies. We need world-class knowledge and skills. So in this area, precast construction is really a boom to the construction sector right now. So, and during this COVID era or post-COVID era, there will be definitely a big challenge to boost up this construction activity. So now let's focus on precast structures. Now, what precast constructions are addressing? What precast constructions are addressing? So if we look at this one, now it is addressing the problem of mass housing and faster constructions and also manpower issues. But the issues which it need to address, okay, that is another 3 important things. One is cost effective, and then socio-cultural issues, and then most importantly the safety. Safety is the important concern in when it comes to precast. Now, why I'm saying this, let me take you to the earthquake behavior of precast constructions. Now this is after Chile earthquake. So building has been collapsed. It is like tilt up panels due to weak wall and roof connections. And then you can see this double deep panels so could not behave appropriately during earthquake. And say a parking garage in Miami Dade College. So weak performance during earthquake. And then this is a school building collapse in Gujarat during Bhuj earthquake. So in fact, Gujarat government has launched a massive program during 1999 and 2000, where 6,000 buildings were constructed using precast technology. So during this Republic Day earthquake, so 3/4 of these buildings were severely damaged. Over 1,000 school children along with 30 school teachers died. Actually, the the photographs, the picture in the inset is the dead bodies. Okay. Now, when we look at world's best practices in the area of earthquake safety, so early 1900 there were very high human fatalities and high economic loss, and early 2000s low human fatalities and still high economic losses there. When it comes to India, even now also we have high human fatalities. So we need to address this one. So let's look at what construction or earthquake standards say world over and with respect to India. Now, if you look at, say, United States of America, there are ACI standards, NEHRP provisions, and PCI standards. And Europe also has the standards for precast constructions. Australia, New Zealand, Africa. So they're all working towards the safe and convenient built infrastructure. Now, this NEHRP and FEMA, they've given the regulations for new buildings and other structures, and untopped precast diaphragms. And then FEMA P751 provisions and design examples are given, especially in Chapter 8, that is precast concrete design for horizontal diaphragms, and PCI connections manual. So they give design examples for foundation connections, beam column connections, and double T to wall connections and wall to wall connections. So these are worked out examples to understand how to design and execute precast constructions. Now let's come to Indian standards. So when we look at Indian standards, so the standard the code, that is IS 456, it is for plain and reinforced concrete, and then 1893, that is for criteria for earthquake resistant design of structure, and 13920 is for ductile detailing. Now coming to this prefabricated constructions, we have code 11447, that is a code number, and 15916, 15916 is the most recent addition. So this code says that precast structures are to be analyzed as monolithic. So this is where the issue is right now. So we need to address this one. Now let's look at some of the basics. So what is required is earthquake resistant, not earthquake proof constructions. So what does earthquake resistance mean? Okay, so it means the damage is expected. So when earthquake imparts energy into the structure, so it has to be dissipated from somewhere. So where the energy gets dissipated. So if you look at the strength hierarchy of structural elements, slab is supported on beams, beams are supported on columns, columns are supported on footings or foundation, and then to soil. So the one which is supporting should be more stronger than one which is getting support. So in this sequence, if we look at it, so soil failure we cannot allow, foundation failure we cannot allow, column is a stability problem if it fails. Now we have only two areas, one is slab and another one is beam. So slab will have a problem of functional utility problem. So now where the energy dissipation is allowed, that leaves us the only choice of beam. So when it comes to beam, energy dissipation is allowed in conventional structures in beam, so by way of plastic hinge mechanism. Now when it comes to precast construction, so where the energy dissipation will take place. Now if you look at this one, the upper curve, that is green curve, is depicting the ductile performance of the structure, and this red color is the brittle performance of the structure. So in fact the area under this curve is actual measure of energy dissipation. So that is very important. Now when it comes to precast constructions, so each precast panel, so when vibrated horizontally, so they rock instead of this bending behavior or shear behavior. Now when you look at the squat walls, they slide, and split walls, they rock. Now let's go to the fundamentals of that. So flexural behavior of elements have this equation of motion, that is mu double dot plus cu dot plus ku is equal to minus mug double dot. When it comes to precast elements, so they behave rigidly. So this equation itself is a nonlinear dynamic equation. Now, when we look at the earthquake resistant design, actually it's special when it comes to precast constructions. So this table shows that which element is offering ductility and what are the important challenges. So if you look at this red color highlighted one, precast building, so steel bars offer ductility, And then structural ductility can be good or it can be bad depending on the design of the connection. The main challenge in precast construction is the design of connections. So why? Because they have to offer ductility. So ductility is actually the capacity to take additional displacement without collapse. So we need to understand these four types of ductility. One is material ductility, cross-section ductility, member ductility, and structural ductility. So this, if we ensure this member and structural ductility, that is in between the two element, that is a joint, then we are safe with that. So the main challenge is that. So if you look at this hysteretic energy dissipation, conventional construction as well as precast construction. So in precast construction, the total area of hysteresis is significantly less compared to this monolithic construction. So this we need to achieve. So if, let us look at, say, experiments in terms of element and joint level experiments. Okay, let me skip these two slides. So these are several joints are present in this one. So we have three types of joints. One is rigid joint, second one is pinned joint, and third one is semi-rigid joint. Okay. So for earthquake safety, we need moment resisting joints. Now there are two types of connections. One is wet connected pieces, precast pieces, and dry connected precast pieces. So this is a typical example of wet connected pieces. Now let's look at, say, full scale experiment. This is a small house. Okay. So wet connected experimental study under controlled conditions. So slab intact even when subjected to extreme earthquake load. So this is not our work, but from references I'm quoting these examples. Okay, and dry connected precast pieces. So they have poorly performed during past earthquakes. This is a Gujarat example. Okay, so analytical modeling is unsuccessful to emulate the dry connected joint. So hence we need to go for experimental studies only. So full-scale tests to be performed in laboratory, since analytical methods are not reliable. So why we need to do is to understand the deformation capability. So ensure positive anchorage of precast elements with each other, so that the energy dissipation is appropriate, and then it can be given as a good example for mass construction of housing. So in other countries also these experiments were carried out, so especially in Turkey. So research program was initiated in Metro University for development of beam column joints as moment resisting joints. And then European experiments, a full scale testing of 3-story structure, and ground motion was given up to 0.3 G acceleration, and they tested slab to slab, slab beam, and beam column foundation connections, all were tested. So appreciable results are there. So in terms of this material test, there are two kinds. One is monotonic test, and then second is cyclic test. So under monotonic test, what we study is deformation capacity of these elements, ductility, and the damage capacity. And then in cyclic test, strength, energy dissipation, and energy decay. Now US also, there was a test on this press building in San Diego, that is pseudodynamic test. Drift was registered up to 2.7% of height, and it was found that damage in this precast building is less than conventional structure. So this is a ray of hope for multi-story building constructions. Now, yeah, this is the test setup. So experimental setups in India. So we have national test facilities in the country. So one is at IIT Kanpur, the pseudodynamic test for full-scale building. In SERC Madras, we have there is a shake table available. In CPRA Bangalore, shake table, but this on this one we can conduct small-scale tests only. But IIT Kanpur, there is a full-scale dynamic test facility is available. So now the way forward in this is towards earthquake safety. There are 4 virtues of earthquakes resistant construction. One is configuration, strength, stiffness, and ductility. So in strength, stiffness, precast constructions fare well, but when it comes to ductility, especially the joint connections, this hysteretic energy dissipation has to be proved. So for that, we need more full-scale test facilities in the country to be developed and demonstrated. So the recommendation for mass housing is undertake full-scale tests before undertaking mass construction. So like with this, I would like to stop here. I'm very grateful to CIDC for invitation, and this is my contact details. So yeah, you can write if you have any questions.
Hello friends, this is Vivek Naik. I am past president of Indian Concrete Institute and managing director of Apple Chemie India Private Limited. Today, we are on the platform of India Construction Week, which is organized by CIDC. I would actually like to appreciate the organizers and especially Dr. Swaroop and Dr. Bharadwaj for bringing out these things to us and putting a put forward a step in new technology. Now, I am going to talk to you on innovative materials for sustainable construction. I'll be speaking on innovations and sustainable construction. If you are talking about innovations, successful commercialization of a product, process, or services as a part of demand of the market or a target customer is referred to as innovation. As far as civil engineering industry or construction industry is concerned, the definition is a little different. Let us look at what is sustainability and what is the innovation. I am giving you very simple examples. Recently, in the Discovery Channel, there was a sustainability appreciated, and wherein in Rajasthan, refrigerators were made out of clay. And in this refrigerator, except making ice creams, everything can be made, everything can be used. You can put fruits, milk, vegetables, and keep it cool, and there is no energy required, external energy required, and the refrigerator can cost as less as around 2000 Indian rupees. And it's absolutely sustainable, and it has been appreciated all over the world. Similarly, if you're talking on the innovation side of it, I really have one example, which is of Tata Nano. Now, this particular vehicle has got innovations of 31 in the design part, 31, and around 37 patents on the technological front. So this is something great. Now let us look at what our construction industry has done on the innovation side. Yes, recently there is a huge mechanization, concrete mixers, cranes, power tools, they have come in a big way, computer-aided design, beam modeling system, modular construction, which is precast, prefab, and also robotic plotter stations. So this has changed the way we do the construction. Similarly, if you are looking at the pavements, concrete roads are being done everywhere in the world, and even there are precast, prefabricated concrete road panels. And the innovative part is that now people are even trying to put sensors in the lifting holes, and then there will be sensors, processors, which can transfer the information about the behavior of the concrete pavement. You can monitor it sitting in the office, and that is something great. If you are looking at the innovations on the resource side, yes, manpower, we are taking care of great. We are having smart clothing for the people who are at the site. This clothing can change its own temperature based upon the body temperature of a worker. And for the safety side also, if you are putting these new gloves, which are developed recently in Germany, then the gloves will change its color if the person is touching his hand to any toxic product. So this is quite a safety parameter, I will say. On the site resources, smart and safety glasses have come. Construction drones, in my opinion, is a big innovation, especially for the construction people, where you can monitor large stretches of road or canal lining or remote places very comfortably. So also multi-storied buildings, you can reach in every nook and corner and find out the status of it and understand what is going on at the site. So, and it is coupled with productivity software. So this makes a solid bag. On the material front, as far as the innovations are concerned, many things are coming up. To name few, you can see the screen, translucent wood cooling system with bricks, Martin concrete, biological product furniture, floating piers, even self-healing concrete. Well, in my opinion, self-healing concrete has already come into the market with a big bang, and there are a lot of advantages of it. If you see the basic construction chemicals, which we started using in 1962, construction admixtures, they were developed by Dr. Hirata, Hattori, and Ansberg. And these products were initially not meant for construction industry, they were for leather industry. But we found that SNF and SMF, sulfonated naphthalene formaldehyde and sulfonated melamine formaldehyde, can very well be adopted in the construction industry as super plasticizers, and we started using it. These developments took place, and thereafter the actual development which has come especially for the construction industry in the field of admixture is done by a young Japanese scientist, Dr. Hirata. He developed a different molecule of PCE, he reacted MPEG with methyl methacrylate or acrylic acid, and he developed a molecule of PCE, which is polycarboxylate ether. And PCE has been changing the entire construction technology in a big, big way. With PCE in hand, now we construction engineers can have a concrete pour of 10 meter at a stretch with congested reinforcement. You can have big raft or mass concrete work of 2 meter thick also on a large scale without any hesitation. There cannot be any cold joints also. We can have free flow concrete, high strength concrete. Many farms have come up. But basically it is because of PCE. The further development in the PCE technology is a viscoflux technology. Well, I am very proud to be a part of viscoflux technology because this is a green technology. How green? Because basic PCE technology aims at producing a product by heating it up to 160 degrees centigrade in the first phase of reaction, and in the secondary reaction another 120 degrees centigrade is heated, then cooled, and the process takes around 10 hours. In PCE technology, what you can see on the reactor on the right hand side, it is only one process. It is almost at the room temperature, no heating, no cooling is required, and the process is complete in 2 hours. So that's a great innovation. Similarly, there are innovations in the other products in the construction side, which is curing compounds. Curing compounds have changed huge amount of water. The water which we are using can be reduced to very large extent. They are of wax base, water base, or aluminized resin base. And once you put a curing compound, then the evaporation control losses, and there can be good protection, and water for the curing can be totally saved. Well, talking about the evaporation control, there is recently a new development. A product has come which is evaporation control agent. Now this evaporation control agent is a liquid which you can spray immediately after the casting is done on the pavement. So the evaporation controls takes place, and thereafter you can put curing compound and then take care of the pavement things. Well, this is what I have shown in the picture, that in the first slide you can see the evaporation control agent put, and thereafter after half an hour or so, when the concrete can retain its texture, and you can put do the brooming, texturing, and curing compound. Well, as far as the RCC is concerned, bipolar corrosion inhibitors are one more great product, that the concrete which is embedded, the steel which is embedded in concrete will not rust, and this is a big benefit for the construction. Recently, there are developments in the sealants. White toppings are being done in many parts of India, and for the filling of the joints of these white toppings or tunnel joints or concrete roads, sealants and adhesives with polymer or polysulfide or polyurethane have come in a big way. As far as the construction speed is concerned, there has been innovation that you can have the segment bonded adhesives, what you can see in the lower picture. You can do the precasting at one place, bring the segments at one place at the site, and go ahead with joining of the various pieces and do the post tensioning, and your spans are done with. Similarly, you can do construction over sea or over a river span, or even congested traffic in the city, by having post tensioning method at the top, as what you can see in the picture. This is what I was telling you, that these are the places where segment bonding adhesives have been used, and this is applied on the surface of the segment, and then you put the two segments together. As far as the durability is concerned, yes, carbonation is one process which leads to the disintegration of concrete, and there are carbonation protection coatings which can be used for tunnels, flyovers, and even for the steel structures there are new protection coatings. Now this crystalline durability admixture, this in my opinion is a game changer, because this product, when you add into the concrete, it can bridge the cracks and the fractures in the concrete even up to 0.5 mm thickness. And this crack bridging process takes like a self-healing, and that is why sometimes it is called as self-healing concrete also. And what you can see on your screen is a laboratory example of how the self-healing takes in around 30 days. Now, coming to the sustainability part of it. See, if you see overall construction industry, 40% of the global energy is consumed by us. We are also responsible for 40% of the waste generation. Not only that, we are producing 50% of the carbon dioxide emission. So we are not very green or very environment friendly institute, this industry, I can say. What we will have to use, that if we want to be sustainable and good industry, we will have to use all the innovations. We will have to use supplementary cementitious materials like fly ash, microsilica, industrial waste. And not only that, once we make a nice concrete mix design out of it, with the help of PCEs, then obviously with better concrete technology, you get durable concrete because there is a longer span, and the longer span will again give you sustainability. So whatever we have talked about the innovations, now if we put it into the field, we will be achieving better and better sustainability. What we have to do is we will have to forget the old technologies of admixtures, that lignosulfonate, SNF, SMF. These were red technologies in my opinion. What is green is polycarboxylate ether and viscoflux technology, which is going to give a lot of benefits. So also, once the structure is done with, we can have some of the new products which have come is foam concrete and albedo paints, which will give you a very sustainable structure. This is what the foam concrete is this. And similarly, for the cool roof, for reflecting heat and keeping the roof cool, these cool roof products are used, and they help to drop the temperature to the tune of 10 degrees centigrade. And this is one good example, in my opinion, of a sustainable construction or a sustainable product. We can definitely replace the conventional plaster by activated carbon or charcoal plus industrial waste or crushed sand and make plaster out of it. And this has been tried, and people are now coming with it. So this will save a lot of natural resources. There is one more new development which I would like to discuss here, is a geopolymer, wherein you are using fly ash, silica film, sodium silicate, metacholine, and GGPS on one side. On the activation side, you have alkalis, which are NaOH or KOH. Gravel sand, of course, it is used. There is no cement what is used. Once you make this product, the product is really wonderful. It has got a lot of advantages. It is quite light, and it is resistant to pollution, and it is equally strong as conventional concrete. Recently, there are some examples where underground metro tunnel sections have been done in geopolymer concrete with fiber reinforcement in it. Coming towards the end, recently what I found that Israel has developed some protection coatings which will prevent the spread of corona. That's really very good. And these protection coatings can be used in the factories, public buildings, airports, hospitals, and stores. So this is what we wanted, and this has come. So to close up the thing, what I feel, friends, that the things have changed in the world, and what positive thing Corona has brought is the world has changed, and there is a will to act together. And once we use all these sustainable technologies and sustainable products, whatever I have narrated, we can make sustainable future. So let's leave a legacy of sustainability for the future generations. With that, I would like to close. Thank you, organizers. And now I can take up the questions. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ajit Bhate, and I'm going to try to enjoy this current presentation, which will be presented on behalf of Precast India Infrastructures Private Limited. And I welcome all the ladies and gentlemen watching this presentation, and a special thanks to the CIDC and the steering committee, especially Mr. Prashad Chandru, for allowing us to present a case study on precast concrete buildings in seismic areas. This is a project for one of our clients as Infosys in Pune, which is located in the state of Maharashtra, India. So I will begin with this slide, which is very close to our heart. And our project, this particular project, it is a multi-level car park, which has been selected and has been portrayed on the front page of the bulletin 78 of the FIB and the PCI manual. So it is a sense of great pride, and we really cherish this project and all the execution and all the proceedings of this particular project. So I begin by locating. This is the particular area of the project. It is a multi-level car park. This is a 60-acre campus for our client Infosys. And this is a site layout, wherein the most important part of this particular project is that this is the car park. It is a little odd in shape due to the size of the plot. And on the right hand side, you will see that there is a very big and a high voltage substation, electrical substation, GIS substation. So we had the installation process over here was quite critical. So this particular building, which you now see, has totally 10 floors, a basement plus 10 floors. It's about 500,000 square feet, and there are about 1,334 car parks and some 500 scooter parks. Then there are 6 handicap parking areas, 8 tempos, and there are about 115 car parks on each floor, 16 meters span, totally about 3,700 elements. And the key features of this particular project is that it has a beautiful elevation. It has a single entry and a single exit ramp. All the hallmarks of an intelligent parking management system have been incorporated into this. There is a huge refuge area for the fire, sophisticated MEP services, and high-end floor finishes. I'll begin the presentation by showing you some of the finished photographs of the site. This is a view of the external facades. So facade, and you can see that the most important part of this building is that though it is a modular element building, the architect the concept of the architect and the original creativity, he didn't want it to be standard. He wanted the building to be seen differently from every view. Like if you see, this is a different, when you look at the building from below, it looks this way. You look at the building from the side, it looks this way. Then when you look at it from the front, it is particularly a different view itself. This is from a little bit of a height, and this is from a little bit of an elevation on looking at the side view. This is the view from the corner of the building. This is another side of the building. This is the rear side of the parking, where you can see the refuge floor and all the other areas. These are some of the pictures of the corner of the building. Especially you can note here the details of the joinery, which we will come to in a certain time. So these are some of the photographs again. Now these are all non-plastered original surfaces of the precast concrete elements, which have been just spray painted. So here you can see the 16-meter long double T beams, and this is a column grid of about 9.5 meters. And these are some of the ramps, and these are some of the driveways, the staircases. This is the turnstile area when we come inside the building. This is a photograph which is taken at the night time, when the building also looks a little different when it is lighted. Now I'll begin by the story. Infosys wanted to have a very super and a different kind of a building. And they had asked us to, in addition to the car parking, they wanted the building to look a little bit interesting. So they asked us whether we could do something about it. So we had invited some of our architecture friends from Germany, Greece, India, again from Peru and all. And they had sent in their entries for the facade. So you can see here that some of them had sent it on the Indian sari pattern, some of them had metal louvers, and some of them were, modular patterns which are used in nature. Then some perforations, fins. Some of them had skins on it and all. So all these architects had been given a free hand. They had been given all the data of the project, the layout, floor plans and layouts, and they'd been asked to design a particular facade for the building. So I'll begin by showing you just some concepts. So this is the first entry from Germany. They wanted to have a concept of a sari. You can see here the fold of a sari. So they wanted those folds to be. So these are the different type of concepts. I will not go into detail of these concepts. There were some random glass integrated panels which were proposed by this particular architect. Then these are some of the fixing details. This is another entry which wanted to show some night views of the same building, how it would look. Then this is a entry from the Greek architect. There were some metal louvers and some facades with some different type of arrangements. These are some different vertical members which they wanted to do. Then this is an entry from India, where they wanted to show some of the Indian culture and how it is affecting all the things. So this was, if you see this, they wanted to show as if it should take the shape of a cloth which is put out for drying in the air, and how it would be particularly effective, etc. Then this was another entry from India, which were showing metal louvers and some other things. Then these were some other type of precast triangular panels which they wanted to attach in a honeycomb pattern. Then this was another architect from Germany, the second architect, where they wanted to have some light and different types of panels which were arranged in a very different, untypical manner. And they had some different shapes and sizes. So this was another entry from Peru, a very young architect, a very young and brilliant architect. And you can see here that he wanted to, so there were a number of buildings in the particular campus on which he wanted to, they were having different sizes, shapes and sizes in the 50-acre campus. So he wanted to integrate this particular structure in all of these things. So he wanted to design a cover like a living skin, which is giving rhythm to the facade and creating a fashion of repetitive concrete facades. So this was some of the. He wanted to have some sort of a plantations to give it a green thing. This was ultimately not done because it would have been a problem for the maintenances. But this was how he wanted the original structure to look inside. So ultimately, this was the winning entry. This was from the architect Domingo Seminario from Peru. A lovely structure. This was ultimately signed off by the Honorable Sri Narayan Murthy, who is the head of Infosys. And the basic concept was the sustainability through abundant natural light, ventilation, and green filters, etc. And the concept of the architect was that it should resemble the warmth of a woven woolen sweater, which had a virtue of maintaining the architectural view and unharmed air circulation, yet allowing a light, mild sunlight entrainment in the maximum area due to the facades being positioned and designed elegantly. So this is a detail of some of the elements, 3,600 elements. So there were 205 columns and 671 double T's and single T's, pre-stressed beams, non-pre-stressed beams. So this is a combination. This is the typical architectural drawing. These are the two inlet and the outlet ramps. And this is a 16-meter span, and this is a 9-meter span. And most of the building is composite. It is partly cast in situ concrete. And I would like to mention here at that moment that this was only our third year of prefabrication, and looking into all the experience of prefabrication which was absent in India, it was a very tough challenge. It would be very difficult to think of doing such a project now again because of the time and efforts involved. But anyway, the structural design was done in-house team. We had an in-house team led by Professor Spiros Choukantas and Mr. Trifon Tropinsis from Greece, which is designed for seismic loads, and the vehicular loads are 5 kilonewton for the basement and 2.5 kilonewton per square meter for the floors, excluding the basement. I would like to say that this is a structural layout showing all the double T's and showing the various columns and showing the facade elements and connections, etc., etc. I'll go a little bit to detail after this. These are some of the sections through the foundations, typical sections. This is a typical. Not a typical section. I would say it is a section of a corner column. If you note that, you can look at these particular corbels. These are for the facade elements, and these are for the connections of the column and the floor slabs, etc., etc. So there were triple floor height columns, 10-meter high columns, which were providing for 3 floor levels of the column. These are some typical pre-stressed beams, pre-stressed inverted T beams. So these are about 9.5 meter spanned beams. These are 16-meter hollow core, double T slabs over here. Then these are the double T slabs, typical section of the double T slab and how it looks. So the 16 meters, so it was a 640 millimeter deep double T beam, including the top slab, but excluding the screed. The thickness of the top flange was 65 millimeters, and it was totally somewhere around 580 millimeters below this slab. The width of the double T was 3,800 millimeters. It was a risk which we had taken considering the transport, but I think it reduced the number of double T's. And if you see that this is a very untypical section because this is 1.9 meter instead of the typical 1.2 meter double T. There were some single T sections which were used for one particular bay. These are some of the spandrel sections which you can see here. By the way, the building would have looked like this if it was not covered with the facade. These here you can see the columns of the 3 floor columns over here and the connections, and this is the spandrel element which is connected to the column over here. Then there were some typical facade elements. Here you can see the mock-up which we had done for the facade, the connection of the facade and the spandrel. Basically, the connection of the facade and the spandrel is this particular element, which is about, there are somewhere around 1,300 of these elements, and each element is about 7 meter long, and it protrudes out by about 1.3 meters. The weight of each element is close to about 2.5 to 3 tons, and this particular element is designed like a couple on this particular spandrel. And you can see that there is a sleeve over here. So there is a dowel in this particular element, and it is bolted from the other side of the spandrel, and this acts like a couple. And this particular face over here allows it, does not allow the spandrel to go. So it's in tension here and it goes in compression here. And this is the corbel which allows which accounts for the shear forces, so to be taken instead of loading the bolts. So this is a typical connection between a double T and a shear wall. Like this is another connection between a double T and a beam. So these are typical production planning stages in which we have to prepare the drawings and the designs, and we have to generate the unique reference IDs for all the elements, the mold allotments, the production, the tracking and control, this thing. So we have our own in-house ProTrack enterprise resource planning software. So we had a very high demolding time. We had a lot of quality control systems, So here at Precast India, what we did was we always have customer satisfaction, on-time delivery, try for 0 defects, and continuous improvement processes. So these we work out a lot of coordination with our suppliers, business partners, etc. And these are the typical quality control systems like pre-concrete, then this is during concrete, then this is post-concrete, before the setting stage, then at the lifting stage, demolding stage, then at the stacking stage, and after that the finishing stage. And then pre-delivery stage, then the post-delivery transport stage, and the pre-erection and the post-grouting stage. So these are some of the checklists which we normally had, like these are the quality assurance plans, etc. for the concrete, the mixed designs, reinforcement, etc. Some in-house material tests performed on the raw materials, then in-house cube strengths and all. This is a very standard process that we have. The client used to monitor all these particular things. Tests very critically. Then we had done our load tests for a typical hollow core slab, 16-meter long with the thing. So these are some of the tables showing the loads, the observations and the deflections of the particular element, and so the total deflection and the dead loads and all those other things. Similar tests were made for the double T sections of 16 meters. Then yeah, these are some of the results of the double T slabs. Then we have we usually do some random ultrasonic pulse velocity tests on all our elements before sending them on the site, and some of this calibration certificates for all the various batching plants and all the other machines and all. In this particular process, the stacking would have been a very critical process. So because of the long span and the geometry of the elements, the lifting systems were designed in-house. So we had a special fixture for lifting all the facades and then stacking them in particular thing. Transportation on site was a definite challenge, and we had to make a special jig. And the weight was not too much, but it was occupying a lot of space. So we had to modify our trailers specifically for doing all these particular structures. I mean, we could transport about 8 facade elements during one trip, and then all the attachments over here were removable, and installation speed was improved due to the proper planning of all these things. Another important thing is during the installation of the facades, you can see all these facades are installed here, but because of this refuge floor, which is projecting out by nearly 3.5 meters. So at that time, we had to make a specific arrangement, because all these other facades are just lowered down from the crane and then fixed on the spandrel or wherever. But here it was 3 meters away, so we had to prepare a specific beam, and we had to have a counterweight on this particular side. And this is the facade element. If you see over here, this facade element was then shifted from this particular this thing. There was a gear put over here, and then it was moved inside towards this thing. So it was a innovative assembly. All these mechanisms were specifically created by us in our own house. These are some of the connections, like column to column connection, spandrel to column connection, facade to spandrel connection, and facade to facade connections. So as I said, the shear is taken by the corbels and the monolithic spandrels, and the interlocking of each facade element with locking actions against the overturning of an individual element was around 100 tons, so 8 tons each. So here you can see the connection of a column and a column to column connection. It's a typical column to column connection. This is 3-floor column, and then this again is another 3-floor column. So over here we used to have sleeves. So these are typical sleeves which were there in the top column, and there were dowels coming from this particular column. And this is a very typical column to column connection. Then there were columns with corbels for resting the facades. So you can, over here you can see that these are the corbels for the facade, and these are the corbels for the spandrel. So these are some plates which we had kept for inside the column, in which the spandrel was later on lowered. These are some of the corner columns. This is a special. It's a nice shot where you can see that the facades on one side are installed, and this is the other side. So if you could just visualize the column which we had shown, it had corbels on both these faces, and this is a particular jig which we had made, and we used to lift the facade and then fix it on both these corbels, and then we used to bolt it. So this is a typical corner connection for different things. So these are connections of the the column and the corbels for resting the facades. So over here you can see that this is a particular spandrel, and in this particular picture you will be able to see that This is the column, this is a knife plate over here, and then this particular spandrel could slide inside, and then the dowels from this spandrel would go inside the corbel of this particular column, and then the facade would come over here, and this is one facade which would be bolted on the spandrel, and this is a typical side view of the spandrel, where these are the columns, these are the dowels which go inside the column corbel, and these are the dowels left from the spandrel which go into the screed along with the which is above the structural screed, which is above the double T. So this is again the connection which was there. So over here you can see that this is the column, this is the knife plate which is there, and these are the dowels which go inside this corbel. Like this detail shows everything in detail, including the bolts for the facades also. So this is a view of the building when it was half completed, sort of. So this is the corner column, and these are the individual spandrel elements, and these are the columns which are precasted. The internal shear walls were casted in situ. So here you can see that the facade to spandrel connection. This is the facade element, and this is the spandrel. So here you can see that there is a bolt. So this particular bolt, and this is the notch for the corbel. So if you go back to the mock-up, this is the corbel, and this is the particular. So this particular element is bolted from the other side and then grouted, and then the next element comes here. So here, what you can imagine is the number of the accuracy. You know, if you go back to this particular picture, then you will notice that accuracy has played a very important part, because these are the two sleeves which keep. Then there is on this corbel, one element sits from this particular side, and from this particular side another element sits. So basically there are two sleeves over here, and the sleeves are 40 mm diameter, and the bolts are 16 millimeters. So you can imagine that if this is not correct, you know, looking at the tolerances of the entire building, that means the tolerance is kept in the columns and the tolerance is kept in this particular element, and then at last the facade would come in. So it was a very tough task, but our engineers had done a very nice job, and that's why we could see that there was no mismatches. Another unique feature is that this is a spandrel which is fixed on this. This is a facade element which is fixed on the spandrel. This other facade element is fixed on the spandrel on the top. So this is the spandrel element of the floor on which we are standing, for example, and this is the next floor. And as I said, the double T sits on this, and now this particular facade element, if you see, is totally in the air. So what happens is that there is a dowel, a sleeve in this particular element, in this particular facade element. There is a dowel for this element, so this dowel comes over here. So it is fixed here, and if you can see over here, there are two bolts casted monolithically with this particular facade element, which are fixed internally from here. And there is an insert plate in this particular beam. There is a bracket over here, a steel bracket, and then this is pulled inside from here. And this facade from the top is pressing it from the top, so that it does not allow for this particular facade to overturn or something. So this was the degree to which the detailing was done. It was a super detail by Professor Stiras and his colleague Mrs. This is a 3D view which shows the connections of two facades, you know, how it is kept. And this is the corbels, and these are the various bolts which are there. So then we had a overall accuracy up to 15 millimeters. There was no adjustments and location, etc. It was a very super connection and all. So there's some special types of concrete which we used. There were a lot of safety measures for this project, toolbox talks, and then method statements, checklists to be maintained, equipment installation carried out, all the color codes for the various installations thrice after 3 months, daily observation tools for safety, etc. And everything was followed quite mandatorily, and there was a very strict monitoring on the site. There were 0 accidents on the site, and these are some of the photographs of the building which was executed. So this is a 50-ton tower crane, lever 50-ton tower crane being erected on the site. And this is the plot, like we said. This is there is a substation very close by over here. So what we had done was we had constructed this particular part first, and then these two parts were, this was the part one which was completed. Then we had checked everything for the seismic checks during installation, whether it could stand alone, etc. And then these two particular towers. So this is a tower crane which is moving on rails. So there was a very tight side margin. I'll show you in some other photograph. So if you can see, this is the electrical substation. There are no space around the site. This is where the tower crane is moving. So this tower crane is going on rails this way, and it is partly cast in situ shear walls for the lift course, and all these columns are precasted, and these are the 60-meter double T's which are there. These are the pre-stressed beams, etc. It was a very tight site, and yeah, we had used everything for the final finishes, boom pumps, etc. Everything. This is the second part of the building which was completed. And this is the part B, which is when the crane was shifted outside the building. So here you can see that these are the two parts which are first brought up. Then this crane used to come has to come out, and then the front part was done, the C part of the building. This was during the execution of the building externally. Then this was again when part here you can very clearly see that this C-shaped portion of the building is completed, and this particular crane will be shifted outside here on the rails. It will be fixed over there, and then this particular part will be completed, I think, which we can see in the next picture. These are again some of the activities related to the typical floor finishes, etc. So these are some of the typical shear walls, cast in situ shear walls, 18-meter long, 4-meter high. Then this is again like what we said, that this was the three parts. Now the crane will be moving outside from here. Then this particular part will be completed, and then the facade will be installed. So like I said, this is the last part of the building. So this 1, 2, 3 parts were first done. Then this central part was done. The crane was taken out from here, and then this particular area was installed. So it was very tight from all sides, and these are some other excavation for the site development activities, etc., other things. These are some of the photographs. The thing that this is, like I said, the crane being taken outside, and then the last part of the building being installed now. These are some photographs during installation of the columns, etc. You can very clearly see the knife plates for the column, and the corbels for the spandrel elements, etc. So the building would have typically looked this way, but after the building is completed, it is totally different. These some of the facades have been started to be fitted here. So this is again, we had a 30-meter tower crane. So at one time we had about 5 cranes on this particular project, and so this is the final stage of completion of the facade erection. These are from different sides. Dismantling of the crane, and then I would like to mention some of the awards which we have received for this particular project. Like this was a particular award for the. This is a very important award. Like the Indian Concrete Institute had conferred the Outstanding Concrete Award 2016. Then these are some other Construction Week India awards. Then some of these local awards for the Builders Association in India, etc. This project was also presented by us in Madrid for the international conferences and on sustainability, etc. All in all, this was a very super project where I won't go into the details of all these other things which show that embodied masses, energies, etc. are better. So it was from the sustainability point of view. But all in all, what we found was that this is like, this is the conceived structure and this is the final structure. So without any particular changes, we finally managed to finish this particular project. It is very close to our heart, very challenging project, design-wise challenging, production-wise very challenging, transportation-wise very challenging. but it's a feather in our cap. And like we said, ultimately it featured on the cover page of the Federation International Baton. And ultimately, like I said, we do everything for the passion of concrete, and prefabrication is our soul. So I stop my presentation over here. Thanks from Ajit Bhate and all my fantastic team of engineers who has worked very hard for this particular project. And yeah, I hope it was interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. I am Sanjeev Sharma and I represent Melior Structure Solutions. We are specialized in precast structural design of buildings. Today I'm going to cover structural design of precast high-rise commercial building as a case study. The project is a commercial building with 4 basements, ground plus 24 stories above ground. As you can see in the plan, it is approximately 200 meters long, 34 meters wide, and 110 meters tall above ground. It is designed as full precast building above foundation, though later suited to be constructed with cast in situ columns and walls above 6th floor due to construction constraints. The screen shows the list of the design codes that has been followed. It covers the Indian codes for the loading, for the concrete design, for the seismic loading, the code for the tall building, and where information in Indian codes is insufficient or unavailable, following international codes are referred: ACA 318, which is for the concrete structure, and PCI design handbook. So the concrete strengths for the structural elements is listed here. Typically columns have higher strengths at the lower levels and it's reduced at the upper levels. Beams which are pre-stressed has 50 MPa, non-pre-stressed has 40 MPa. Walls also, like columns, varies in strength from 40 to 70 MPa. All pre-stressed elements are minimum 50 MPa. Reinforcement FY 500 MPa is a grade that has been used. So here's a list of the live loads that are considered for the design, and these are as per IS 875 and also as per the utility of the area. So the earthquake load is applied as per Indian Code IS 1893, seismic zone 2. These are the factors that has been listed. Wind loads were applied as per the wind tunnel test outputs that were carried out by a specialized agency specific to the structure, this structure. So this slide shows the typical layout. As you can see, the upper plan shows a typical floor plan, and being fairly long, 200 meters, it has been divided into 2 towers separated by an expansion joint. So for the analysis purpose, 2 separate analyses were done for each of the tower. We can see on the lower half the left part of the building, and the arrangement is typically a hollow core slab as a floor system, beams and in the perimeter and in one direction in the middle supporting these hollow core slabs, columns supporting the beams, walls, and the central area with the which is basically the core slab, the central core and lobby, lift lobby, staircases, etc. The structural system For the gravity loads consist of hollow core slabs and cast in situ structural topping. The hollow core slabs are pre-tension slabs, so they can go long spans with lesser thickness. The precast beams and walls that support the floor slabs are provided. We're going to explain them in more detail in the coming slides. The precast concrete columns, they support the beams, and columns and walls together, they transfer the gravity loads to the foundation. So together these four elements constitute the gravity load resistance. The lateral loads are mainly resisted by the walls and to some extent by the moment resisting frames. The structural concrete topping is provided to act as diaphragm in order to transfer the lateral loads within the horizontal plane to the shear walls and moment resisting frames. The design methodology, if we start with the floors, as we can see here, the precast hollow core slabs spanning one way are supported on the partially precast pre-tension beams forming the floor system. The hollow core slabs are voided slabs and are typically 1.2 meter wide. They have a shear key profile at the edges, and they are laid next to each other as a one-way spanning planks, and there is a reinforced cast in situ structural topping over the hollow core slabs that act as composite with the hollow core slab in resisting the gravity loads, and that topping also acts as diaphragm connecting the shear walls, thus enabling resistance against lateral forces from wind and earthquake. Coming to the beams, they are partially precast with top 150 mm left without casting but with projecting stirrups. Now, after erection of hollow core slabs on these beams, the top reinforcement is placed at site in the top part. Reinforcement is continuous over support and gets integrated with the projecting column reinforcement, thus forming the moment resisting frame. So these frames are in one direction, as you can see in the image. So the connection is stitched at site, cast in situ, but once the connection is done and the top part of the beam is cast, then the full depth of the beam is activated and they act as a one-way moment frames. So next coming to the vertical elements, the columns and shear walls are collecting the vertical loads from the beams at each floor and transfer them to the foundation. The columns, mainly they collect the gravity load, and the shear walls also provide lateral stability against wind and seismic forces. The connection details on the right are blown up and for clarity, and the arrows show where this detail is applicable to the structure at site. Similarly, the wall slab connection is blown up to show how the wall-to-wall connection is made and where it is applicable at the site. As far as the foundation and retaining walls are concerned, they are cast in situ. The foundation system is isolated foundations under the columns and mat foundations under the shear wall and stair walls, lift core walls. The retaining wall has a strip foundation below it. All the foundations are connected with a stitch slab at their top, forming a watertight base. This stitch slab is important because it's a basement structure and there is chances of water seepage happening due to floods, due to rainwater seepage, and to avoid that penetrating into the basement, another stitch slab at the top is provided with waterproofing. So we discussed the gravity loading, we discussed the lateral loading, and this is a summary of it basically, that the sizes that we typically arrived for this building. So since the hollow core slabs are spanning around 10 meters, and for the live loading of 5 kilonewton and 10 kilonewton in some areas due to server, 250 hollow core is provided for the car park and office areas, and 300 hollow core thickness for the machine room areas is provided. The structural topping is mostly 85 mm in all the areas because for longer spans there is a camber also in the slabs, and to cover that and to embed the services, MEP services, 85 mm of the thickness is recommended. In some areas where heavy loading is there, we have increased the topping and provided up to 185 mm. Precast beams are typically 1400 wide, including the nib or the ledge for supporting the hollow core slabs, and they are 600 deep in total. So the precast part is 450 mm and 150 mm part is done at site with cast in situ concrete after placing the top reinforcement. The columns are typically 1.4 meter by 1.4 meter up to podium level, which is ground floor. Then from ground above up to 15th floor, they're reduced in size from 1.2 to 1.2 meter, and above 15th floor, they are 1 meter by 1 meter. And also the grade of the columns are reduced as we go up in these levels. The lateral loads are from wind and earthquake are resisted primarily by shear walls in both directions and nominally by moment resisting frames. Structural concrete topping is provided over precast floor slabs to act as diaphragm in order to transfer the lateral loads within the horizontal plane to the shear wall. The RCC walls are 250 thick and 200 thick up to level 3, and 200 thick from level 3 onwards. There are some outriggers provided on the perimeter for stability. There are 350 thick. The very important part of precast design and construction is connections, because each element is produced individually in the plant, is shipped to site, and at the final location they are assembled to give a monolithic equivalent effect. So precast hollow core slabs at the edges have shear keys that distribute the local loads over a larger area similar to monolithic construction. The reinforced structural topping over the slabs further assists in the same. The U-bars connecting the topping and shear key assist in composite action and avoid diaphragm buckling. So it's important to have a shear key, and the hollow core shape comes along with it. And if you have a U-bar within the shear key with the topping, so that bonds the topping and increases the bonding between the topping and the hollow core, that assists in composite action as well as the next connection is hollow core slab to beam connection. This is a very simple connection. The hollow core simply sits on the beam ledge on a leveled ledge, and the cast in situ topping is done over it after putting some reinforcement in it. The reinforcement of the topping penetrates into the beam, and sometimes we also place one rebar every joint of the hollow core slab, which comes at 1.2 meter, to avoid progressive collapse of the hollow core slab in case there is a loss of support. Two types of beams are shown there, one which is perpendicular to the hollow core span carrying the hollow core, and the other is parallel to the hollow core and therefore doesn't require a ledge to support the hollow core. Next connection is a beam to column connection, also a very important connection, and this connection is like designed as a moment resistant connection. So the load bearing beams are partially precast and they rest over the column corbels at ends. The top reinforcement of the beam is continuous over the column and thus resisting negative moment formed at the junction. You can note that the beam bottom reinforcement also is connected into the column, forming a unidirectional moment resisting frame. In each direction. So we also have a frame in the other direction, which we saw in the previous slide, and that is basically not carrying the hollow core load, but is participating in stability to some extent. The other connection is the hollow core slab to wall connection. The hollow core slabs rest on the walls with minimum bearing as per code, which is typically 75 mm. In special cases, it can be reduced though. The rebar projecting from the wall is bent into the cast in situ topping over the column-to-column connection is proposed using reinforcement and proprietary slide sleeve connectors, such as from Dextra for this specific project. The high-strength non-shrink grout is filled in the gap that ranges from 20 to 25 mm. The connection is capable of compression, tension, and bending moment. Actually, this connection is equivalent to Type 2 coupler. This is a very well recognized connection. Now we come to wall-to-wall connections. So the wall-to-wall has vertical joint and a horizontal joint. The vertical joint wall-to-wall connection is proposed using proprietary wire loops, as you can see in the image, 3D image shown on the right bottom side. So these walls, they are very easy to make these connections in these walls. The wire loops are flexible, they are like strands, so they pop out during erection, and the gap rebar is placed in this junction and the grout is poured to make the connection. As far as the analysis part of this connection is concerned, the walls are modeled with gaps in case of a wire loop connection. So the horizontal shear transfer is limited, and hence it doesn't give exactly as a continuous wall behavior. So the wall gets broken here, and that is reflected in the model. So the shear key gets formed at the vertical edge that additionally assists shear transfer between the two walls panels. Some shear walls at periphery are connected in this particular project with a stitch connection, as you can see in the left to bottom detail. Then comes wall-to-wall vertical joint. They are similar to ETABS as already explained. And precast wall-to-wall horizontal joint is equally very important connection, and they are very similar to how the column-to-column connection is made using either reinforcement and dowel tubes or the reinforcement and proprietary splice sleeve connectors, such as from Dextra. The grout is filled in the gap, as you can see. It's filled from the bottom and it comes out from the top. The building structural analysis 3D model is made in ETABS software with all geometry and cross sections of elements assigned as per the drawings. The loads are assigned based on the functionality of the space as listed before, and linear elastic three-dimensional analysis is carried out for the output forces. The response spectrum analysis is carried out for the seismic loads. The design of beams, columns, and walls are done from the ETABS, whereas the hollow core slab is done in another software, which is Concise software, or manually using. So after we get the results, the design drawings are prepared with all the details, as we do in cast in situ structure. And additional thing required for precast is a fabrication shop drawing, which shows all the dimensions of each individual element, all the accessories embedded inside it, all the connection requirements for each panel. So for each element, three sheets are required, one showing the and accessories, the second sheet shows the reinforcement, the third sheet shows the MEP details. Finally, this is how the stage-wise the building was constructed at site, and the building is already completed, possibly ready to be occupied soon. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Good morning and welcome you all. I thank our Society for Engineered Structural Society of India for giving me this opportunity, and also CIDC for conducting this conference and giving us this opportunity. Today I'll be sharing my topic, of precast construction industry, policy reforms, and contracts. So we all know precast concrete industry is growing at a very impressive pace, and but still it requires some boosters like policy reforms and changes in the contract conditions to help precast contractors execute more successfully actually. So with this background, I would like to say my overview of the topic is precast construction in India, and then projects of different categories for which we need to talk about this policy reforms and contract conditions changes. So we all know precast construction in India, the technology has taken leaps actually, because though the precast construction started about 50 years back in India, but it couldn't take off because of various limitations of the policies of the government and also availability of the equipment readily and all that. But we all know precast construction helps facilitate this faster and quality assured construction, and the volumes whenever, which is happening in our country now, large scale housing constructions or large scale building constructions will help, this technology will help achieve the delivery in time with the quality required and with a fixed cost. And technology innovations, like multiple technologies are available in precast, we all know. And in India, we are able to cope up with the latest developments happening, whether it is modular precast or total precast, or it is upgrade technology and normal panels construction. All these technologies are available, and we have equipment for erection also, for heights, including the tower cranes and the reach of the booms. They're all available now, and we all know the engineering and architecture is also gearing up to plan for these precast technologies with columns, light wall panels or structural wall panels, double T's, hollow core, inverted T-beams, spandrels, rectangular beams, stairs, and all that. So these are all the precast elements we all know. And the benefits of going for precast basically is the buildability and factory production with the proven design methodology, planned and speedy construction program for which we have very good IT support, economy, eco-friendly with less wastage and no pollution, sound pollution and air pollution, health and safety of the workers, and inherent fire protection properties like cover and quality of the concrete and durability. Mainly, major advantage is the durability and efficient reinforcement with the large span and air tightness because of the lesser porosity and lesser permeability in the concrete, because concrete being produced in a controlled environment. So the cycle, starting with the planning, design team setup, and preliminary health and safety statements and precast health and safety, design risk assessments, and then access and cranes availability and access of vehicles, trailers, and then the crane movement and crane operating convenience, and then design statement, design brief, and the preliminary drawings like general arrangement, and then document control, approval process, and drawing sign-off procedure, project program for the precast, starting from casting, curing, transportation, erection, and alignment, and final acceptance tests, And for every all these activities, method statements being prepared, and site preparation by the main contractor for foundations and stores, and stacking and delivery and acceptance of the materials at the site. And for all this, we have to have the quality documentation, installation and approval and sign off final. So these are all the typical process, and we all know about this dry method, dry joints and wet joints, and then parking garages, and advantages. We all know high quality control, speedy construction, reduction in formwork and scaffolding, and any shape and any finish can be achieved with this, and durability is the major and aesthetic appearance. So these are all some of the drawings, which shop drawings, which we have to make with all the details of the stripping, stacking, transportation, and erection, slinging, all this what I'm showing here. And so this is the brief background about precast and where it stands in our country today. So now what are the policy reforms we require to further boost this precast technology in construction? This is basically the discipline from within the industry, like quality delivery and keeping up the timelines is very important. Otherwise, any one or two contractors failing also, it is affecting the acceptance by the clients and corporates. So we all industry people have to be abiding by this discipline about the standards and procedures. Next is the monitoring and regulation is required definitely, like our society PSI, Pre-Engineered Structure Society, can offer to do this monitoring and regulation, and design methodologies, uniform design standards, manual, which can lead to formulation of the codal provisions for future. And buildability score, I feel that the Urban Development Ministry, we have to work with to introduce the buildability score so that the precasters will get the advantage in getting the permissions because of its buildability with least inconvenience to the neighbors. That's very important. So this is already prevalent in other countries like Singapore, BCA and all. So we have to also bring in this concept. And next is the insurance policy. The insurer is not talking about different premium for precast construction where it is less risk involved in during the construction because of more engineering, and conventional construction where it is riskier, and we are seeing so many accidents happening, reported itself or so many, there will be so many unreported accidents. And so we must pursue with the insurance companies and the government to get the insurance policy. That means to penalize the people who have more risk. So there should be proper risk assessment for the insurance policy. Next is the GST taxation. There should be incentive for the completely organized industry like precast, because there is no material or work that can go unaccounted. So it requires definite incentive or subsidy to encourage this nascent and upcoming industry, which will bring in more organized taxation actually. So GST, we should request the government to give incentive in the GST. And the next important thing is Bureau of Indian Standards to come up with more rational partial safety factors. Like we have this dead load 1.5, live load 1.5, other wind and earthquake 1.5. If we can introduce the modeling of the uncertainty using fuzzy logic, we can arrive at more realistic and logical factor for precast, because in precast we have lesser tolerances and more fixed dead loads, like self-weight of the structure is very much fixed because of the lesser tolerance. So these are all the important policy reforms I recommend and request every stakeholder to participate in achieving these policies. And then in procurement contracts, The design build contracts particularly, where it can be a lump sum contract or item rate contract or yardstick contract, we should make the client to make it technology neutral, because the precast technology is patented by different companies and each one have their strength. So you define your battery line of the building and the rest let it be decided by the consultant and precaster to implement this technology neutral. Next is eligibility criteria. We cannot apply the same pre-qualification requirements for precast as well as a conventional. So it requires involvement of the industry to come up with recommendations for more rational eligibility criteria. Next is the LD clause. It is hardly negligible in my opinion in the present condition because of the lobby of the conventional contractors. And we all know that the construction contracts run into 5 years period average. I have some contracts going at 10 years also, because it's very difficult to control this timelines. So unless we have stringent LD and termination clause and risk and cost clauses implemented, it is very difficult to really attract this technology implementation. Next is the incentive for timely or early completion. Also should be there in the contract. Then people will move out to this precast technology. Next is the advance cash flow requirement will be different for precast because it's a faster work and we have to cast all the elements before erection and it will all happen in a short span of 3 months. So we have to think of drafting mobilization advance and material advance clauses differently for this precast. And finally, the terms of payment and yardstick turnaround time, because it's very fast, unlike conventional method where you have 1 month cycle time. In precast, we have 2 days, 3 days kind of cycle time. So for that cycle time, the billing cycle also has to be faster and or advances to be paid. So we have to relook at the estimation of the yardstick for the contracts and terms of payment. So with this few words in the given time, I could cover as much as possible. And thank you very much. And you can always connect with me on my mail or number or my Facebook page or LinkedIn page. And thanks for giving me this opportunity. You can shoot out your questions to these numbers. So thank you. Bye. Good morning.
Dear participants, I am so happy to announce that CSIR and CBRI, they have gone in for a very novel initiative, and this is to nurture the emerging technologies. They have set up a construction technology demonstration park at CSIR CBRI Roorkee. The park is a construction technology fusion ranging from vernacular to blue sky, 3D printing, emerging precast, prefab technologies, and the technologies are not only demonstrated there, but also are evaluated for different functional tests. That is water tightness, acoustics, thermal comfort, and axial and lateral loads, etc. The emerging technologies being evaluated are precast hybrid buildings, confined masonry, cold formed steel, dry construction, bamboo housing systems, 3S precast building systems, prefab steel housing building, and a stay-in-place formwork system. The benefits derived from the park are that they bring all the emerging construction technologies at one place. It creates a technical data bank of various existing alternate materials and construction technologies which are time-tested and proven and can be really used in the field based on the geoclimatic conditions. It also helps in development of test protocols for functionality performance evaluations of buildings using emerging technologies. Do visit and have a look at it, and also the appeal to the young students is who are going to be now professionals in tomorrow. They should basically be part of this particular visit, and they must spend time and learn new techniques. Thank you very much, and I once again repeat, you are all invited. Thank you.
Central Building Research Institute, also known as CSIR-CBRI, is a constituent establishment under the umbrella of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR. It has been tasked to generate, cultivate, and promote building science and technology in service of the country. The national mission, Housing for All, strives to meet the housing demands of the people of India by the year 2022. The conventional methods of building construction are unable to meet the targeted housing demand. This requires new and emerging building technologies that are cost-effective, faster to construct, disaster resilient, environment friendly, aesthetically pleasing, comfortable to live in, sustainable, and durable. These technologies will set a direction that our future cities would follow.
The economy of a country is proportional to the infrastructural development. The country looks for a 5 trillion economy, and it is very important we resort to new ways and new technologies in the construction sector, such that construction technology plays its vital role in the economic development of the country. Towards this aim, the team from CSIR-CBRI, ably guided by Dr. Ajay Chaurasia, has led this attempt on creating a technology demonstration park for construction technologies. Construction technologies now have moved away from the conventional means where the time of the project takes a very long duration. We need to make it as quick as possible, as economical as possible, hazard resistant, as well as with a high comfort level. With all these parameters in our mind, we have created 8 to 9 demonstration structure as a pure experimental attempt, which is on a high TRL level, technology readiness level.
The CSIR Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee, India, has developed a common platform for full-scale demonstration and performance evaluation of promising building technologies as Construction Technology Demonstration Park. Demonstrated here is a fusion of construction technologies that offers a wide choice of options to industry, academia, and researchers for mass housing projects under different sets of geoclimatic conditions. The park currently showcases 2-storied houses having a uniform layout with a total covered area of 1100 square feet for each building. The bouquet of technologies demonstrated here covers a wide range of partially precast building components, use of locally available materials in a scientific manner, fully precast industrialized buildings, dry construction using steel framework with commercially available wall cladding materials, structural use of bamboo in buildings, and integration of energy efficient green building systems for both hot and cold climatic areas. The approach adopted introduces standardization in housing layouts through modular coordination, efficient space utilization, climate responsiveness, energy efficiency, disaster resilience, and cost effectiveness. These technologies will be subjected to rigorous evaluations of water tightness under cloud burst simulation, to acoustics performance, thermal comfort, indoor or outdoor air quality monitoring, performance under axial or lateral loads, fire resistance, and many such tests that are needed for safety, durability, and comfort of the users. Emerging building technologies, partially precast hybrid construction. In this demo house, partial prefabrication techniques have been demonstrated that are more amenable to construction system in India. The walls have been constructed using specially developed concrete blocks that have large irregular stones inside. Brick masonry in rat trap bond saves 25% bricks and gives thermally efficient walling system. Precast like the RC plank and joist system, precast channel system, brick panel system, L panel system for sloping roofs, precast stair units, precast door and window lintel cum sunshades have been used here. The house is safe against earthquakes even in zone 4 and 5, cost effective, and makers use of locally available construction material and skills. Bamboo housing systems. Bamboo has very good mechanical properties and can be used as a good building material in the construction of houses. For durability, these bamboos have been chemically treated against insects, termites, fungi, and rot. The bamboo structure has been specially designed for required structural strength as columns, beams, trusses, staircases, and safety against earthquakes and winds. The bamboo wall panels have been protected against rains by ferro-cement plaster on all exposed walls. Net zero energy building. This is a net zero energy house. Industrial wastes like fly ash has been used in the bricks that do not require coal for burning in kilns. Also, biobricks using desert sand having good engineering properties are utilized for wall construction. Bamboo is used to replace steel in tie columns of confined masonry. It also demonstrates several innovative passive techniques for natural ventilation and to keep the house warm in winters and cool in summers. Natural indoor lighting and solar energy injection in the main power supply is likely to offset all but the little power that the house takes from the electric supply system, making it a net zero energy house. Here, cold formed steel wall panel framing technology has been demonstrated. Cold formed steel wall panels have fiber cement boards and gypsum boards on both the sides. Rock wool is sandwiched between the gaps for insulation. These panels are the main axial load-bearing members in this system of construction. This system is environment-friendly and has high strength to weight ratio. Due to faster construction, easy transportation and good thermal comfort, this system can also be adopted in the earthquake-prone, cold hilly areas. Dry construction. This is a dry construction technology where no water is used during construction at site. The main load-carrying frame of the building is made of hollow steel sections with strong monolithic beam column joints for improved performance. Bolted steel joints make the work at site easier and faster. Various types wall panels available in the market can be used with this steel framework. By proper planning, a 2-story house can be constructed within about a week. 3S Industrial Precast Building Systems, Messrs BG Shirke, Construction Technology Private Limited, Pune, has demonstrated here an industrialized precast building system. Complete multi-storied buildings are pre-designed and industry-produced using high-quality RCC building components like columns, beams, walling, and roofing components, stair flights, and walling blocks or components. The structural integrity of the system has been evaluated by CSIR CBRI on various parameters. Everest Steel Building. This is another pre-engineered house demonstrated by Messrs Everest Industries. Here, the designers have used a hollow steel section frame to carry main structural and imposed loads. The frame is nut and bolt jointed, minimizing on-site assembly work. Their proprietary wall panels consist of an aerated cement concrete core sandwiched between two cement boards. This too is a dry and fast construction system. Several walling panels and finishing boards have been displayed here. Innovative building materials, components and systems like sea brick or cement fly ash bricks, concrete masonry blocks, desert sand bricks, construction and demolition waste bricks and blocks, rat trap bond masonry, earthquake resistant construction techniques, foldable shelters for instant relief and rehabilitation of disaster affected people, solid waste disposal systems for rural and semi-urban localities, several passive systems of thermal comfort, lighting, and household cooking have also been integrated with the demonstrated houses. These buildings shall be scientifically evaluated for their functionality performance under water tightness, heavy rains, natural hazards like earthquakes, cyclones, floods, fire, indoor and outdoor air quality, and also comfort level in hot, dry, and humid geoclimatic conditions using IoT-based system. In addition, the buildings are provided with wind and solar hybrid WISH energy generation systems by CSIR NAL Bangalore.
This construction technology demonstration park is a stepping platform and provides several benefits for the growth of construction industry in India. To name a few, it brings all the emerging construction technologies on a common platform for demonstration, awareness, and evaluation. It creates a technical data bank of various existing alternate materials and construction technologies which are time-tested and proven and can be deployed in the field based on geoclimatic condition. It also helps in development of test protocol for functionality, performance evaluation, and many more. In the end, our aim is to meet the aspiration of the people of India from construction industry. It is expected that more and more technologies will be added as and when developed and verified in near future.
Construction cost, construction speed, capital investment, and public acceptance are important parameters that decide the success of a housing system. This demonstration park will help users, designers, and builders to select the most appropriate building technology for their geoclimatic conditions. Through meticulously designed, researched, and evaluated building systems, materials, and components by the scientists of the CSIR CBRI, India is edging closer towards more scientific and technologically feasible solutions towards fulfillment of the country's dream of housing for all by 2022.
Hello ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, the world is facing a horrid time due to COVID-19, and the construction industry also has been adversely affected by this pandemic. There are many challenges that consulting firms are facing, like staff not attending office regularly, movement of people to project sites, deployment of staff on projects, day-to-day monitoring of projects, etc. MSV has visualized the challenges related to COVID, and we have created SOPs to work in these tough times. Barring a few cases, we have been successful in fighting this deadly disease and have continued to provide uninterrupted consultancy services. We reorganized and reoriented the company so that everyone remains in touch with all the team members at all times, electronically and digitally. Our head office staff was provided with laptops, internet access, Microsoft Teams and WebEx to conduct virtual meetings, exchange files and documents, and stay connected with the team from their respective homes. COVID-19 could not dampen our spirits, as more than 90% of our team members continue to stay at more than 100 plus project sites of MSV. Our HR department played a crucial role and regained the pace of work in a short time. Our head office and HR stayed in constant touch with our esteemed clients and provided feedback and monthly reports regularly. Innovative approach, good leadership and high motivation paid off well. During COVID times, MSV submitted bids on more than 200 projects, and we won more than 30 projects, adding to 150 crores in consulting fee from March 20 to October 2020, which is a great achievement. MSV took a landmark decision to curtail company profits and release additional financial resources to provide full salaries to all our 1400 plus staff and employees during these challenging times, to ensure that everybody has a smile on his face. I would now like to take this opportunity to talk about some of the irrigation and agriculture projects undertaken by MSV Inc. We have worked on irrigation projects world over, and most of our projects have been done in India, Africa and US. Some of the projects undertaken by the chairman of MSV, Mr. Malik, in United States are Smamish Canal modifications for the Department of Ecology in the state of Washington, USA. We also did a project for Uplick Basin canal systems in Washington state. We also did modifications and extension of existing Wenatchee canal systems in the state of Washington. We have recently finished a project in Africa for design and construction supervision of irrigation schemes for a World Bank funded project in Ghana. We also completed 2 projects in India which were funded by the World Bank. The first one was the Andhra Pradesh community based tank management project and the Odisha community tank management project. I'll be talking about these projects in detail. We also provided consultancy services for construction supervision and quality assurance for reconditioning and rehabilitation of distributaries and miners in Bhatinda and Faridkot in Punjab. We have provided supervision and quality control services for Patiala Canal Division also. We did the Andhra Pradesh community-based tank management project, and we provided third-party services. As per a World Bank study, the tank irrigation system in Andhra Pradesh is centuries old. Tank system structures were mostly constructed to support the basic human needs. Between 1999 and 2006, agriculture grew at 2.5% per year, with almost all growth coming from livestock and fishery subsectors. However, the crop subsector, which accounted for about 60% of the state's domestic production from agriculture, stagnated. Consecutive droughts and inadequate investments in irrigation were the key factors for poor agriculture performance. Farmers who did not have access to canal irrigation relied on surface irrigation from tanks for cultivation in addition to rainfall during the monsoon season. The state of Andhra Pradesh had the largest number of tanks, approximately 74,000, and the largest area irrigated by tanks in India. However, from 1999 to 2005, the state saw a steady decline in tank-based irrigation. From 1 million hectares, it was reduced to 0.5 million hectares due to lack of maintenance and increase in use of groundwater for irrigation. Most tanks were performing well below their capacity, and the percentage of actual area irrigated to potential created varied between 35 to 55% depending upon rainfall. The components and objectives of the project were institutional strengthening, to enable community-based institutions, water user association and fishing cooperative societies, farmers' interests assume greater responsibility for tank management and for improvement of tank-based agriculture livelihoods. Second was minor irrigation systems improvement to enhance the efficiency of water use in tank areas selected under the project. Activities to be undertaken fall under two subcomponents: tank system improvements, and objectives of the subcomponents were to improve the physical and operational performance of selected tank systems, then secure the safety of the tank structures, improve on farm water management and water use efficiency. Participatory groundwater management to enable groundwater users in those tank systems that are subject to groundwater stress to improve the management of their groundwater resources and thereby enhance their agriculture productivity. Thirdly was agriculture livelihood support services to enhance tank-based livelihoods by increasing production, productivity and profitability of the agriculture, horticulture, fisheries livelihood and other significant productive activities. MSV's role in the ACTMP project was repairing and rehabilitating almost 3,000 minor irrigation tanks with a command area greater than 40 hectares, covering 2.5 lakh hectares on a sustainable basis. MSV provided third-party quality control and quality assurance services for Unit 4 and Unit 5 for rehabilitation of the tank systems and implementation of tank safety remedial works under the AP-CBTMP. The services provided by MSV on the Andhra Pradesh project were design review and review of project drawings to ensure that the quality of works along with workmanship is conforming to technical specification, to ensure sound construction procedures including deployment of state-of-the-art engineering instruments, to undertake monitoring of the quality of materials used, to carry out field tests required for assuring the quality, to suggest measures for rectifying the defects, to inspect the works and design aspects and suggest improvements, to check the accuracy of methodology and equipment used in QC labs, and to build capacities and provide professional training. The outcomes of ACTMP after we provided services to the Andhra Pradesh government were: firstly, agriculture and water productivity. Rice, paddy, maize, groundnuts and vegetables saw a productivity increase varying from 36% to 40% respectively against targets of 25 to 30%. So we exceeded the expectations. Water productivity calculated as crop output per unit of water from groundwater irrigation increased by almost 40%, exceeding the targets of 10%. Crop diversification. Rice paddy covered 75% of the cultivated area against a target of 66%, though results were better than expected in some drought prone areas. Marketing produce. The creation of commodity interest groups helped increase the final sale value of rice paddy, groundnut and maize by 9 to 17%. Fisheries. All the tank based fishing communities adopted improved fish production and harvesting techniques against a target of 80%. Fish productivity increased steeply by 324%. The project also generated employment of approximately 1 lakh fishers who were landless and belonged to weaker sections of the community. Now the second important project that I would like to talk about is the Odisha Community Tank Management Project a background of the project is the tank irrigation systems in Odisha are centuries old. The tank system structures were mostly constructed under the kingship to support the basic human needs of drinking. There were about 3,600 tanks in the state of Odisha. Government of Odisha, with funding from World Bank, undertook to repair and rehabilitate approximately 320 minor irrigation tanks having a command area of 40 hectares to 2,000 hectares under the Odisha State Community Tanks Management Project, OSCTMP. The project covered 64,000 hectares in 12 districts of Odisha and about 111 minor irrigation projects were proposed to be rehabilitated for QA/QC, and 55 were under the northern districts of Angul, Jharsuguda, Bahalgad and Balsavar. Now the principles underlying the project design were a decentralized mechanism where the main tank beneficiaries play a productive role in planning, implementing and sustaining project interventions. The tank system rehabilitation work meets technical, quality and safety standards and pays adequate attention to social, environmental and fiduciary considerations to improve agriculture technology and practices. MSV played a crucial role in OCTMP project. MSV was hired as an expert consultant for this World Bank funded project to provide third-party quality control and quality assurance services for rehabilitation of the tank systems. MSV provided similar services that we provided for the Andhra Pradesh tank management project, which I just discussed in the previous slides. And here also there was a remarkable change in the overall productivity in crops in Odisha. With this, I would like to sincerely thank CIDC for giving us an opportunity to present our credentials in the irrigation and agriculture sector in this prestigious ICW Conference 2020. Thank you all. At the outside, we would like to congratulate CIDC for organizing one of the biggest online digital conferences which will benefit the construction industry as a whole. During COVID times, when movements are restricted to a big extent, the efforts of CIDC team is really commendable. We appreciate that the platform hosted so many professionals, experts, industry groups from the construction sector and allied industries who identified key issues for an intelligent discussion and at the same time shared their expertise through this platform. We thank CIDC team for encouraging us to participate in this mega digital event. We presented our vivid experience in numerous sectors of civil and agricultural engineering and also got an opportunity to share our rich experience and expertise in highway, irrigation and other related sectors. MSV believes in a partnering philosophy and have partnered with more than 200 firms from across the globe for taking up large infrastructure projects in India and abroad. We extend a warm welcome to the participants of ICW 2020 for joining hands with MSV for taking up large projects worldwide. With this, we once again thank CIDC for organizing this mega event. It was our pleasure to be part of ICW 2020. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. My name is Sunil Mahajan. I'm additional DG of CIDC. After graduation from IIT Kanpur and with an MBA in between, 23 years in industry, I joined CIDC at the turn of the millennium, year 2000. This 5-day event is drawing to a close and we are heading towards the final session. I won't say concluding because construction is an unending activity. It is time to say thank yous and till we meet again. We don't believe in goodbyes. And why is that? Construction is a large field and needs to grow even larger and better. So everyone who has joined us in this event is forever on a part of our family. Anytime anybody wants to do anything for improvement or expansion of the industry, you are welcome. You are welcome to join hands with us, and we can mutually support each other for this purpose. Specifically in the agrotechnology and infrastructure sector, this was a steering group which was set up under the command of chairmanship of Padma Shri Professor Brahma Singh, who has also many other laurels to his name. And under his able leadership, we had superb presentations by Shri C. Devarajan, by Shri Pushkar Malik, Shri R.K. Singh, and Shri Lakshman Kumar Palata Singh. Shri Lakshman Kumar is a former Deputy Director of Agriculture in Epicol. Shri R.K. Singh is Project Coordinator in AI All India Coordinated Research Project on Plastic Engineering and Agricultural Structures, and also an expert in post-harvest engineering and technology. Mr. Pushkar Singh is the MD of MSD International India, an eminent company which is also highly involved in agriculture technology. And to top it all, we have our mentor, a guide for the entire event and otherwise for CIDC, Shri C. Devarajan. He is the MD of one of the largest construction companies in India, URC Construction, and has extensive interests in agriculture. He is one of the prime applicators of technology in construction in all his agriculture enterprises. We also had a session on air conditioning and refrigeration, which is going to play a very major part in when we expand our agricultural technology. We will need a series of cold chains, a series of climate controlled warehouses, and in fact I'll be coming to that later. The session and the steering group for this segment were headed by an IIT Kanpur graduate, Shri Vikram Murthy, who is a first generation entrepreneur and has expanded his business tremendously in air conditioning and refrigeration. We had the head of president of ISRE, Indian Society for Heating and Refrigeration and Air Conditioning, Shri Richi Mittal, who gave a very inspiring 5-minute speech. Mr. Shri Jitendra Bhambure, from Rama Manufacturers Association, Shri Vishal Kapoor also from ISRE, and Shri Ellen Krishna from Rama, and the president of RATA, that's the Traders Association. Rama is the Manufacturers Association. So we've had the representation of all the three associations of air conditioning people in India. The national president of Mr. RATA gave an amazing and
very good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The ideas which we plan to convert into many touch points in the future, where all of us will, and then this is going to be put in infrastructure, and the other has put together this session. Jain from Twasta Manufacturers, Professor Santosh Kapuria from CSIR Structural Engineering actually changed many of the collaborating during the sectional committee. Mishra from Algo 8, Prof. Jail Nora and from Anupama Kohli and additional committee meetings who contributed to the development of the thought, the idea, and you saw the execution. All this during the times of disruptions, as they say, that change, they used to say that the change is the only constant, but today it seems the pandemic has taught us that disruption is the only constant. So the only way forward is that all of us need to align ourselves with the new normal. We need to scale up our capabilities. We need to actually change many of the things that we've been doing and align them with technology. As disruption happens, emerging technologies are there to support you. So these two things need to be, the disruption needs to be aligned with technology, and you need to do some crystal ball gazing to see the next bend in the road. All this could not have been possible without the able support of our sponsors. I must thank people and patrons from Apple Chemie India Private Limited, Ircon International Limited, Gulf P Global Asphalt, GR Infra Projects Limited, Sudhakar Pipes and Fittings, Afcons Infrastructure Limited, Shapoorji and Palanji, Fenesta Windows, Building Architecture and Engineering Chennai, and CQRA Pune for their wholehearted support and financial support that they have provided to this event. Going forward, I request all of you to keep yourself abreast with the latest that would be happening in your groups. We've already had the WhatsApp group, and that's we try to basically keep you updated through that communication. And off and on, we would also be writing detailed mails and talking on phone so that the connect remains intact. So whatever your thoughts, whatever your feedback, whatever queries you have, do share with us, and that will help us in basically forming the agenda going forward in the next year. This event has taught us that the theme that we had in mind, revival of the construction industry post-COVID. The COVID, it's not over as yet, but then we've had despair, and then we have a lot of hope. Perhaps the vaccine is on the cusp of delivery, and soon we may have a medication as well. But all along, during the pandemic, one thing that all of you have done is work on your immunities, build your systems to fight the pandemic. And that is what these events are meant for, so that we all contribute in thought and process, and we strengthen the construction industry per se through our contributions, through creating replicable best practices. So wonderful people, thank you so much for your contributions to the event, and I wish you season's greetings and best wishes for a very happy new year in advance. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day to all of you. I am Rajiv Jain, Director Training CIDC. Time doesn't stop is a universal truth, and we have to manage our activities in accordance to the movement of time. I am happy to share that with the support and active participation of all of you, we could manage this 5-day mega event well within time. The learned speakers from around the country and around the globe have shared their experiences on different aspects of construction industry, and also they have shared during the crisis of this ongoing pandemic how their respective countries are managing to cope this current crisis. The event had multiple parallel conference tracks, and I had been personally coordinating steering committees on 3 of the important tracks. These were concrete technology, real estate, and skilling initiatives in India. I must say, the concrete chairmen of these committees have put in their best efforts to bring in the most desirable topics for deliberation and the most competent experts to talk about these issues. I am sure the delegates and the participants must have enjoyed the sessions of their interest. Let me share with you all that technical presentations will remain active on this portal for yet another 2 months, and the presentations you have missed could be enjoyed again at your convenience anytime during this period. All the queries you might have may be directly emailed to the respective speakers and copied to CIDC. The details of individual speakers are available in the archives on this portal. Now, while concluding my talk, I hereby acknowledge the most humble contribution and untiring efforts of Dr. S.K. Manjrekar, Managing Director, Sunanda Specialty Coatings Private Limited, who had chaired Steering Committee on Concrete Technology. Also, Shri B.D. Mundra, Chairman and Managing Director, Simplex Infrastructure Limited, who had chaired Steering Committee on Skilling Initiatives. I am also thankful to Shri Velamati Ramnath, Chairman Andhra Pradesh RERA, and he chaired the Steering Committee on Real Estate. I am deeply thankful to all the 42 speakers from India and abroad for sharing their valuable knowledge and contribution on concrete technology and post-COVID recovery mechanism adopted in their respective countries with all our participants. Further, my heartfelt thanks goes to all the learned speakers for enlightening us on issues related to skilling initiatives and changed dynamics in the era of COVID-19. I am also grateful to the learned speakers for raising the issues related to the real estate sector and proposing their viewpoints on how to amicably resolve all these issues. I am also thankful to all the sponsors and exhibitors. In particular, my thanks goes to Andhra Pradesh RERA, Himachal Pradesh RERA, Chhattisgarh RERA, and Ardex Endura for their valuable contributions as sponsors. Last but not the least, I wish to thank all the participants, my colleagues, for their active and untiring efforts to make this event a great grand success. Thank you all, stay safe and remain connected. Jai Hind.
Good day to all. Now that we have concluded both the sessions on disaster management, I'd like to place on record my sincere thanks to all the experts for providing us insight in this post-COVID scenario. However, with the presentations, we have come to realize that COVID is not the only thing to be worried about in these times. There are other disasters which have been identified, solutions given, and also the action points have been discussed. I'd like to thank our experts, Dr. Chandan Ghosh, who is also the chairman of the steering committee, and he delivered the presentation on disaster resilient construction, a step towards sustainable habitat. Mr. Amandeep Garg spoke upon how construction sector could help in disaster mitigation and contribute for the growth of the nation. Dr. Krish Chandra shared his experience on owner-driven construction houses. Mr. Rajendra Desai spoke about building artisan education program and also on retrofitting of masonry building, why and how. Dr. Nilima Satyam told us about advances in ground improvement, biogeotechniques of granular soils. Dr. Pramod Deshpande spoke on risk assessment and risk management approach for construction business in the post-COVID scenario. Dr. Abhijit Ganguly delivered his presentation on non-destructive testing and concrete infrastructure industry. And Engineer Vijay Gupta spoke on disaster management, whereas Dr. Hemant Kumar Vinayak shared his thoughts on construction beyond municipal boundaries of Himachal Pradesh, which was really an issue of concern. Mr. S.K. Dhawan spoke on construction management issues. I'm sure we all learnt a lot on mitigation of disasters and how to move forward development of the society. It is my pleasure to share with you that these presentations will be on the site for the next 3 months. I look forward to having all the queries and suggestions on these topics especially from the students, to enable taking knowledge forward. We could also focus on specific programs where knowledge is needed, so I would look forward to your queries on special programs that we can conduct. Thanks a lot for all of you to being with us. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. I am Rajiv Jain, Director Training CIDC. I believe all of you have enjoyed all the technical sessions and it has been a great learning experience for all of you. As we are about to conclude this mega international event, I would like to place on record my heartfelt thanks to all the steering committee chairmen, esteemed committee members, all the speakers, sponsors and exhibitors, and all of you dear participants. In particular, I wish to thank on behalf of my colleague Mr. Deepak Majumdar, who had been coordinating a few important steering committees. The steering committee on cement was chaired by Mr. Sanjay Mathur, Chief Special Initiatives Officer, Ultratech Cement Limited. He has provided valuable guidance and also highlighted the core issues related to cement industry in India. We express our heartfelt gratitude for him to spare his valuable time and chairing this important committee. We also thank the esteemed committee members who gave their critical inputs to make this track of conference more interesting and meaningful. I am confident that the deliberations will go a long way in highlighting the role of Indian cement industry in the revival of construction industry post-pandemic. I am also thankful to Mr. Y.P. Kajale, Vice President, Engineering Planning and Design, BG Shirke Construction Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Kajale chaired the steering committee on prefab construction and pre-engineered buildings. My thanks goes to Mr. P.V. Rao, who co-chaired this committee and provided the insights of the issues concerning prefab industry. In total, there were 16 speakers for this track of conference. The steering committee on steel was chaired by none other than Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, who is Chairman SAIL, and the committee was also coordinated by Shri Gauri Shankar Dubey, former ED SAIL. The committee discussed the methodology for increasing the consumption of steel in real estate and infrastructure sector. It was suggested that while formulating any projects, the life cycle cost component must be considered invariably. Presenters also discussed about waste management in integrated steel plant for manufacturers. Usage of steel was recommended for rural housing and agro sector. In total, there were 12 speakers in the steel track of conference. I am thankful to all the speakers. Special thanks to Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary for his valuable guidance and support. I am also thankful to Mr. Gauri Shankar Dubey for coordinating with the speakers. My thanks to all the esteemed members of the committee and all the speakers and participants. There was another group on international collaboration. It was constituted to create a forum aiming at global partnership, especially amongst the countries in Asian region for knowledge sharing and technology transfer, etc. The group constitutes members, especially from Asia Construct member countries, and invites and support to explore areas of mutual cooperation on the theme revival of construction industry post-COVID-19 by understanding the strategies adopted by the respective countries and policies adopted by respective governments to tackle this ongoing pandemic. The group was chaired by Dr. P.R. Swaroop, who is DG CIDC, and the prominent members include representatives from Hong Kong Polytechnic University, CSDB Indonesia, Philippines Academy of Managers for Construction and Cities, Vietnam CIDA, Sri Lanka, Philippines Overseas Construction Board, Embassy of Philippines, SPIU Uttar Pradesh, Samrat Ashok Technological Institute, Vidisha. The following important issues were discussed during this track of conference. Effect of COVID, how Asia Construct member countries are handling the pandemic and how the experience could be useful to each other. Human resources, shortage of labor, skill training were among some of the major issues. Industry perspective, recommendations for policy change post-COVID, global scenario and adoption of new technology and good practices. I am confident that the International Collaboration Group will take a lead in providing the blueprint for action and way forward for the revival of construction industry in Asian region and globally by creating better opportunities and finding cost-effective solutions through infrastructure development, revising procurement practices, capacity building, and so on. I thank the chairman and members of the committee for sharing their knowledge and providing inputs for taking it forward. We also express our thanks for the patronage of our sponsors, without which this conference could not have been successful. My thanks goes to Institute of Lean Construction Excellence, JK Cement Limited, BG Sirke Construction Technologies Private Limited, URC Construction Private Limited, Steel Authority of India, Dextra Group, Ultratech Cement Limited, Ready Mix Concrete Manufacturers Association. Lastly, I would like to remind you that the pandemic is still on. Take care of yourself, keep learning and improving the living spaces around the world. Thank you once again. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
I'm sure at the end of it, we would be able to have clear action plans for the central, the state government and the stakeholders to move ahead. I take this opportunity to profusely thank the Goa government for its support and sincerely appreciate the tremendous efforts put in by Dr. Swaroop and his team, including Mr. Samir Sulakar and Mr. Rasik Naik, in organizing and making this event happen. Finally, on behalf of Vibrant Goa Foundation, I would like to wish all the delegates the very best and hope you will have a highly productive conference. Thank you all.
On behalf of Construction Industry Development Council and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, I, Pawan Kumar Mishra, Additional Director, would like to express our sincere gratitude to all who have contributed directly or indirectly to organize India Construction Week 2020. India Construction Week 2020 has been divided in several streams to cover the entire spectrum of construction. Academia is one of them. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Professor P.K. Garg, Vice Chancellor, former Vice Chancellor, Uttarakhand Technical University and Professor IIT Roorkee, for his humble but great leadership to organize the academia stream of the ICW 2020. Professor Govind Pandey, co-chairman of the steering committee, and the other members of the steering committee like Professor Santosh Kapuria, Director CSIR FERC Chennai, Professor N. Gopal Krishnan, Director CSIR CBRI Roorkee, Professor Manu Santhanam, IIT Madras, Professor Bharat Lohani, IIT Kanpur, Professor Rajan Chaudhary, IIT Guwahati, Professor J.S. Chauhan, Director, SATI Vidisha, Professor Chandan Das, IIT Jammu, Dr. Anil Kumar, SPA, SPIU, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Ajay Chaurasia, CSIR, CBRI Roorkee, Dr. M.K. Shrimali, NIT Jaipur, Dr. P.K. Ramcharala, Triple IT Hyderabad, Dr. Ramkrishna Bag, IIT Patna, Professor Aldo T.I., IIT Bombay, Dr. Nilima Satyam, IIT Indore, Professor Devendra Mohan, IIT VHU Varanasi, Professor N. Raghavan, IIT Madras, Professor Farad Das, IIT ISN Dhanbad, Dr. Avijit Ganguly, IIT Tirupati, Dr. R.N. Khare, Principal, VSC, Lakhanpur, Chhattisgarh. All these are the members of the steering committee and they have contributed a lot. They have spared their very, very valuable time to organize successfully the India Construction Week 2020. We are very thankful to our National Action Group chaired by Professor J.S. Chauhan and other members in action group, we are privileged to share that the professor and senior faculties from almost all IITs, all NITs, and very great institutions are the member of our National Action Group. Our sincere thanks to all of them for their very active roles in the India Construction Week 2020. We are privileged to inform that more than 10,000 academicians, faculties, and students have been actively participated in the ICW 2020. We are also very thankful to all speakers. We have received more than 50 technical presentations from, again I am repeating, from almost all IITs, NITs, and big institutions from all states of the nation, from all parts of the nation. We have received the technical presentation. We are very thankful to the contributors, to the speakers for sparing their valuable time, for sharing their very great and valuable information and knowledge. We are very grateful to all of them for their active participation. We are very thankful to state project implementation units, especially Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Jammu and Kashmir, Rajasthan, and Himachal Pradesh for their coordination with institutions, faculties, and students, and for providing the opportunities to the students to have support, financial support from the TechUp funds. We are very grateful to all of them. We are really very grateful to all of them. Thanks to all. Dear Sir and Madam, I, Pawan Kumar Mishra, Additional Director, CIDC, is expressing this sort of thanks message on behalf of Professor O.P. Gupta, VSM, Acting Registrar, CIAC. Respected Dr. Udesh Kohli, Chairman, CIAC, and Dr. P.R. Swarup, Member Secretary, CIAC, dignitaries for the valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to get an opportunity to thank you all on my behalf and on behalf of CIAC in the capacity of Acting Registrar, CIAC, on the concluding day of the 5 days events India Construction Week 2020 Digital Conference and Exhibition. This event consists of several segments including CIDC, CIAC, dispute resolutions, and arbitration. There are 30 papers on negotiations, mediations, and arbitrations, including 3 from foreign, USA, Ms. Aina Duggal, and Singapore, Barrister Jamshed Piru, Advocate Dr. Renu Rao London, and all the states and union territories from India. The videos presented are from veterans in their own fields like town planning, architecture, chartered accountants and income tax, litigations and ADR, joint venture disputes, online dispute resolution, how to make India an international arbitration hub, methodology to be adopted for dispute resolution post-COVID-19, critical analysis of arbitration acts and its amendments, contract law and its drawbacks, remedies, and so on. I would like to thank all the authors, speakers, and members of the organizing team of the event for 5 days in the front row and in the green room, particularly Mr. Anand. I especially thanks to Engineer A.P. Radhakrishnan, Chennai, for getting principal partner FCONS, and Engineer H.K. Verma, Coordinator Odisha, for arranging messages of Honorable Governor, Honorable Chief Minister, and Honorable Minister of Panchayat Raj of Odisha. Heartfelt thanks to all 284 impaneled arbitrators and mediators and 20 coordinators from states from North, East, West, and South, PSUs, and professionals for their wholehearted support and participations. I will be failing in my responsibility if I don't thank to Dr. Niranjan Sarup, Dr. Suchita Kumar, Engineer P.K. Mishra, Ms. Lakshmi, and Ms. Jyomiti for their relentless support. My sincere thanks to them. CIAC appeal and impress upon all the government departments and PSUs for encouraging institutional arbitration for dispute resolutions by incorporating such CIAC arbitration clause in their contract documents, because CIAC is pride and reputed arbitral institution in India. CIAC further requests all the stakeholders that 2 tiers arbitration clause be not provided in the contract, particularly in international contracts, because the same is not in the interest of any party and India. I would like to express my sincere thanks, my sincere gratitude to all of them, to all of them. Thanks, Professor O.P. Gupta, VSM, Acting Registrar, CIAC. Thanks to all.
Dear friends, a very good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants and delegates to this very important topic, reviving construction industry in the post-COVID world, jointly organized by CIDC and the industry. We have all seen this unprecedented global pandemic striking us in early 2020 and bringing the global economic scenario towards standstill. The crisis, one of the largest since the Great Depression, impacted all countries, rich and poor, developed, undeveloped, and emerging economies. Millions of people have already been infected by this COVID crisis and across various geographies, and few lakhs have not survived to see the post-COVID world. This has greatly impacted government fiscal situations. Companies have had to change their business models. Social issues of growing unemployment, reducing earnings, expenses on healthcare and social security, etc., have altered the buying behavior of consumers. Certain sectors like tourism, hospitality, airlines, etc., have been hit very hard. However, every such major disruption is an opportunity to bring about a change in business models, recast plans, revamp supply chains, develop new products to cater to a new emerging market. Innovation, adoption, and adaptation are key elements to look at the new normal. We have seen work from home, radical increase in digital intervention, use of technology to drive e-commerce, use of digital platforms like Zoom and Microsoft Teams to connect globally, etc., have all grown in geometric proportions. Having seen this crisis, the construction sector has also witnessed some very challenging times. The sector saw crashing of the construction work on sites. In fact, the lockdown in March and April saw all construction activities coming to a standstill. Factories had to stop production, supply chains got stuck, huge inventory of unsold stocks, rising working capital, and a financial crisis being faced by the industry. The steep fall in the financial markets, which was witnessed, the stock markets crashed world over on the fears of uncertainty and financial crisis. The first 3 months were frightening, uncertain, and fearful. There was drastic reduction in spending, consumer behaviors. In fact, most people were seeing this gloomy situation, and they were wanting to curb all extra expenses to save for the future. However, after 3 months, that is after July end, August, certain green shoots were visible. And I think this was a result of the ability of human nature to adopt and adapt very fast. I think the first 3 months were basically adoption of new techniques to survive and to work. Now, the cement and concrete industry has also been no exception. Like any other industry which was impacted, the cement and concrete industry also went through this gloomy situation. In March end, when the crisis struck, plants got stopped. There was huge inventory on road, on rails, especially of cement, and so that really created a panic situation because people were uncertain as to what to do. But thanks to the very agile nature of mankind, I think everybody came together, put their heads together, and came out with solutions to really tide away this situation. Today morning I have a panel of very distinguished and experienced experts from the cement and concrete world. We have Mr. S.V. Patil, who is the head of RMC Ready Mix Concrete and Key Accounts Business at Ultratech. Mr. Ramesh Joshi, who is the current president of the Ready Mix Concrete Association of India and also a senior vice president with Ultratech. He's been a pioneer with the Ready Mix Concrete division of Ultratech and been with this division for the past 20 years. We have Mr. Atul Desai, who is the executive director and CEO of RMC India, which is again a very large concrete company operating in India, pan-India operations. And we have Mr. A.K. Jain, who is well known in the field of concrete and cement technology. He has spent most of his time in the military engineering services and then later on with Ultratech as a consultant. I welcome all the panelists to today's discussion, and I would request you to kindly take us through 4 major events which have happened. How has the cement and concrete industry come out of this gloomy situation? How will the cement and concrete sector be a strong partner to India's dream of a $5 trillion economy? The third question would be, what changes are we seeing in consumer demand and consumer behavior, new innovations, new products and technology, and the use of green cement, that is the increasing use of blended cement. And if you have to sum up the entire thing, what are the key learnings of this crisis, which will actually go a long way in really enabling other industries or other related construction sector people to see as to what all has happened in the cement and concrete world, and if there are any learnings which can be implemented or used by the other sectors. So on that, I would like to welcome the panelists and take this discussion forward. Thank you, and I hope all of you have a fantastic time in this conference. It's a great event, and I think it will give an opportunity for all of us to discuss what the future lies in store. Thank you.
My name is Samir Sullakar. I represent the construction chemical industry, which is directly dependent on construction industry, be it infrastructure or real estate. What a grand show we had in India Construction Week. Fantastic response. First of all, I congratulate Dr. P.R. Swaroop for conceptualizing such a cross-functional and multi-pronged program during these tough times with a view to revive the economy. A timely initiative, a great work, a great thinking. We had excellent contents on all forums, like in the construction chemical session, in concrete session, in emerging technologies session, in skilling, in machineries, as well as machineries and other related topics. We now have a collection of ideas and technologies put forward by professionals, academicians, and experts, which can form a base for developing a blueprint to revive the economy in days to come. I appreciate very hard work put by CIDC team as well as the team of Indian Society of Trenchless Tunneling for the No-Dig show with excellent coordination and follow-ups, and this was the reason for the grand success that we had. Event of such a nature, it was on a large canvas and we have done very well. This initiative is just a beginning or a first step towards working on our common goal of revival of economy, which is very important for our industries not only survive in days to come, but also to flourish and get back to the olden times, or the golden times now you can say. Congratulations to the organizers for grand success of India Construction Week 2020 and No-Dig show. Great contribution to civil engineering industry, as well as this was an excellent forum for students for learning and absorbing about new technologies which they can use in their internship programs, and maybe they can even add in their curriculum at the college and the postgraduate and doctoral levels. And these topics can be also used for skill development. Some technologies which we covered, they can be used by young engineers to turn into entrepreneurs. With the training and with the machineries and the other type of techniques and knowledge about materials, they can be a good entrepreneurs, because it is nowadays in this time getting jobs is a bit difficult, and this is a low entry field. So I wish also the student fraternity and the new engineers all the best. At the end of the day, it was a great show. It was an excellent show, and we really had a great learning experience. Congratulations to all involved. Thank you.
Hello and good morning.
I'm Himanshu Kapadia, and today I'll be discussing some of the smart systems for building envelope. Let me try to share my screen with you so you can see the content. What we are including today is some high productivity waterproofing systems, how to get comfort at lower energy cost with insulation systems, peculiarity of the precast structures, and based on what we discussed, setting the tone for future. The challenges we are faced with today are linked to a shortage of everything we have around us. Shortage of money, shortage of time, shortage of skilled laborers, and on top of it, lot more freedom demanded by our designers, because we keep changing the usage of the building even before it is constructed. You're constructing a commercial building and then midway you decide to convert it into the hotel, or you decide to put a swimming pool in the basement or a jogging track on an intermediate floor. All these challenges demand different solutions than what we have been doing, and yet we have to keep our eye on the capital employed. And needless to say, earlier we complete the project and operationalize, better is the return on the capital employed. When it comes to waterproofing, our age-old practice is to use the stone cladding or mud fusca or the brick beds. They are all very slow and inefficient systems. A crew of 10 to 15 produces just about 100 or 150 square meters in a day, and the overall operation can take as much as 2 weeks to complete. Of course, there have been changes with time. We have had other chemical systems coming in, which you have to brush apply or roller apply or torch on, but none of them are either as efficient or long lasting. Modern chemistry solutions allow us to adopt new methods, for example, spray applied materials, where just a crew of 4 people can do about 1,000 square meters in a day. So 1/4 of the skilled labor required to do almost 5 to 6 times of application in a day's time. Various solutions available. I would pick one for discussion today, which is polyurea hybrids. From acrylic cementitious material, we moved on to polyurethanes long time ago, which had great amount of flexibility, but not so good mechanical property. And then came hot applied polyurea with great mechanical property, but not so much flexibility. A hybrid which combines the advantages of both can last for as much as 25 years, 30 years. It can be applied much faster. This will be my proposal for today. But the story does not end here. It's also connected to the installation. Material alone can only give you a certain amount of assurance. The installation capability is another big factor in successful waterproofing application. When the leakage takes place, your installer, provided you have a good installer, will come and seal the leakage. But water has already entered. If it is an infrastructure project designed for 100 years or 120 years life, the deterioration of the structure has already started. The reinforcement corrosion starts and your expected service life comes down. If you're running a hotel, as I'm presenting in this case here, which is based on a real case in Bangalore some time ago, 20 leaking rooms ended up having 2.3 crore cost in repairs, refurbishment, and loss of revenue for 3 months. The devil is in detail. A good installer understands how to terminate joints, how to use the right material in the right way. Our clients often look at the warranty paper while deciding the installer, but warranty is just a paper. It cannot prevent all other losses if the leakage takes place. So we have to be very careful while evaluating the capabilities of the installer. Let's move on to another important aspect, which is the energy consumption. We know the impact of climate changes. Summers are getting hotter, winters are getting colder. There's flood taking place even in the cities where the water table used to be very, very low in the earlier times. We build urban heat islands. I'm sure you all know about this term, where the tall buildings, dense infrastructure increases the ambient temperature by as much as 6 to 8 degrees compared to rural areas. Now the whole world is talking about reducing the carbon footprint and bringing back the climate or having the climate control to stop further deterioration. India has also signed into these global protocols, and in turn, our government, our controlling agencies have also come up with measures. So ECBC, for example, has come up with their guidelines to reduce the energy consumption into the buildings. The ECBC guidelines primarily divided into 3 different categories of codes depending on the location, type of building, and the primary code, the ECBC guidelines, are mandatory if the commercial structure, commercial building has at least 100 kilowatt of the connected load. What these guidelines prescribe? They prescribe U value, which in a way is the measure of energy consumption per unit volume of the building. Certain building types, for example, hotel or the hospitals where the air conditioning runs 24 hours, the requirement is even stiffer. And this is progressively being made stiffer. So we are looking at 2 aspects, waterproofing and the insulation, to reduce the energy consumption in the building both at the same time. The insulation can be achieved by using a variety of materials. On this slide, on the right side, I'm showing you a chart which gives the efficiency of different types of insulation material. Polyurethane foam, puff as we call it, is the most efficient insulation material available today. What you can see here is the other materials or the thickness of the other materials required to meet the same insulation property as polyurethane puff. A 50 millimeter of the foam gives the same insulation as 1.8 meters thickness of brickbat coba. Of course, we won't do that much thickness, and all other materials in between. And where do we apply these materials? Do we do it above the deck or below the deck? The best answer is to do it above the deck, because you are preventing the heat penetrating into the substrate roof material. Of course, if done under deck, not only we don't prevent the heat coming in, but also it's a lot of inconvenience depending on the usage of the area where the underdeck insulation is done. I remember a case a long time ago when I was just new into the civil engineering industry. The organization where I was working, we had to reconstruct the whole roof slab where the underdeck insulation was done. The leakage from top accumulated between the insulation and the roof slab, corroded the whole reinforcement, and it resulted into replacement of the slab. As I mentioned earlier, the combined waterproofing and insulation for the maximum effect is the best way forward. For the commercial structures, a combination of good waterproofing material like the polyurea spray and PUF with about 50 kg per cubic meter density, closed cell content of 90 to 95% is the best solution. In about 50 to 80 millimeter thickness, you can achieve desired results. And where the demand is not so high, we can also use thin sprays of slightly higher density of foam. Now, the advantage of this higher density foam, roughly about 60 kg per cubic meter, is that it itself is also a waterproofing layer. So say about 10 to 30 millimeter thickness will give desired result, saving 40 to 80% of the heat gain. Let me show you a video which shows the spray of this thin applied higher density foam. Great. The building envelope is not complete if we don't talk about the walls. The roof and the wall together is the source of almost 70% of the heat gain. I understand there's another presentation on walling systems, the external insulation and finishing systems in this conference. So I'll not get into the details. I'm proud to show you the picture of this hospital in Faridabad, which used about 6,000 square meters of external insulation on the walls. Let's move on to another trend for rapid construction, which is precast. Saves considerable time. We started long time ago replacing element by element in a cast in situ structure, the columns, and then came the beams, then came slabs, and now we are having even the bathroom pods and the three-dimensional structures like staircase. So a building is actually being built like a Lego system. What challenges it poses for the leakage prevention? It's not only the thermal stresses, but also the deflection, which starts becoming a big consideration while designing waterproofing for the precast structures. We have one more challenge. In the precast structures, work once done determines how good is going to be the performance during the service life. Extremely difficult to find the source of leakage after the structure has been put to use. So design, in fact, the waterproofing also has to be designed with the same level of seriousness as the precast structure. And we also see what is happening in the market at the moment. To save time, our constructors convert from the cast in situ to the precast structure, but every other specification remains almost similar. So the same waterproofing which was chosen for the cast in situ structure goes into the precast structure, and then we have incorporated problems right from the day one. What essentially precast structure demands is the greater flexibility in everything we use. The joints are extremely important. They need to be sealed with flexible materials, multiple types available. I'm talking about here polyester, thermoplastic, elastomeric material for precast joints. They are embedded in the PUR system, the PUR waterproofing systems, which you apply for waterproofing. We have to ensure that we use flexible tile adhesives and we use bond breaking tapes on the corners. So talking to installer and talking to the material supplier right at the time of structure is a prudent way of sealing the precast structures. Having covered the aspects of waterproofing, energy saving using insulation, and the critical aspects of precast, I would come to the end and summarize what we discussed. The industry mega trends, if I had to capture in 4 words, these are safety, durability, productivity, and sustainability. And then the owners have to juggle with the aspects of time, money, and resources while taking decision on any system being used. The result of this mega trend in the way we will do the selection and apply materials in future is looking at the productivity, mechanized methods, old systems like brick-bat coba being replaced with high productivity systems like polyurethane, polyurea, spray applied systems. Far bigger focus on energy saving. In fact, my recommendation also to the government would be to upgrade all the buildings and reduce energy consumptions. While I was posted in Singapore and looking after the business in China, I was involved in the projects having millions of square meters of external insulation being done onto the government buildings, only because China also wants to show to the world that they are serious about the climate change. Durability plays important role, and we must start looking at the life cycle cost and not just the initial cost. The capability score for installers, they should be incorporated in the vendor selection and not just the lowest price. That would be a pragmatic approach. And then the aspect of sustainability, increasing use of materials locally produced so that we have lower carbon footprint, less emissions in carting the material to the project sites, lower toxicity, material having less volatile content, new and environment friendly construction practices. So precast, for example.
Hello ladies and gentlemen. As we all know, the world is facing a horrid time due to COVID-19, and the construction industry also has been adversely affected by this pandemic. There are many challenges. Hello ladies and gentlemen.
Namaskar. My name is Sunil Mahajan. I'm additional DG of Civil.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm sure.
Respected Dr. Udesh Kohli, Chairman CIAC, Dr. P.R. Saroop, Member Secretary CIAC, dignitaries for the valedictory session, ladies, gentlemen, I'm honored to get an opportunity to thank you all on my behalf, on behalf of the also CIAC. On the concluding day of 5-day events, India Construction Week, Digital Conference and Exhibition. This event consists of 14 segments including CIADC, CIAC, Dispute Resolution and Arbitration. There are 30 papers on negotiation, mediation, arbitration, including 3 from foreign USA, Singapore and London, and all the states and Union Territory of India. The video presented are from veterans in their own field like town planning, architecture, chartered accountant and income tax, litigation, ADR, joint venture dispute, online dispute resolution, how to make an India an international hub, methodology to be adopted for dispute resolution, post-COVID-19, critical analysis of Arbitration Act and its amendment, contract law and its drawbacks and remedies, and so on. I would like to thank all the author speakers and members of the organization team of the event for 5 days in the front row and in the green room, particularly Mr. Anand. I would also like to thank all the authors, speakers, members for, especially I thanks to Engineer A.P. Radhakrishnan Chennai for getting Principal Partner FCON and Engineer H.K. Verma, Coordinator Orissa for arranging messages for Honorable Governor, Honorable Chief Minister and Minister of Panchayat Raj of Orissa. Heartfelt thanks to all 285 impaneled arbitrators, mediators and 20 coordinators for state 18 for new north, south, east, west and 1 from public sector undertaking and 1 from professionals. I will be failing in my responsibility if I do not thank Dr. Niranjan Sood, Dr. Suchita Karmar and P.K. Mishra, Mrs. Lakshmi and Mrs. Janti for their relentless support. My sincere thanks to them. CIC appeal to impress upon all the government departments and PSU for encouraging institutional arbitration for dispute resolution by incorporating such CIC arbitration clause in their contract document, because CIC is pride and reputed prestige arbitration institution in India. You may like to know that CIC is the only authority which has started international arbitrations, institutional arbitration as early as in 13 January 2013. When it was conducted on institutional and ODR system, there were two sessions. One session was in the morning and the second was in the evening. The first session was inaugurated by Dr. Ahmed Mahmood, Secretary General, Asian African Legal Council, and while the evening session was inaugurated by Mrs. Meera Agarwal, North Delhi Municipal Corporation Mayor of that. On 16 February 2016, we again hold another international seminar, and all the seminar were jointly with the UNSTAR. That was inaugurated by the Law Minister and Ministry of Law and Justice, Mr. Sadanand Gowda. And the third, dispute resolution mechanism. It was discussed on ODR, and that was inaugurated by the Honorable Vice President of India. During the launching of the portal for the ODR, the Honorable Vice President opined that CIC is the only authority which are initiating for ODR mechanism. Not only that, whatever they are training the students category, they will avoid the unemployment in the country. Apart from that, I may add that this is the institution which has been notified by the Law Ministry on 21st August 2017. We are taking the training not only in India, but we have taken the training of the empanelment of the arbitrator at Bhutan. Thank you with all the honor. Thank you.
A very good evening and a warm welcome to all of you on this valedictory session of India Construction Week 2020. On behalf of Construction Industry Development Council and the Indian Society for Trenchless Technology and our entire team, I am delighted to offer a gracious welcome to all of you. The sequence of this valedictory session will be: first we'll begin with the customary lighting of lamp, followed by address by Dr. P.S. Rana, Chairman of Construction Industry Development Council, address by Dr. B.D. Mundra, Mentor of CIDC and Chairman Simplex, address by Mr. Ehtisham ul Haq, Managing Director DCI, address by Mr. Sunir Garg, Director Technical, address by Mr. Craig, Chairman NASTT USA, then address by Mr. Devarajan, Managing Director URC Construction Limited, followed by address by Mr. V. Ramnath, Chairman of AP RERA. We have then message by Mr. Pratap Jena, Honorable Minister Panchayati Raj and Drinking Water, Law, Housing and Urban Development, Government of Odisha. We also have a message by Mr. Naveen Patnaik, Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Odisha. We then have address of the Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Gyan Sudha Mishra, Justice Supreme Court of India, retired. We have few messages then from the delegates of this conference, and then we have vote of thanks by Dr. P.R. Swaroop, Chairman of Indian Society of Trenchless Technology and Director General of Construction Industry Development Council. Finally, we have the vote of thanks by Professor Niranjan Swaroop, Director General of Indian Society of Trenchless Technology.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhanasampadah. Shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyotir namostute. Deepajyotir namostute. Shubham kurutvam kalyanam सम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः।
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all for the validation session of the India Construction Week 2020. These online international conferences and exhibitions held over the last 5 days were organized jointly by Construction Industry Development Council and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology. I am happy to inform you that ICW 2020 had a very wide participation at national and international level. We had active support of over 40 organizations and more than 14,000 delegates. These events have generated total lecture duration aggregated to 147 hours. I am told these recordings will be available online for the next 3 months. The key partners of the event included both public and private organizations such as State of Goa, AP RERA, IRCON, Vibrant Goa Foundation, Consulting Engineers Association of India, Institute for Lean Construction Excellence, Purdue University of USA, International Infrastructure Solutions of USA, North American Society for Trenchless Technology of USA, Center for Underground Infrastructure Research and Education, IKT Germany, International Institute of Utility Specialty Hong Kong. I am happy to note that these 14,000 delegates were from industry, education and research institutions, and a large number of students participated in it. The deliberations focused on the critical issues to chart out the course of action to be followed by the industry to come out of the current state and become vibrant. These programs were divided into two main streams. One, CIDC and associates organizations deliberated and addressed the critical issues facing the respective industry domains and paving the way for their solutions. The second, Indian Society for Trenchless Technology organized the No Dig India Show 2020, the flagship annual event of the society. ICW 2020 had several integral events ranging from conferences, live shows, interactive exhibition, live visits to projects and production facilities of exhibitors, technical training programs, and release of guidelines and technical publications. Launch of training portal. The discussions included a variety of subjects such as construction material, construction equipment, emerging technologies, trenchless technology, disaster management, insurance and banking, infrastructure and services, skills and education, tendering, arbitration and consultancy. No Dig India Show 2020 released 4 important documents: the General Contract Document, Special Contract Conditions Document, Schedule of Trenchless Rates 2021, and Site Investigation Manual. I hope the deliberations and recommendations of the conference regarding the importance of good construction practices, processes, and guidelines, and demonstration by the equipment manufacturers about their equipment safety, productivity, and operating procedures will help to achieve quality, productivity, and safety in construction projects. I hope your participation
and this conference was very productive and you enjoyed your 5 days of deliberations. I really thank you for your active participation and wish you luck for the future. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As all festivals comes to an end, this conference, this Gyanval Yajna will come to an end. Today there will be Purnahuti in this Gyan. This Gyan Yajna, the main Rohit Yajman was CIDC. This conference was organized by CIDC with the help of Transless Technology. Talking about CIDC, which was started, the sapling was planted 25 years before. This grew up under able and dynamic leadership of Dr. P.R. Saru, and Transless Technology grew up under leadership of Sri Niranjan Saru. Now, this organization developed into a multi-dimensional, multifaceted organization. Today, it is widespread. It is having branches and centers all over the country. This was blessed by stalwarts and very knowledgeable, venerable Dr. Ramakrishna, Dr. Udesh Kohli, and today it is being headed by Sri Rana. I have been watching this agreement. Friends, talking about this conference, it was momentous. 10,000 registered. There were 3 halls in which parallel sessions, morning to evening, took place. In each session, more than 2,500 to 3,000 participants were present. More than 300 scholars from our country as well as from abroad. They benefited us by their knowledge, by their experience, by their gyan. They covered more than 18 topics, different aspects of it. And friends, we learned quite a new things. I have 60 years experience in this industry. I learned quite a number of new things. And I was fascinated by it. Friends, my preference is always towards skilling and training of staff and skilling of workers. You know, there are 49 million workers in this trade, and 70% of them are unskilled. Only 30% are partially skilled or fully skilled. We require nearly 40% fully skilled people. We cannot afford to have more than 30% unskilled, and balance can be semi-skilled on different aspects of construction. Similarly, our engineers and our staff should be well trained for ground operation. They should know the reality of today's situation. They should blend and take the leadership of the labor. For that, they have to be on same wavelength. They have to speak same language. CIDC has been making the effort in this direction. Of course, some private organizations also did put in efforts. And now, government realizing the importance of skilling and training have emphasized on it and putting in a lot of money and efforts. And so also state governments and so many private organizations. All these efforts are to be synchronized and are rationalized. Similarly, development of new materials and new tools, we cannot always depend on outsiders. We cannot always import it. So we have to do our own R&D. And this efforts also has to go on. During the course of this conference, we saw so many new products, new techniques, new tools, new machineries. This has to be further taken forward, and efforts are to be made to synchronize the efforts of all the people in the country. Because by synchronized efforts, we get better dividend than separate efforts. It will be a pleasure for all of us in CIDC to work for this aspect of service to this construction industry. Friends, this conference was blessed by His Excellency, Governor of Odisha, His Excellency, Governor of Goa, as well as we were ably supported and encouraged by Government of Odisha as well as Government of Goa. We were also encouraged and supported by our various patrons. We are very thankful to all of them. We are very obliged to them. We are very thankful to all the parties, to all the people who put in efforts, particularly the team of CIDC. They put in Herculean effort to make this conference successful, and that too in this Corona period. So also the team of Dr. Ranjan Swarup. We are thankful to all of them. We are thankful to media people. We are thankful to IT people who made this conference possible and successful. And most important, we are thankful to you. It is you made it possible. Without you, we couldn't have done anything. Friends, thank you very much. Friends, there is a demand that we hold such conferences regularly. People are so enthusiastic. Because such conferences do bring us together. And when we come together, we can synchronize our efforts. India can be made a great nation, a vibrant nation, parallel and shoulder to shoulder with all other developments. Surely, we will put in our efforts. So thank you very much. At the end, I pray to God, in this Corona period particularly, Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, Sarve santu niramaya, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukhva. Thank you, friends. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been my privilege to remain associated with CIDC and INDSTT for more than a decade now. We need to appreciate the efforts made by the team CIDC and INDSTT to remain innovative, agile, and relentless in their effort for promotion of construction industry in general and trenchless technologies in particular, even in these unprecedented and challenging times. The digital trade show we are all part of today is just one example of their effort to keep the interest and issues of construction industries at the forefront. The COVID-19 has created existential crisis and forced us to bring difficult changes in our lives. Devastated the economy, India is officially in recession now. However, silver lining is just on the horizon. Economy is turning on positive growth rate. Many vaccines are on the horizon. Infrastructure projects have started. Liquidity crunch in the industry is slowly getting relieved. The overall project pipeline is huge. City gas distribution networks has just started taking shape in more than 100 cities across India. Road and bridge projects are humming, and many more infrastructure projects are being announced. I conclude this short speech with a conviction that road to economic recovery is through infrastructure development projects, and industry remains committed to deliver the same. Thank you.
Hello, I am Sunil Garg, Director Technical in Gypsum Structural India Private Limited. I am very glad to see that even in these pandemic times, we have been able to safely continue with the tradition of annual conference and show by making some innovative changes in how we display stands, give presentations, and interact with visitors. This show was even more important for our trenchless industry in these times to show potential customers and stakeholders that projects are again progressing at normal pre-COVID levels after a brief hiatus, and how technical innovations in trenchless field have gained momentum with more people and experts willing to collaborate with each other globally over various online tools. With that note, I thank all the participants. I have been told there are more than 14,000, which would be a record, who have come and shared their experiences and learned about the latest innovations in the field from the presenters and exhibitors. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the No-Dig India Show 2020. On behalf of North American Society of Trenchless Technology, I'm honored to speak with you and to have contributed on the International Steering Committee for this exceptional program. My name is Craig Vandale, and I'm the General Manager of Alternate Delivery and Business Development for Michaels Corporation's Trenchless Division. I'm also the Chairman of the Board for the North American Society for Trenchless Technology. This past February, I had the privilege of visiting India on a business trip, and during that time, I was able to take part as a guest lecturer at the India Institute of Technology. Over my time there, I was very impressed to see the number of students who attended by the level of interaction, engagement, and excitement from the students who took part. I'm very excited for India's future and with the implementation and development of trenchless technology, and I look forward to watching progressive innovation strengthen India's infrastructure in the years to come. Today I'd like to talk to you about trenchless technology and NASTT's role in promoting and supporting the trenchless industry, as well as how we can work together to improve our infrastructure here in North America and internationally. Trenchless technology is a progressive engineering process for the installation, replacement, or renewal of underground utilities with no or minimal excavation and surface disruptions, all while limiting social impacts to the public. These innovative methods have been utilized successfully for all underground utilities, including water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, gas mains, electrical and fiber optic conduits. When utilized in urban areas, substantial benefits are realized, including dramatically reducing disruption to vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic, business activities, residential areas, and environmentally sensitive areas. In most cases, trenchless techniques will demonstrate significant cost savings and benefits for local government, municipalities, and utility owners over traditional open trench methods. Recent advancements in robotics have allowed trenchless technologies to offer never-before-available pipe condition diagnostics, thus providing utility owners tools to more accurately identify and classify infrastructure priorities. NASTT is a society of individuals, public organizations, and private companies with strong beliefs in the practical, social, and environmental benefit of trenchless technology. Founded in 1990, NASTT represents more than 2,000 members throughout the United States and Canada, who all believe in more responsible ways to manage, rehabilitate, or replace our aging underground infrastructure. NASTT's mission is to advance trenchless technology and to promote its benefits to the public and the environment by increasing awareness and knowledge through the technical information, dissemination, research and development, education, and training. We strive to provide a representative voice for all sectors of the trenchless technology industry. For over 30 years, the all-volunteer members of NASTT have presented non-commercial, informative seminars, education, and training about trenchless technologies. Our vision is to be the premier resource for knowledge, education, and training in trenchless technology. And our mission is to continuously improve infrastructure management through trenchless technology. As NASTT continues to grow and take on new challenges, it's important for our non-for-profit society to serve and support our diverse industry partners both in North America and globally. We proudly represent municipalities, public utilities, consultants, engineers, manufacturers, suppliers, trenchless contractors, and academia. We support 11 regional chapters, soon to be 12 with our newest addition in Mexico, and 19 student chapters at universities throughout North America. We make every effort to reach out to all these groups and share with our communities the latest industry trenchless advancements and our continuing education opportunities. The many benefits of trenchless solutions for today's infrastructure challenges will always be our strengths. NASTT offers multiple in-depth, high-quality courses each year in cities throughout North America, covering targeted trenchless topics like cured-in-place pipe, otherwise known as CIPP, horizontal directional drilling, otherwise known as HDD, gas distribution, municipal sewer grouting, pipe bursting, laterals, and new installation methods. You will find that our course content is of the highest quality as the material is thoroughly peer-reviewed for consensus-based information and non-commercialism. We continually strive to improve the quality of the entire educational experience for our attendees through course evaluations and feedback. In August of this year, we rolled out our virtual component to our Good Practices courses in response to the COVID crisis. We are offering our entire suite of courses in a virtual environment to continue to meet our mission and vision. I feel this is an excellent way for NASTT to partner with India Society and its members by offering these courses. In the coming weeks, we'll be working with the India Society to promote and offer these virtual trainings. NASTT currently has 12 editions of our Good Practices Guideline books. These books serve as companions to our esteemed Good Practices courses and are a valuable resource as standalone references for a wide variety of trenchless technologies. All NASTT publications are peer-reviewed by volunteer industry professionals to ensure that they offer generic and non-commercial information. These books are funded by NASTT as part of our educational outreach program. Since 1990, the all-volunteer members of NASTT have presented on non-commercial information about alternative engineering methods to North American communities. Our latest offerings published in 2020 include pipe jacking Good Practices Guidelines, pipe ramming Good Practices Guidelines, and subsurface investigations Good Practices Guidelines. Another way NASTT can partner with the India Society is by offering our books at a reduced price to all India delegates and attendees. As part of our commitment to reaching all the audiences in not only North America, but throughout the world, we have translated several of our publications. Our CIPP Good Practices Guidelines was translated into Spanish in 2017. Our Introduction to Trenchless Technology, Rehabilitation and New Installation books have both been translated into French. Our CIPP book was also translated into Portuguese by the Brazilian Society. We look forward to working with the additional sister societies within the ICT family on translations and collaborations in the near future. NASTT also offers the world's largest online resource for technical information on trenchless technology. Every paper presented at the NODIG show since 1991 has been archived and is available via search terms in our library. We have over 2,000 papers on every conceivable topic related to our trenchless technologies. Our library is something we are extremely proud of and feel it's an excellent resource that can be used to promote trenchless technology, innovation, and share ideas. For a limited time, NASTT will offer the India Society and its members an NASTT 2021 membership for $100, allowing you to access this impressive library and utilize this knowledge. The NASTT NODIG show is the largest trenchless technology conference in the world, where professionals attend to learn new techniques that will save money and improve infrastructure. The show offers 6 tracks and 160 peer-reviewed non-commercial presentations, including case studies detailing environmentally friendly trenchless solutions and cost savings opportunities for municipalities and utilities. In 2019, there were over 200 exhibiting companies on the show floor with multiple networking events. Attendees can spend quality time with current colleagues, customers, and grow their connections. I would like to personally invite you, the participants of this show, to join the India delegation at the 2021 NODIG show. NESTT will be working with the India Society to develop a special package for this event. For 2021, we are excited to bring an in-person event next spring to Orlando, Florida, in the United States. Things may look a bit different at the 21 show, but the top-notch technical training and networking you expect from our conference will not change. We understand how important the in-person conversations are for sharing ideas, networking, and growing our industry. With that in mind, we plan to deliver a worthwhile event in a safe manner while still bringing you the value you expect from the NESTT No-Dig show. We are also currently working on an on-demand online technical program component to reach even more professionals in our industry during these uncertain times. Lastly, NESTT also has initiated the No-Dig North Conference. In 2019, the Canadian chapters of NESTT joined forces in Calgary, Alberta, Canada to put on the inaugural No-Dig North Conference. The event was more successful than we could have ever imagined, with over 600 attendees. The need for an expanded regional trenchless conference in Canada is clear, and we are looking forward to returning in November of 21. The conference will be held in Vancouver, British Columbia, and we are currently accepting abstracts for the technical program, and we hope to see you there. In closing, I want to thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy the 2020 No-Dig India show. I look forward to meeting and collaborating with you all in the years to come. From all of us at NESTT, have a fantastic day.
Greetings to all, respected Chairman of CIDC, respected Mentor of CIDC, Honorable Minister from Odisha Government, and the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha Government, and my dear friend Dr. Swaroop. It's really a pleasure to be part of this validatory function. After the completion of 4 hectic days of 385 speakers and quite a lot of members who had attended and got the benefit, I am here to represent the Board of Directors of ILCE, the Institute of Lean Construction Excellence, which was established over the last 10 years, and it's doing its best to promote the lean practice for one single motto of transforming the construction industry of India and prove to the world that Indian construction industry is in no way inferior to anybody in the world. Saying that, how are we going to achieve it? A lot of mechanization has happened. Now slowly the digitization also is happening. Large volume projects are also coming up. But there is going to be, even though we are a populous country, there is going to be a huge demand and shortage of labor force for executing all these wonderful projects. In our study in the lean practice, it is proved again and again that in the construction industry, there is a considerable wastage of manpower to the tune of 35 to 40%. Very purpose of lean construction practice is to reduce this wastage by applying the wonderful 6 or 7 important tools like value stream mapping, loss planner system, and other tools. It has been very well explained by the experts and all the board members on the 2nd of December, and it is good that CIDC is going to upload it in its website for the benefit of the practitioners. When I said about loss planner system or value stream mapping, based on your nature of the project, when you had won the contract and when you are preparing your zero cost budget or initial budget, you please go through and understand how these lean tools can help you to expedite the process of completion as well as reduce the resources. It's not only the labor, you can very well reduce the usage of your equipment, usage of your engineering manpower and other related resources, and
the programming can always done with the lean tools in place. Please expose your team members. There are wonderful material available like games and other things which can be used to train your people for the betterment of the completion of the project on time. When a project is completed on time, then you will make your profit. So once again, I am reiterating, ILCE is very much available for the benefit of every practitioner in the construction industry. IIT Chennai, IIT Mumbai, NICMAR kind of institutions are well connected with this process. So make use of this. And I thank CIDC for the wonderful platform which has been given to ILCE for exhibiting its usefulness to the construction. Friends, I wish and I request all the participants, the nation builders, and every one of you to learn, understand, and connect with the ILCE program and ILCE organization and get transformed. Thank you very much.
Good evening to you. I wish to thank all the delegates, the participants, and the various industry associations and the industries that have participated in the India Construction Week and having made it a grand success. On behalf of Andhra Pradesh Real Estate Regulatory Authority, I wish to thank all the participants for the real estate segment of the Construction Week. As a closing note, I would like to convey a few points to the industry related to the real estate. Real estate is the backbone of the Indian economy, and at Andhra Pradesh Real Estate Regulatory Authority, we have been striving to introduce more standardized methods of construction, trying to build quality of materials into the new projects, and ensuring that the quality of workmanship is to international standards. I think all of us understand the importance of using modern technologies and standard products to improve the quality of our buildings and make sure that the life of the building is well protected and the buyers are comfortable and happy to possess buildings constructed by the real estate sector of India. It is very important to note that we have to adopt new modern technologies, more so with the COVID having impacted our businesses. By introducing more and more efficient technologies, it is possible to complete the projects with higher quality at lesser time. So I wish to convey to all the participants and members and the industry that we have to now strive hard to improve the quality of the technologies which we are using, go for more of precast and more of elements which are designed for easier use in order that we build better quality buildings and reach the international standards. Thank you once again for attending this construction week and making it a grand success.
Now I'll recite the message from Shri Pratap Jaina, Minister, Panchayati Raj and Drinking Water, Law, Housing and Urban Development, Odisha. Honorable Minister says, it gives me immense pleasure that Construction Industry Development Council, New Delhi, is going to organize an online international webinar on the occasion of India Construction Week 2020 on the theme Reviving Construction Industry in Post-COVID World from 1st to 5th December 2020. Objectives of the event are to provide latest information, knowledge base and guidelines for implementation and meeting the exigencies posed in post-COVID scenario. As construction industry has major contribution towards the employment generation and availability of labor and technology resources, we have to give attention to various aspects of livelihood along with economic prospects. I hope eminent construction engineers, development experts, representatives of national and international forums, other stakeholders from infrastructure industry will provide meaningful information and suggestions to overcome this difficult time. I appreciate the endeavor and congratulate the participants in the webinar and wish the webinar a grand success. That's the encouraging message from Sri Pratap Jena, and we thank him for that. I will now recite the message from Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Mr. Naveen Patnaik. Honorable Minister says, I am glad to know that the Construction Industry Development Council, New Delhi, is organizing an international webinar on reviving construction industry in post-COVID world on the occasion of India Construction Week 2020 during December 1st to 5th, 2020. Construction industry is a major contributor to Indian economy and also one of the largest providers of jobs. I appreciate the efforts of the CIDC to revive the construction industry during and after the COVID situation. Extraordinary situation demands groundbreaking and intelligent response. With active involvement of the stakeholders, I believe the industry will definitely bounce back within a short period. I wish the endeavor all success, and we thank Honorable Chief Minister for this encouraging words and message.
A big hello to all the distinguished participants and the devoted listeners in this very important event, online event rather, organized by the Construction Industry Development Council jointly with Indian Society for Trenchless Technology, supported by the associated organizations in India and abroad. Let me first of all compliment you and state that it's a very commendable initiative taken by this industry, especially in this time of pandemic when we are all struggling to revive the economy all the world over. I feel immensely pleased to associate myself in this event by the invitation to participate in the valedictory session of this very as far as I'm concerned, my association with the construction industry has been through arbitrations, conciliations and mediations, which I have been doing after demitting office as a judge of the Supreme Court. And I have noticed that the disputes in between the parties, which comes up for a lengthy litigation between the contractors and the main players, takes a long time in spite of a alternative dispute resolution forum. In that experience, I have noticed that very many litigations perhaps can be restricted initially through mediations and conciliation, which I don't think is taken very seriously by the affected parties, and there is a tendency to ultimately lead to litigations where the matter is decided by the arbitrators, which goes up in appeals and further appeals. In my understanding, if an honest intention and initiative is taken by the parties, maybe the duration of litigation can be minimized and reduced to the minimum level, but honesty of purpose is the main ingredient which gets sacrificed. in my experience, I noticed that we are all aware that there are two parties. One who awards the contract. Generally, there are two parties who awards the contract and the other who has to take the payments. Any party who has to make the payment generally has a tendency to drag the litigation, and for some reason or the other, the litigation, even in alternative dispute resolution forum, it gets dragged, because anyone who has to pay will like to drag it, and the other who has to receive it is very anxious because his resources gets limited due to the litigation. I would say that in the pandemic, and not merely in the pandemic, the honesty of purpose by both the sides have to be very seriously deliberated, because I've always felt that when an ordinary litigant is before the court, we generally feel, why do they fight? Because they don't understand to what extent they should yield. So the bottom line, in my understanding, should be the parties should know where to yield and to what extent to yield. And since we are in the summing up session, as a validity session, I don't think it is appropriate for me to delve deep into this. But I would say that even when the award is passed, then both parties can have the access of the award, and thereafter also mediation and conciliation process is possible. What I mean to emphasize is that both the parties can come to the negotiating table and can know the views of the arbitrators, or to what extent they have a chance, and they can also see the reasoning. So when coming from the experts and disclosing that bind, that look here is your limitation and you ought to yield, maybe one mediation is before the litigation and the other is after the mediation. After the award is passed. This is slightly, in my understanding, this is slightly unusual. This is not the practice right now. We all hear the matters, close the box, and then the award is passed. So I would suggest that maybe we can think on these lines, that when the matter gets deliberated, thrashed out, thereafter also maybe a stage can be introduced for minimizing the litigation. So what I'm trying to emphasize and focus through this platform is that the technical aspects, the two players, the one who awards the contract, whether it is public sector undertaking, the government organization, corporates, and the other is who execute the contract through a mediator or by themselves. That is one aspect, and I would confess my limitation that insofar as the technical aspects are concerned, you are more knowledgeable insofar as the technology is concerned, and that is why I am trying to express my view as to how the litigation can be minimized. Maybe some other time you can explore these aspects. The next thing that I wanted to focus and emphasize was that the ethics, which we generally ignored, is that honesty of purpose and honest intentions are very, very important, which we generally ignore. If the builder, if the construction, and builder, when I say not merely the builder of residential premises, but also in every aspect of the construction, if you have the intention to deliver the project within the time, then the intention should also be to clear the invoices and the bills within the time. And in that, if the honesty is resorted to by both the players, maybe the litigation aspect can be minimized. Of course, I think knowing the human mind, it's easier said than done. But if we keep on focusing on these aspects, maybe little bit improvement can we can do in improving the resolution of disputes. Like for an ordinary ordinary investor, if they do it in a residential premises and they do not get delivery of possession within the time, and in spite of the clauses in the agreement that they will be compensated by adequately by the terms and conditions for the delay, it gets enmeshed into the litigation. So the entire scenario which I've noticed is ultimately things very frequently gets enmeshed into the litigation, and when there is no litigation is also created. So we have to make an endeavor that as a matured players, we must try to reduce this as much as possible and yield to the extent which you think is reasonable on your part. The focus should be on the reasonableness of the active players. I think for summing up, I do not know, because I did not have the occasion to participate in all the sessions, but I guess I do not know what are the theme of the subjects in each conferences have been dealt with. In absentia, these are my random views on the conference, and I would not say more except wishing all the best to the players, to the participants in contributing not merely in the pandemic, and I'm hopeful the pandemic would be over, we would reduce to the normal times if we succeed in overcoming this demon of COVID by locking them into the
Welcome to everybody to this valedictory function of ICW 2020, and my special warm welcome to Honorable Justice Gyan Sudha Mishra, retired Justice of Supreme Court of India, Dr. P.S. Rana, Chairman CIDC, my other friends who are here, and a very big thank you to the state governments of Odisha and Goa, where Honorable Governor himself has conveyed his message. Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha and Goa, they have conveyed their best messages, and of course Honorable Minister of Urban Development of Government of Odisha, they have all conveyed their best messages. Thank you all. I also thank almost 340 speakers who took their precious time to send us wonderful passages which were displayed during last 5 days. Over 10,000 participants, so many sponsors. I must tell you that this was the biggest event that we have ever had. And this is the success which we are enjoying now. The purpose of this particular event, as all of you are aware, was to find a blueprint. And I must tell you that this journey is just beginning and it is not the end of it. We are going to be setting up now a working group comprising of all the honorable members of the steering group, and we should be basically elaborating on the recommendations, compendiums of which will be prepared and the work has already begun on that. They will be sent to various stakeholders. That basically involves the state governments, the union government, the industry, and the experts for that matter, and anybody and everybody, but especially to my colleges, institutions, and the young engineers who are going to be taking over the construction and infrastructure industry from now. We have been putting focus on many of the emerging technologies, the new areas, and especially I have to mention that the technology which is known as trenchless technology and so very vital for the subsurface infrastructure. We have had overwhelming support from almost all the nations and experts from everywhere. They came out and they spoke about it. I will also talk about the lean construction techniques which are going to be economizing the functioning of construction industry. And these are all the things that we deliberated. And the intent was simple as to how to make our industry far more capable, far more competent, and especially in these difficult times, how to make the operations far more economical. Construction workers are our backbone. Almost 4 crore construction workers. They are engaged with the construction industry in India. We have to make sure that they should be trained, they should be tested and certified. And I am so happy to inform you that utilizing the e-techniques, we have been continuing with the work. As a matter of fact, on pro bono basis, many of the construction workers have been coming and getting themselves tested for the skills that they have acquired, which is a very satisfying science. My appeal to all the construction companies in the country is to ensure that a large number of the construction workers and supervisors, including the engineers, they are put on the path of education so that they basically grow, they work out the kind of things which are going to make our functioning so much efficient. And CIDC definitely is going to be helping out on such initiatives. Let us look at the emerging technologies that have come out now and kind of wonderful work which many of our youngsters are talking about and the work that they have done. Should we not put them in adoption? And that is something which is going to be the essence and purpose of this particular deliberation that we have had. We'll talk about the financial issues, especially the NPAs that are troubling the banks and everybody at large for that matter. We are in dialogue with Indian Bank Association and new compendiums are being prepared which are being sent to revise the procurement processes. Disputes, they have been a bane to our industry and plethora of disputes are existing as of today. It is infructuous and I am so happy that Justice Mishra is with us today, and we are now working on online dispute resolution techniques which are going to be useful for everyone and going to be far more economical. Under the banner of Construction Industry Arbitration Council, we shall be taking up this particular thing more vigorously, and now that we have a portal, this is going to give us a chance to really help resolve all the disputes that we can. May God help us all on these things. Let us look at the kind of professional grooming of our young persons. And Engineering Council of India has been working relentlessly to make sure that our engineers are imparted continuous education. So my appeal to all the colleges and the students is, please come and try to learn new techniques, make the functioning of the industry far more effective and definite, and that is where basically we'll all work together and try to make sure that all these things happen. The roles and responsibilities of engineers, that also needs a redefinition now, and this is where ECI is going to play an important role. Many of the students who have participated in this particular event, and all I can tell you that over a number of almost 11,000 participants who came in and joined this particular event. The larger number was from the institutes, their young faculty members, and we also are going to be initiating the programs so that the institutes can turn themselves into resource centers and the young faculty members are able to get the kind of inputs which are going to help the young students to understand what exactly industry requires. I have to thank various SPIUs of various states who had been providing the funding support to many of the institutions who have come together with us, signed MOUs with us, and we are going to be working very closely with them so that the meaningful education is imparted which can lead to the employment. Abolition of unemployment is something which is our aim, and it is only the construction industry which is going to be helping out in this particular direction. Wherever there has been a pandemic or some kind of a natural calamity, it is always the construction industry which has stood and basically have proven perfect as far as the test of time is concerned. I would say things come to an end, but now this is the time to think that this is the beginning of the good times when we are all going to be working. I thank Lean Construction Institute who are going to be telling everybody as to how to economize and how to make the whole thing very efficient. There are several more things that have been deliberated and discussed, and possibly within the limited time that I have with me, it is not possible. But all I can tell you that we at CIDC and Indian Society for Trenchless Technology are committed to the excellence. And therefore, my request and suggestion and recommendation to all of you is that participate in the Vishwakarma Awards that are going to be held on 7th of March of 2021. That is the annual day of CIDC, and I am so proud and happy to inform you that with the blessings of our founding fathers, led by Dr. G.V. Ramakrishna, who's Padma Bhushan by Government of India, we have been able to complete 25 years, and this all has been because of the blessings of elders like Dr. G.V. Ramakrishna, Dr. Udesh Kohli, and many more, and some of them are sitting right here in this assembly like Dr. B.D. Mundra. We are so obliged to all of you. I thank all the sponsoring organizations, but last but not the least, I must thank all my staff members who are basically standing with me like a rock and who had been working relentlessly. I am so proud of you, boys and girls. Thank you so much. And with that, I bid you a good night. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Good evening. It's my honored privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of hugely successful NODIG India Show 2020 Digital and India Construction Week 2020. The show has been such a big success as we have got the support of about 14,000 registration or registrants who registered for the event. It's a very, very big number post-pandemic, and in a world infested with COVID. If we are able to do this, it gives me enough hope that yes, the industry is alive and kicking. Soon we will be back in the full force. So thank you all the delegates or registered participants. Thank you very much. The next thank which I would like to offer is to Dr. Mo Najafi. Professor Najafi is the Director QD and Professor, University of Texas at Arlington, and a very, very dear friend. Mo and myself have worked on several projects and training programs and have been able to deliver successfully many things. Thank you, Mo. The next one to be thanked is Tom Isley. Professor Tom Isley is from Purdue University, and as far as I understand, he is one of the oldest trenchless technologists who has taught all of us. I also am fortunate to have been taught by Dr. Isley while he was at Louisiana Tech University. Thank you, Tom, and thank you for delivering the keynote address. We are sure that we would be quite keen to work with all the institutions or organizations that you are supporting today. Thanks, Tom. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Craig Mondale. chairman of North American Society for Digital Technology, Craig is the one who had full belief or faith in us. When we started our show, or the planning of the show, that time Craig came forward and indicated or informed me that you don't worry, you plan your show, whatever best support is possible, I will give it to you. And true to his word, Craig got the NASTT workshop structured, also got the networking movement with the different trenchless technology societies of the world. Thank you, Craig. Thanks a ton. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Dr. King Wong, Executive President, International Institute of Utility Specialists, Hong Kong. Dr. King Wong and myself are again working for a very long time together, and we are trying to create a cadre of utility specialists in India. I'm sure with this presentation, he has conveyed the message, and stakeholders of Indian trenchless sector must have taken the note. This is a very, very important cadre of professionals now needed because our urban requirements are growing. Post-COVID, the things are becoming more complex, and we need specialists over there. Thanks, King. The next I would like to thank is the IKT team. IKT team has been like my home or my family. IKT team is headed by Mr. Roland Vani as Managing Director, Dr. Bert Bosler as the Technical Director, Ian Nasmith, who's the Project Manager. All of them put together with more colleagues were able to create a very, very informative and educative IKT workshop. All those topics which have been dealt are needed badly in India. And I'm sure that people would be working with me so that we can go and work with IKT and develop the required proficiencies in India, required testing systems in India, and get the things tested in Germany in IKT. The next team I would like to thank is the NASTT team, which includes Mr. Matthew Izzard, Mr. Alan Goodman, and Mr. Daniel Bonadana. All three of them have worked tirelessly to create the complete NASTT workshop, which has given many, many path-breaking and frontier technology or informations to the stakeholders of Indian Trenchless Technology Society. I'm sure that this particular workshop would basically provide inputs to everybody for using those techniques and technologies in their works, like artificial intelligence or pipeline replacement techniques and all. Thank you, NASTT team. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Dr. Sanjay Rana. Dr. Rana has been working with us again for a very, very long time. And together we have created the stream of subsurface utility engineering in INDSTT portfolio. We have also been able to create a cadre of SUE engineers who are trained and authorized to approve the subsurface utility maps or SUMs. Thank you, Dr. Rana. I'm sure that in the coming times, we will be training more of SUE engineers this way and safeguarding our utilities which are getting damaged. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Ehtashamul Haq, who is our governing council member and has been working tirelessly to support the society in a very, very big manner. Mr. Haq, in spite of his busy schedule, worked with us and created many things for this show. Thank you, Mr. Haq. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Sunil Garg. Mr. Garg has again a very, very busy, even with a very, very busy schedule, has been successful in creating a special address for everybody. The last gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Jaman, with whom we are working to create the Confined Space Entry program. Confined Space Entry is one of the very, very important stream of subsurface construction, which saves people from a real death because people are getting inside the buried pipelines and inhaling the gases and they are dying. It is imperative that this kind of training program should run in India. And Mr. Jaman has been working in that and created a program. We intend to run that program jointly with Mr. Jaman. Thank you, Mr. Jaman. No show is possible without financial and moral support. And in this show, we had principal partner Mr. Skemtron, we had main partner DCI, we had associate partners Gypsum and LR Sharma. All of them have been extremely helpful, and with their support, we could create the whole program. Next is the IT team. This event was completely hosted on the portal, and the program functioned without much of glitches. Such a huge program where you had 4 tracks, some 146 hours of video presentations, interactions, exhibition stalls, everything. All those function very well, and therefore thank you Access Infoways and thank you Vipin. Last but not the least, my team at CIDC and INDS-TT, we could create a program which is for having 14,000 registered delegates and visitors. We could create a program where people from every walk of the life came to present. We could create a program where almost most of the nations were present through the representatives of their presenters. It is a huge task which they could accomplish. Based on that, the event went successfully, and we could conclude the program in such a big way. The show was not possible without any of all these people. So my heartfelt thanks to everybody. Thank you very much. God bless.
What does the future look like for India? It's not just about bigger buildings and better roads. It's about fulfilling the needs and aspirations of 1.25 billion people. Greater investments in infrastructure create growth opportunities for everyone across the country, from the cities to its deepest corners. The cement industry plays a pivotal role in fulfilling India's growing multi-sector infrastructure demands. That's why at JK Cement, we have crafted our strategies with vision and executed them on a scale that defies imagination. From our mines to our factories, resources and operations are streamlined with the help of cutting-edge technology to address India's rapidly growing cement needs. We are preparing for tomorrow by thinking ahead, identifying needs and building a future-ready business.
We believe that market share follows thought leadership. Therefore, we have always placed significant premium on thought leadership and challenging convention.
Backed by the strength of the JK organization, we have grown from a single cement factory in Rajasthan 4 decades ago to over 8 high-tech plants producing grey cement, white cement and multiple specialized building products. We are amongst India's largest cement manufacturers with a capacity of 10.5 million tons of grey cement and 1.2 million tons of white cement, employing over 2,800 people across 46 offices. Our portfolio also includes diverse specialized building materials, including wall putty and value-added products such as Primax, Super Grip and waterproofing compounds.
We've consistently expanded our capacities, market presence and product profile. Our focus is on creating value for all our stakeholders.
With high-impact marketing and advertising, JK Cement's brands enjoy strong recall in the minds of consumers and retailers alike. Our brand's visibility and goodwill is a key driver of our business. Our grey cement has strong penetration in the large Indian market, primarily in the north and south of the country. Our white cement business is a strong differentiator, being not only a national brand with a pan-India footprint, but also an international presence. We export white cement to several countries in Asia, South America, Australia and Africa. To cater to the global demand, we have also set up a white cement plant in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates.
The Fujairah plant gives us a strong competitive advantage by opening out new and attractive markets internationally and putting us in a global leadership position.
We have implemented some of the most sophisticated technologies and control systems to ensure our cement is of the highest standards. But our true strength comes from our people. We find, nurture and retain the best talent, and they give us the courage to push frontiers. We are equally focused on working with communities around us to help create a meaningful difference in their lives.
As a cement manufacturer, we have a direct role in nation building. Nation building cannot happen without proper education.
From building facilities that offer top quality modern education to enabling access to vocational training, we are driving skill-based employment and helping empower women. We have also partnered with government bodies and NGOs to provide healthcare to both children and adults. Our business is constantly guided by responsible growth, which means creating a safe and sustainable foundation for a better tomorrow. We have relentlessly enhanced
It's my honored privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of hugely successful Nordic India Show 2020 Digital and India Construction Week 2020. The show has been such a big success as we have got the support of about 14,000 registration or registrants who registered for the event. It's a very, very big number post-pandemic. And in a world infested with COVID, if we are able to do this, it gives me enough hope that yes, the industry is alive and kicking. Soon we will be back in the full force. So thank you all the delegates or registered participants. Thank you very much. The next thank which I would like to offer is to Dr. Mo Najafi. Professor Najafi is the Director QD and Professor University of Texas at Arlington and a very, very dear friend. Mo and myself have worked on several projects and training programs and have been able to deliver successfully many things. Thank you, Mo. The next one to be thanked is Tom Isley. Professor Tom Isley is from Purdue University, and as far as I understand, he is one of the oldest trenchless technology. Thank you, Tom, and thank you for delivering the keynote address. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Craig Mondale, Chairman of North American Society for Trenchless Technology. Craig came and, true to his word, Craig got the NASTT workshop structure, also got the networking movement with the different trenchless technology societies of the world. The national long time together. Stakeholders are going post-COVID, the things are becoming more complex and we need specialists. My family. IKT team is headed by Mr. Roland Vanik as Managing Director. There are more colleagues who are able to create, and I'm sure that people would be working with me so that we can go and work with IKT and develop the required proficiencies in is the NASTT team, which includes Mr. Matthew Izzard, Mr. Alan Goodman, and Mr. Daniel Bonadana. All three of them have worked tirelessly to create the complete NASTT workshop, which has given many path-breaking and frontier technology or informations to the stakeholders of Indian Trenchless Technology Society. I'm sure that this particular workshop would basically provide inputs, replacement techniques, again, for a very long time. And together we have created who are trained. I'm sure that in the coming times, I would like to thank is Mr. Ehtashamul Haq, who is our governing council member and has been working tirelessly to support the society in a very big manner. Mr. Haq, in spite of his busy schedule, worked with us and created many things for this show. Thank you, Mr. Haq. The next gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Sunir Garg. Mr. Garg has again a very busy, even with a very busy schedule, has been successful in creating a special address for everybody. The last gentleman I would like to thank is Mr. Jaman, with whom we are working to create the Confined Space Entry program. Confined Space Entry is one of the very important stream of subsurface construction, which saves people from a real death, because people are getting inside the buried pipelines and inhaling the gases and they are dying. It is imperative that this kind of training program should run in India. And Mr. Jaman has been working in that and created a program. We intend to run that program jointly with Mr. Jaman. Thank you, Mr. Jaman. No show is possible without financial and moral support. And in this show, we had principal partner Mr. Skemtron, we had main partner DCI, we had associate partners Gypsum and LR Sharma. All of them have been extremely helpful and With their support, we could create the whole program. Next is the IT team. This event was completely hosted on the portal, and the program functioned without much of glitches. Such a huge program where you had 4 tracks, some 146 hours of video presentations, interactions, exhibition stalls, everything. All those function very well, and therefore thank you Access Infoways and thank you Vipin. Last but not the least, my team at CIDC and INDS-TT, we could create a program which is for having 14,000 registered delegates and visitors. We could create a program where people from every walk of the life came to present. We could create a program where almost most of the nations were present through the representatives of their presenters. It is a huge task which they could accomplish. Based on that, the event went successfully, and we could conclude the program in such a big way. The show was not possible without any of all these people. So my heartfelt thanks to everybody. Thank you very much. God bless.